Hello, everybody, and welcome to Championship Sunday of Cup number 2 in the War Within season. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Benruki, and Supatees. We've got everybody back. Lithy, of course, will be joining us just a little bit later, but today is an extremely exciting day. We are crowning our champions for Cup number 2 in both the North American and the European region. And then, so far this weekend, and for Cup number 1, have these players lived up to your expectations so far?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, Cup 1 was incredible. We saw some familiar faces win in Europe with Echo. Cup number 2, there's been a lot of really exciting stories for me. I mean, just a few of those. And we can talk about Europe really quick. You know, Phoenix REBORN kind of coming together, having such an incredible show, bringing on Zeepai, defeating Echo, sending them to the lower bracket. You know, in North America, you have the Move and Liquid. They're now into a Championship Sunday, which we didn't see in Cup number 1. And it seems like they're both back with a vengeance. You have Saul doing crazy things like playing Elemental Shaman. So I would say so far, so good. And I'm excited to see what happens today.
I'm excited as well. Sid, what about your expectations?
I mean, it's exceeding my expectations. I feel like every day is getting more epic than the last. We're seeing new compositions, new strategies, new teams come into the mix and knock out old Titans and really challenge them, complete reverse sweeps in the grand finals. So it's setting up for an awesome Championship Sunday here.
Most definitely. And of course, we are keeping track of the standings for EU and NA. The goal right now is to make it into that top 4. And Zico, it's looking really competitive up there so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's super competitive. We got Drive, Overload, and Echo right now tied for points, but that little star at the end of their names means that they are still in the tournament. One of them will be coming out ahead in terms of points. Then we got Bleach Bones and Streamer Zone GG tied for 3rd. So Bleach Bones have a chance here if they can beat Echo to really make a big kind of impact on this top portion of the standings. Then, of course, if we take a look a little bit lower down, we have a 3-way tie for 8th place currently. Between those 3 teams down there, and Skin Trucksters looking somewhat comfortable, but not, you know, completely out of the woods yet. All these teams, of course, are battling for that top 8 to make it into the gauntlet, and we have some strong teams. Even in 12th place, we got the Fiends. This is a team that has made it to Championship Sundays in the past, have had deep runs in previous cups. So you can't really count down anybody here in Europe. It's a super competitive season, and I think after today we're going to be through the halfway point, so these teams are really starting to feel the pressure.
They certainly are. We can take a look at the bracket for some of the games that we're going to be seeing today on this lovely Championship Sunday for EU Ven. Talk to me about what's going on here.
I mean, this is just so much different than what we normally see, right? I mean, Echo down in the lower bracket, we talk about that a little bit later, but you have Phoenix REBORN coming together. We talked about the return of Zeepai. This is an outstanding roster. You have Houston, who's been is such an interesting player for me because he's kind of had this arc of playing DPS, then being, you know, one of the best healers in Europe. Now he's a BM hunter, so crazy things going on there. Their team just has so much diversity with Swapsy on the roster as well. You know, they weren't there for Cup number 1, but already slowly accumulating those points. And we'll see how deep of a run they can make it. Drive Overload, of course, in that upper bracket as well. Phenomenal team. JT, Elsewave, TJ, now going to be bringing on Brunhilde. So bringing on that Rogue for some extra, you know, some extra compositions. I'm really curious to see when these two teams go head to head, because Phoenix REBORN is definitely looking like a contender.
Yeah, and also speaking of contenders, we got Echo, the team that won the last cup, kind of been the team to beat in Europe, going up against Bleached Bones. Bleached Bones, of course, being, you know, another really solid roster. Both of them finding themselves here in the lower portion of the bracket. One of them is going to be instantaneously eliminated from the season, and this Championship Sunday couldn't get any more spicy in terms of these teams. And I do believe we also have a little statement or a tweet here from Mr. Mercy himself saying, "We made it to top 4 on Sunday, lost in the upper bracket to a team that played better than us. Zeepai and Houston are my friends. There's no shame in losing, even though I think we should have won that." So Mercy, you know, showing a little bit of respect to, you know, the competitors that he played against, but ultimately thinking, you know, he has that competitive drive. We should have won that, man. And the lower bracket games were also brutal. My butt was clenched the whole time. time. As somebody who casted those games, we had a 36-second match in that series. The double dragons coming out from Ultima was just absolutely disgusting. So really interesting to see. If you guys missed that game, I highly recommend watching it back later on the VOD. But yeah, EU is looking feisty.
Is definitely looking feisty, but that's not the only region that we are covering today. Of course, we're hopping over to North America as well for the second half of the day. We can look at the bracket for these teams. Things are looking just as spicy over there, Sid.
Yeah, we got Welcome to the JUNG. This is kind of a top dog team that we were having high expectations for with returning players Prev and Drake, and now we're going to get to see them go head to head with the Move. If we look at yesterday, Liquid, they kind of got smacked down pretty hard, and the Move have been practicing very similar compositions, but they have the X Factor, they have WizK, and they possibly can utilize his Shadow Priest in this series to make things even more interesting.
Oh, they could. I'm looking forward to seeing these ones. But of course, like I said, we are starting the day in the European region. So let's pop back over there, Super Tees. If you are watching from home and you want to keep an eye out on any specific player, who would you recommend?
I mean, you have to mention this name. He's been a legend for such a long time in AWC history, and that is Zeepai. He has been a phenomenal Elemental Shaman. He's played Enhancement Shaman. He's played Death Knight. He's played Rogue. He's multi-flexed onto lots of different locations. He's won some big tournaments, and for me, Zeepai is just an absolute standout. It's awesome to have him back here in the AWC, and he's already, you know, creating sparks of lightning in the competition because he's on the roster that sent Echo down to the lower bracket. It was a nail biter, it was a 3-2, and it was in the open bracket, but he is an absolute all-star for such a long-standing time in his history, and he has been a main rival for Waz in my mind. We can jump back in a time machine all the way back to 2018 where it was 4-3 in the grand finals where Zeepai went down, creating this brooding vengeance like it's always in Waz's shadow. He's got to find a way to be able to beat him. And then it moved into 2019 summer finals where they were eliminated as well by Waz's team, and it's just consistently grinding. But there was a glimmer of hope after this point where in 2019 the BlizzCon finals just after this one where Wildcard Gaming were able to actually take a win. It's possible. Zeepai could actually beat Waz. It was year after year after year of defeat, but then after that one win, kind of went back down into defeat after defeat. He had to try and adapt to RMP metas. He had to try and play their game. You can see him on Retribution Paladins and Echo and Waz just cheering about it. Now we're in the war within. Zeepai is back, and I can expect that he really wants to take it to Echo here in this season.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good prediction, and I'm excited to see what that man is capable of here in a new expansion. But speaking of predictions, we can start talking about the first series we've got up here. It's Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overlord. Of course, we submitted our predictions at the beginning of the day here, so if you're watching and you're in chat right now, let us know how you think this one is going to go. It looks like we are mostly in agreement here for Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overlord. Zico, you're kind of the thought leader here amongst us. Supertees was saying that he was trying to match your predictions every single time. Talk to me about your prediction.
Good luck. I mean, for me, I think either way, this is going to be a 3-2, and it really comes into the preparation here. I think it's going to be, a little bit about the picks in the blind pick. I think whoever takes the blind pick is going to have, potentially the lead in this one, and it could just be one of those where it kind of goes back and forth because both of these teams super strong, super evenly matched, very adaptable on both sides. So I think it's just going to come down to the little secrets, who has prepared a little something for us tonight, and who can kind of catch the other team off guard with that. So for me, I could see this one honestly going either way. It's a really tough call, but I did give it to Phoenix just because I think they've been looking so good, and I really do think that they have what it takes here.
Yeah, I think so as well, and I'm excited to see this one get started. But have you seen the standings, Zico? You did pretty good yesterday, despite you not being here.
I have not seen the prediction leaderboard, so I don't know. I threw in because I couldn't see the last two matches.
Yep.
But I just told the producer to copy whatever you're predicting, Aya, because you've been on a roll lately. So I'm hoping that it worked out for me. My own predictions went 3-1. So, oh my goodness, what is going on here?
The perfect predictions though is what is impressive. You've got 12. You're beating everybody.
Yeah, actually, I would have had 13, but I changed my prediction last minute from a 3-0 to a 3-1, and it ended up being a 3-0. So, lesson for everybody out there: stick with your gut, stick with your, stay true to yourselves out there, and you will do well in terms of perfect predictions.
Yeah, look at Lithy. Okay, someone's finally beating chat.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I'm not happy with chat. There was a poll yesterday. There was a poll out if I should just flip a coin for my predictions, and chat overwhelmingly said yes. So I don't appreciate that, chat. And like I said, I'm coming for you. I will be ahead of you by the end of this.
Yeah, these are we put a lot of thought into these. Okay, some of us with our brain, some of us more with our heart. But yeah, if you're watching right now, they've got a prediction going right now, and it looks like Phoenix Reborn overwhelmingly in favor with chat versus Drive Overload, which, I mean, both of these teams so incredibly competitive. They've had an amazing season so far, and we're only halfway through as well. So let's hear it for these two teams. It's the first series of the day. It's in the upper bracket as well. So this is pretty important for both of these guys. You know, they want to sit there nice and comfy in the grand finals, and that would be a nice place to be because then you kind of get to kick your feet back, Super Ts, and watch the rest of these games.
Yeah, watch the world burn because every team down there is just crazy good, and they're just going to all be going at each other, burning their stamina. This is going to be a wild start here in game number 1 with Phoenix Reborn Drive Overload. I'm so excited to see. I think we're going to see the Zeepai Elemental Shaman special with the Beast Mastery Hunter. This has been an upcoming composition. It's what enabled them to beat Echo, and I think it could be equally as effective against Drive Overload.
I think so as well. Let's see what they're capable of. Game number 1 here on the Grand Arena. It's best of 5 here in the upper bracket. It's Phoenix Reborn versus Drive Overload.
All right, let's see here. What are we going to see on the blind pick? Is going to be some BM Ellie Shaman coming in from Phoenix. Is Drive going to play their Feral Mage Paladin here? Or are there maybe some surprises here from these teams? We will have to see here in just a moment. Nagrand Arena gonna be I think the most important game here in this series, because whoever wins this is gonna be able to have that blind pick and map advantage moving forward in the series. So it's super important for this team, for both of these teams to win here. And also, if we looked at the lower bracket earlier, you got Echo down there, you got Bleached Bones down there. Those are two teams that you don't want to face. You just want to be winning here and then kind of relax up here in the grand finals, waiting for your opponent. So really, really important series for both of these guys to win here, Sid.
Yeah, we got returning legends, and we've got new up-and-comers going head-to-head here in the semifinals on the upper bracket. And every cup that they win, they secure points to qualify to the finals. And if they get top 3-point earnings, they will skip the gauntlet, which is this ultimate final qualifier single elimination tournament where every team fights based on their seeding to try and get that 4th spot. And right now Drive Overload are in a great position to possibly get into 1st place, and this is a composition I was not expecting from Drive Overload. And Phoenix Reborn, they led. They thought they were fighting a mage team, so they wanted this Beast Mastery Elemental, but there is no mage. Elswave is now a Death Knight. He went from, in one day, being now the best Frost Mage, taking out players like Tessia. Now he's on a Death Knight. How's he going to perform?
Yeah, we will have to wait and see here. And what's interesting is that this is the comp that Phoenix Reborn ran into Bleached Bones with Swapsy on the DK. So Drive Overload kind of copying that and taking it to use it against Phoenix Reborn here. Let's see how it works out. Immediate opener coming in here towards Zeepai. Immediate scatter shot coming out from Houston there over onto JT, but not finding the trap just yet. Numlis sitting through a trap there as well. Hex going to be landing onto JT, and both of these hunters are going to be the targets of choice. Now Numlis getting gripped into the blinding sleep, but he did manage to land that fear. Sacrifice been traded as well here for JT. Pain suppression coming out for Numlis. Oh my goodness, the damage is just insane here onto Houston, and he's gonna immediately have to use that turtle. Numlis wasn't able to connect with that PS, but the ultimate penitence is coming out here, doing a lot of work for Numlis. TJ still not out of the woods just yet. JT has a lot of work ahead of him, Sid.
Okay, let's see if they can get some major cooldowns from JT here. Another freezing trap onto Numlis. Houston still the target. Nice hexes from Zeepai. I really like that he's abusing that with no decers into a full fear. They're gonna need to win with crowd control on the side of Phoenix Reborn, because Elswave's Death Knight is just going to overwhelm them with pressure. A great anti-caster. This is really heads up if Elswave can perform at the highest level with this pick specifically. Double blinding light comes through. Zeepai trinkets. He's trying to assist with a grounding totem towards Houston to redirect some damage and some crowd control onto his healer, but it doesn't hit the Hammer of Justice. But TJ out of nowhere gets blasted down to 1%. That triple Earthshock combo from Zeepai, man. This is looking lethal.
Yeah, and now they finally get there. Oh my god, a full fear connects there onto JT as well. Divine Shield is traded immediately. Hand of Divinity does get casted there in the Divine Shield. So both teams with no cooldowns left. Numlis has his Trinket Void Shift. That's the only thing he has to work with. Full trap onto JT. TJ's on the run. Zipa is all over him. Huge damage connecting there from Numlis as well, but not able to seal the deal there as a big heal connects once again. Silence now over onto JT, but they've weathered the storm on Drive Overload, and now it's time to kick into Overdrive and try to take somebody down. Houston is taking a lot of damage there in the backline from elsewhere, but the Rapture Shields are effective. Full stun onto JT, but Houston also could fall. Numlis pushing in for the Fear. He doesn't get the Fear because of all the pets. Fear has a cap on how many targets he can hit, so JT getting a little bit lucky right there. The trap also breaking there over onto JT. They got no more CC on the side of on the side of Phoenix, and now Drive Overload pushing for the win here. Nice anti-magic zone, but an even nicer knock coming out there from Zipai, knocking them out of the defense there for just a moment.
TJ's got Roar Sack. Here comes another Hex by Zipai. He doesn't get around the corner in time. Is he going to be able to get it onto JT here? Who's he going for with that Hex? He's decided to opt out of it at this point. Numlis tanks a kick. Zipai is stunned up, but a nice double Fear comes in from Numlis once again. They need to continue to chain the crowd control. Can they out of the Fear? They get a scatter shot. Is that going to be long enough? Numlis is scattered as well. Houston is taking the bad end of this exchange as he's at 50%. He silences up JT. He's trying to keep his team in the match. TJ ducks behind the pillar, but Zipai is right on top of him. Zipai is right in melee range of TJ, knocking everyone out of line of sight with the Thunderstorm, but TJ still recovers ultimately. It's Fusion now on the back foot. Pain Suppression comes up in 1 second for Numlis. He's probably going to trade that almost immediately on this next incoming crowd control.
Yeah, Numlis, what is he going to do? He might need to use it right now. The Void Shift comes through. He gets silenced on the Void Shift. They could swap to Numlis here, but he manages to reposition there. Pain Suppression being traded now as well. Houston is taking so much damage. Beautiful Blinding Sleet there to pause that Pain Suppression. And here comes the Hammer of Justice onto Numlis. Everybody's cleaving, and that is going to be it. Drive Overload actually going to be falling there in that exchange. Phoenix Reborn looking good so far in this game number 1, but that was an absolute nail biter there, and despite this kind of a counter pick that Drive Overload decided to opt for, it's going to be Phoenix that takes the dub.
This is a wild matchup, and not what I was really expecting. I was expecting the Feral Mage Paladin. Drive Overload took games off of Echo with that. They've been looking phenomenal on it. Elsewave has been landing tons of counter spells and snow drifts and making really clutch plays, but they thought that it would be countered, I think, by Houston on BM Hunter and Zipai on Ellie, so they led here in game 1 with a Death Knight based composition, which typically is good into casters. It's kind of the anti-wizard specialization, but Houston's a hybrid wizard. He's also a hunter, so that physical damage, that bleed damage, doesn't get negated by any magic shield. It doesn't get negated by anti-magic zone. And I think the crowd control that they put onto JT really enabled them to get ahead in this matchup, but it was not an easy run. I mean, that Pain Suppression just became available for Numlis here at the end, otherwise Houston might have just gone down, and they squeezed through at the last second to finish off TJ in this position. So if these compositions keep going head to head, I don't know how you can predict this series outcome. But Drive Overload, they might panic and they might switch though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you want to stick to this composition? Do you want to switch in the Feral TJ Cat? I'm not sure, but a really nice ending to this match there. I really thought Houston might be the one who goes down when they got this Void Shift, and then they got the Blinding Sleet on the Pain Suppression, but they had such a good counter CC chain there onto JT with the Hex into DR Trap as well. A lot of return fire onto TJ, and the Lightning Lasso as well as the damage coming out from Zipai there. Just doing a lot of work, and it's funny because we didn't really see too much Ellie Shaman, and we saw a couple, but not really a lot of success with the Ellie Shaman. And then Zipai just comes in, and it's just looking like the best caster in the game all of a sudden. So this man is definitely back. He's performing miracles, and that's why he was the player to watch.
Yeah, we got the meta setter, trendsetter Zipai back in the competition, taking out the Cup 1 finalists, taking out Echo, sending the lower bracket, the open bracket. Now here, trying to take out Drive Overload. A very strong game number 1. I was expecting them to be in a much rougher position towards the end of that match. Going to a large map, I think, is interesting here for Drive Overload, because I would have assumed that would be better for Phoenix Reborn's composition.
Maybe they're going to switch it up. Maybe they're setting up for something else. They're maybe testing Phoenix Reborn here a little bit to see what they want to do in the blind pick. There are a lot of options on Drive Overload. So far, we have yet to see Brunhiri make his debut, but Phoenix Reborn just going to be locking in the BM Ellie once again. Drive Overload what are they going to do here? Are we going to see Brunhilde? Are we going to see the DK Hunter again and just try to clean up the gameplay a little bit? Are we going to see TJ back on the Feral? Are we going to see JT back on the Priest? There's a lot of different things that they can switch up with their composition here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of take the full minute and a half here to talk things through and decide really what comp they want to run with.
It's like the same composition here. I think matchup-wise, it looked good. I mean, they had crazy pressure on Houston the first couple of seconds. What I think is also crazy to me is AWC has been going on for so many years at this point, and I can't recall a time where we've seen Beast Mastery, Elemental, Disc Priest as a tournament-level competition. Like, this competition has been going on a long time, and there's actually new compositions still springing up here. And Phoenix Reborn looks so good on it. It looks so strong. I love the synergy between their offense and their crowd control with this composition specifically. It's one that you wouldn't expect. But the chip damage from the BM Hunter and the Elemental Shaman just eventually adds up. The Earth Shocks for their execute power, and then Numla's adding damage in on top of that as well, is really, allowing them to output a lot of pressure. So against Drive Overload, their main goal is survive the opener. Death Knight and a Beast Mastery Hunter, their cooldowns at the start of the game are very powerful. Call of the Wild specifically for Beast Mastery, and then Riders of the Apocalypse now for Unholy Death Knight. When they raise their Abomination, you'll see a giant undead creature roaming around. The Four Horsemen will also enter the fray, and that is the scariest point in the game. That's where Phoenix Reborn need to focus on surviving. That's when we saw Houston get blasted. As long as they can trade appropriately and kite and avoid these pets at the beginning of the game and still secure crowd control on the Paladin, then Phoenix Reborn should be in a good position.
Yeah, and a lot of it is going to come down to Zeepai being able to kind of kite. Maybe they should go after Zeepai more. They went after Houston. I wonder if Drive Overload is just going to switch up their targeting, because leaving Zeepai free is just such a scary thing. He was able to do so much in the match, get the knocks out of the AMZ, land multiple hexes, get clean lightning lassos, forcing trinkets, and just all of the extra damage as well. And like you mentioned, the damage from the BM Hunter is really scary to deal with, but also the damage from Ellie Shaman. I think in general, the strength of this comp is just, it's so explosive. All of a sudden, you just see like a massive triple Earthshock come through, and somebody just gets absolutely blasted. And that's one of the good things, though, for Drive Overload. At least they have a Holy Paladin, which is like one of the best healers with dealing like with really spiky damage like that. So they have that going for them, but still, it can be really, really scary. We have seen it in the past where some of these Ellie Shamans just completely destroy hunters. I think it was with Bleach Bones, where Blizzo and Jamie playing Thunder just had a 30-second long game where they just completely deleted the hunter out of the match. So it's definitely a scary damage from those Ellie Shamans.
Well, since like we're in EU, it's like a resurgence of Ellie Shaman, and then NA, it's a little bit of Shadow Priest. We saw Brua, we saw WizK as well on the move. So like, it's interesting how NA has been always about the Shadow Priest and EU has been about the Ellie Shaman, and I'm wondering when this is going to cross-pollinate. Like, which region is going to decide, like, oh, I'm going to try Ellie Shaman now and suddenly take over, or EU tries Shadow Priest and suddenly takes over, because it's always been that one clear identifier between the regions. But we're setting up Ashamane's Fall. I feel like Drive Overload might have outpicked themselves in the map. I don't know why you would want the large map as kind of a Death Knight cleave.
We'll see. We'll have to see here. Maybe they shot themselves in the foot here with this map pick, but Zeepai immediately going to be charging in, summoning the Fire Alley, looking for Elsewave. And once again, it's going to be the Hunter that's going to be the target here for Drive Overload. They're going after Houston. Houston already taking a lot of damage. Activates the Feign Death. Here comes the trap over onto Numlis. They're not able to connect the trap, though. Nice shutdown. Defensive Fear coming out there onto TJ, slowing down the Assault. Rapture active for Numlis. They got the Power Infusion. Full Hex connects onto JT. A lot of damage here now over onto TJ, but he's going to be ducking behind the pillar, and he's going to be completely fine in that opener. So far, both teams not really using too much here in the opening exchange.
That was not the opener that Drive Overload were looking. They already blew out through the Raise Abomination and the Call of the Wild, and they got like basically nothing from Phoenix Reborn. This is not a great spot for them to be in. Now they're chasing down Houston. TJ has to be careful about line of sighting, but a full Hex sneaks in, and they're leaving Zeepai open. He's taking complete control of the game, and if Houston and Zeepai lead the damage meter and lead on crowd control, there will be no chance for them to win. A triple Blinding Sleet comes through to try and stall it out into a Freezing Trap. This could be an opportunity to turn things around onto Houston. Can they stay on target? JT's really struggling back here. TJ's going to stay out of line of sight for a moment, get topped off, restabilize, strangulate now onto Numbliz. Pet stun onto Houston, holding him in place, but TJ is playing really defensive, and Zeepai is just standing on top of them. I feel like they need to punish Zeepai for his positioning.
Yeah, Houston pushing in here, looking for the next freezing trap, not able to find it just yet. Numbliz, meanwhile, is getting caught up in a diamond eyes there on his side. A nice anti-magic zone trades, Tears Deliverance, Hand of Divinity. Hand of Divinity gets shocked there by Zeepai as he continues to blast. Here comes the Lightning Lasso. Numbliz pushing in here. He's looking for the ultimate penitence, but not able to find it just yet. Nice anti-magic shell. I actually would have liked to see it on the healer there, maybe, as JT was stuck in crowd control in that moment. TJ down to 50% HP, but catches a big heal once again from JT. Will recover, but they are stuck now in the defiled ground here from the DK. They need to move out of that immediately. And here comes JT looking for the Hammer of Justice, finds it over onto Numbliz, but I don't think they have a trap to chain it with. They do actually. Diamond Eyes coming through there. Houston in trouble, caught up in the stun there, but nice shields coming out from Numbliz. They chain it there with the Strangulate, but a big shield connects, and here comes Zeepai just waddling over onto TJ. He just leaps in. Nice knock there, moving them away from the pillar. Numbliz looking for the fear, not able to find it there with that defensive anti-magic shell onto JT. That's going to slow down the crowd control.
Yeah, nice anti-magic shield there to avoid crowd control. Bloodlust comes out for Zeepai, ramping up damage. Lightning Lasso, Trinket immediately, might not matter.
Whoa.
Huge pressure, Binding Shot
Whoa.
triggers. He's dying through every cooldown in the game. He's just hovering at 10% with a few remaining seconds on that freezing trap. JT, can he get him topped? He's silenced now by the Scorpion Sting. The crowd control is endless at this point. Roar Sacrifice about to end. Blessing of Protection now forced as well as TJ looks to recover. Now Houston on the back foot. No trinket for him. If he gets caught in a stun, it could be lights out. So he's going to use Aspect of the Turtle preemptively to avoid that situation, and Drive Overload put themselves possibly back in the game. But now JT is immediately forced to use Medallion to break out of crowd control. This is a high-octane battle in game number 2.
Yeah, Numbliz caught it in the blinding light, but he's still moving in for the fear. He's pressuring JT a lot. They're going to reposition away from Numbliz here. They don't want to be dealing with that Tears Deliverance. Going to be casted for JT, and he's going to safely get that off behind the pillar. But here comes Zeepai with the Lightning Lasso once again onto TJ. Beautiful kick, though, from Elsewave, shutting it down for just a second. Numbliz moving in, looking for the fear. Can he find it? They get the full freezing trap. They try to shut down Numbliz by crowd controlling him, stalling for the fear. He trinkets out, but a nice blinding sleet on his trinket. Numbliz getting completely shut down here. He's not able to find that fear, and I think that's a big reason why they chose this map here. They don't want to be dealing with those priest fears, and Houston still pushing in aggressively here, but he needs to be careful. There's a lot of damage being traded in. There's a nice silence onto JT, but TJ behind the pillar, able to kite it out, able to avoid Zeepai's damage. There's the anti-magic zone being dropped for Elsewave as well, looking to farm some more crowd control. Here comes the Strangulate into the freezing trap. Nice defensive fear from Numbliz to slow down that exchange for a second, but he does get caught up in the Diamond Eyes. There's the full Hex onto JT. Houston and TJ, it's a race to the finish. Nice power word barrier from Numbliz is going to deflect it. Houston's going to be feeling safe with that one. Lightning Lasso coming out. Nice knock there as well from the Hunter explosive trap, I believe. And Numbliz now caught up in a full Hammer of Justice.
Survival of the Fittest is coming up in 4 seconds for Houston. Can he stay alive to it? They've got Void Shift. They're popping Power Infusion. Call of the Wild. Void Shift trades through. Call of the Wild for both Hunters. This damage is going to hit its peak here at 4.5 minutes into game number 2, but a double blinding sleet hits all the pets. Numbliz gets kicked and Elsewave is popping off. Anti-magic shield to stay on target, and Houston could drop. They life grip him around the corner, but he gets death gripped right back into the clutches of Elsewave. He disengaged. They double life grip, but it doesn't matter. And TJ, Elsewave, and JT strike back, tying things up 1-1.
Beautiful work there coming out from Drive Overload. I really think that the map actually did play into their favor here. They did a great job just kind of stalling out the fear, stalling out the crowd control, extending the match, and able to find victory there at the end of that one. Drive Overload. They're going to lose that first game, though, so if we start ping-ponging back and forth, all of a sudden, this could be a Game 5 written all over our hands here. Phoenix Reborn, they're going to have potentially another answer for this comp if they feel like they want to swap it around. But let's take a look at the last moments here. So Numbliz pushing in for the fear, manages to actually find it there over onto JT, but JT has the trinket, able to find that. And then a nice kick there from Elsewave onto Numbliz. Houston dropping very, very low. TJ pushes in there, looking for the crowd control. Houston gets gripped back by Numbliz, but look at TJ. He jumps in immediately, and Numbliz has no trinket. He's got no Void Shield. He's got nothing. Houston trying to get back into his line of sight, but the Diamond Eyes does connect, and they kind of line of sight each other there a little bit towards the end, and Numbliz kind of had to run that way because he didn't want to catch that trap. He knew there was still, 20 seconds or so left on his trinket, so not able to find it, and just good pressure overall as well from Elsewave on the DK, just making things happen.
Hope Houston doesn't have any motion sickness after that conclusion of this game, because he ping-ponged around the map into multiple locations in these final seconds, just praying that he could survive. But that Call of the Wild window is so lethal. The Abomination Limb also comboing together to hold the Hunter in range of all of the pets so that he can't escape their clutches, he can't escape the damage, is a really powerful combination of classes here. And Houston had a really good game. What? 132 million damage? Like, that's a lot of damage over TJ here in this matchup. Zeepai is keeping up, but they were just able to survive those windows, extend their chains using the anti-magic shield on the healer a bit more frequently to break up crowd control chains. I think was really key to their victory. But now Zeepai's team, they could change comp if they have something that's more suited for combating a Death Knight.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do here, but we can see here the recap coming in. JT adding in a little bit of judgment there from afar. Kill command and just all of that Hunter damage, and of course the DK with the coils. And Zeepai actually was trying to cast a couple of heals there as well, just kind of playing his role beautifully, making sure to land CC, making sure to land stuns, knocks, and also trying to heal his teammates in those scary situations, but not enough. And this time around for Phoenix Reborn. Now Drive Overload have to lock something in on the blind. I'm thinking we're going to see the same thing, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Lock in the DK Hunter. Worst case scenario, Phoenix Reborn could mirror them, or Numless could maybe swap over to a Holy Pala of his own. They could bring in Swapsy and try to, out DK Elsewave, really test him to see how good he is on that DK. There's a lot of options here on Phoenix Reborn, so it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to go with here.
Because Houston's damage is higher significantly. So if they mirrored and he can keep that damage gap, I don't know why they wouldn't win a mirror in that situation unless JT is better at Paladin possibly than Numless. Perhaps there's some way he could compensate for that differential, but it does seem like TJ at least is struggling to get his damage very high in this matchup. They're winning with crowd control and breaking up CC chains, which is a bit unexpected because you're expecting the Death Knight team to kind of be able to win with pressure. So Phoenix Reborn, they're taking their time in this series. Obviously, this is really important that you win this because you avoid Echo possibly by another round. I mean, I'm not trying to count Bleach Bones out, but you would rather, get as far as you can without having to see Echo again, I think, as any team in the tournament in order to get a safer top 3 qualification into the European finals later this year. So they're going to run the clock a little bit here, consider their options. Do they want to mirror, bring in Swapsy on the Death Knight, swap Numless onto the Paladin? Do they have some other type of surprise pick, some sort of like anti-Death Knight composition? I can't think on the top of my head that they would. Like, I don't see them as like being a Windwalker team or a Warrior team to try and be kind of counter to the Death Knight specifically. So my bet is either they're playing the same thing or they're going to mirror them.
Yeah, I think we might see the same thing, honestly, and just try to work with the map here potentially. Pier and Domain's gonna have those really small pillars, so could be enough. But it is a large map, so I wonder if that's the right line of play. If you decide to go for the Priest, you're not really gonna be able to find those spheres the same way you did on the Grand potentially, but. The clock's ticking, and we are going to see the exact same here from Phoenix Reborn. So it's going to be, a swing match here for Drive Overload. They're going to need to win this one in order to gain that map and pick advantage later on in the series. But Phoenix Reborn, they won game 1 with this. They lost game 2 with this, so probably just cleaning up their gameplay a little bit. I really like what Elsewave's doing with the anti-magic shells, though. Anytime Numless is pushing in for those spheres, he's really able to stall a lot of those crowd control chains by using that anti-magic shell onto his teammate and making him immune for a couple of seconds to incoming crowd control. So I think if Elsewave can continue to do that, a lot of those win conditions on the side of Phoenix Reborn will kind of fade away, but it could just be a easy target switch as well on the side of Phoenix Reborn. They have a lot of damage. They could try to go after JT more. They could try to go after Elsewave more. They definitely have a lot of options.
Yeah, it seems like in game number 1, Numless got a lot of fears. And the main threats from Phoenix Reborn are going to be Psychic Scream, Hex, and Freezing Trap. So chaining those crowd controls together is really important. But in game 2, it didn't feel like he got many fears on JT. It seemed like they either stopped them with Chains of Ice or Death Gripped him away or anti-magic shields, as you say, to immune the fears. So trying to enable Numless more to get fears, I think, is going to be important, unless they want to play ultra defensive and try and drag this to dampening. But I feel like the Paladin will out-mana them if they want to run that line. So I really like their aggressive play in game number 1, getting a lot of crowd control on the Paladin. Riskier line of play, but I think it's likely the highest percentage chance to win.
Yeah, definitely. And we could all be wrong here at the end of the day. Drive overload, it could come through. And I wonder actually if it did come down to a mirror, who would take it? Because I feel like Houston's BM has been looking a little cleaner than TJ's. But at the same time, I don't know, Elsewave and Swapsy and JT and Numliz, it would be really hard to see even how a mirror like that would play out. But maybe we won't get to see it at all. Maybe both of these teams just feel like we can clean it up and continue with our main compositions. To be honest, I don't kind of want to see the mirror because I just want to continue to see Zipai on the Ellie Shaman. We don't get to see the Ellie Shamans too much, and especially not in the hands of a master like Zipai. And they're going to need to do it here. Like we mentioned, there are Sharks waiting in the lower bracket, Echo down there, Bleach Bones down there. These are teams that you don't expect to see down there, but they are waiting. So definitely a sketchy place to be. But we'll see here what happens as we get game number 3 underway. 10 seconds away from the gates to open. And Empyrean Domain should be a lot easier, at least for Houston, to kind of connect more traps. And I honestly want to see maybe more hexes onto Elsewave and more traps over onto JT, or try to flip that around, because Elsewave is kind of the key player on the side of Drive Overload to shut down these crowd controls. So if they go after TJ, I want to see more cross crowd control over onto Elsewave. There's the scatter shot, immediate preemptive sacrifice though from JT in anticipating the incoming crowd control, and Zipai is just going to trade out his big damage cooldowns early on, trying to make something happen. But TJ is just completely fine with that sacrifice, and he's going to be Houston here on the back foot.
Yeah, Zipai's trying to let it rip here with Lava Burst spam on that Ascendance. Actually, even utilizing the Lava Beam, trying to pad the meter a little bit on the pets there. Flame Strike's up onto TJ. Nice, he got an Ice Fury proc, so he's going to do a lot of damage to the Hunter here, and TJ sees that, so he's going to scatter him, try and disengage away from him. JT is getting close to Zipai as well to interrupt him on his cast. That was a nice little positioning adjustment there, but he got knocked away, and he's using Hammer of Justice on Zipai and Blinding Light, so they're putting Paladin crowd control. I mean, he got to hit 2 players with that one, but it seems like JT is focusing a lot more on crowd controlling Zipai, and we'll have to see how that plays out, because it seems like the damage is still mounting in favor of Phoenix Reborn.
Ooh, Ultimate Penitence coming out here for Numliz, doing a lot of work. They're swapping over onto Elsewave actually in the matchup. TJ also getting cleaved quite a bit. Zipai looking for the damage, looking for the hex. Can he find it? He finds a full hex over onto JT. Surely this is going to be his trinket or big defensive cooldowns, but Elsewave has excellent defensive positioning throughout that. They're going to scattershot Elsewave, go after TJ. Actually going after JT here a little bit as well, but the Divine Protection trades for him. Now here comes TJ with his damage cooldowns. He's got the hand of Roar of Sacrifice, and he's going to be feeling pretty confident to push in. But look at Numliz. He just snipes a fear out of thin air. There's last now onto gets kick, Lightning Sleep coming out, full wave slowing down the damage there, managing to save a pretty dire situation with that, hitting the survival of the fittest and the exile, but still a lot of damage here over onto Elsewave as well. JT has the wings though, and he should be able to pick him back.
These sidekick screams, if Numliz can just get a couple more of those on the Paladin, they're definitely going to be able to take game number 3 here. Houston's focusing on defense right now, cutting the Death Knight, but he's just death gripped immediately back in the clutches. They life grip, and Numliz is running the double life grip, but he can't get far enough away to really utilize it. He's caught in Chains of Ice and Defile, and Elsewave is just rampaging, ransacking, and running over the entire roster at the moment. Strangulate over onto the healer. Nice powered barrier comes down. JT into a stun. Zipai knocks him out of line of sight. Going for Lava Burst, not going for crowd control just yet. Houston's disengage doesn't really take him too far away, but he's just laying into TJ. Lots of damage here with that Scatter Lightning Lasso. I love that combo to prevent the Death Knight from interrupting the Lightning Lasso. It's a really coordinated attack there onto TJ. Unfortunately, it doesn't really net them anything, so they're going to have to continue on focusing into the late game, which is going in their favor. They are building a mana lead.
Yeah, and they are building a bit of a cooldown lead here as well, as Houston had to use his last charge there of Survival of the Fittest, but TJ taking a lot of damage. Numliz caught up in the Hammer of Justice. Can they connect to the trap? They find a perfectly timed Diamond Eyes. Nice pain suppression though, right before that trap connects. Numliz waiting to the last second, but they overlap it there with the aspect of the turtle, so not really getting any value out of that one. And they chain it with the Strangulate elsewhere, looking for blood here, but they get a full hex onto JT. A lot of damage onto TJ as well, but again, he's just going to sit back and let the DK tank it out there in mid.
Oh, this damage!
Oh my goodness, the damage is huge onto TJ, having to trade out a little bit more there at the end of it. Last charge of Survival of the Fittest for him coming out there, and now a defensive fear once again on all of these pets. Numliz also rooting these pets. The Diamond Eyes is DR'd onto Numliz. Houston should be completely fine here, as Numliz potentially looks for a fear. Kenny actually doesn't have it back just yet. Full hex connects onto JT. He's going to trinket. TJ taking a lot of damage. Zipai is just hammering it in, and that's going to be the sacrifice, but he's dying through the sacrifice, and that is going to be the aspect of the turtle. They can swap to JT and potentially force the Divine Shield. Numley is caught up in a Strangulate. They're moving in for more crowd control, but Numley is with the Rapture Shield able to deflect it for a second, managing to keep his Hunter alive for just a second. Full hex onto JT. He's gonna bubble out of that one immediately, and now they have no cooldowns left on the side of Drive Overload, but Numless did have to use his trinket there outside of the Void Shift.
Zeepai is just carrying this game, just single-handedly. Put his team on his back right now, and they're basically Yoda riding on Luke Skywalker, and Zeepai is Luke Skywalker just running around, winning the game. Full stun. I think that might be it for TJ. The pets are chomping away, and JT can't get there. Zeepai's there. He doesn't even need to get there. TJ is going to go down, and Phoenix Reborn are back in it, moving to match point.
Beautiful work here. Phoenix Reborn, that last kind of exchange there did so much work for them. They're able, like you said, Zeepai is just single-handedly owning right now, really carrying hard, landing those hexes, getting the trinket, landing another one, getting the bubble, and having the damage. And of course, at the end there, wasn't able to connect to his target, but Houston was there and managed to seal the deal. You can see here, right before this all kind of underfolded here, now I'm just triggering that trap right there. They get the hex, they force out the Divine Shield, and now they both are running low on defensives. TJ not able to recover just yet, goes behind the pillar, and you can see here Zeepai moving in, looking for the damage. They get a scatter shot onto Elswith to slow him down, and then TJ does recover. He's feeling confident. They dispel the flame shocks, but then immediately huge earth shock connects. They get the stun there onto JT into the Diamond Eyes trap, and then the pets are just finishing the deal here behind the pillar, and Houston is able to claim victory with that Bestial Wrath. So Phoenix Reborn leading now 2-1, looking very, very solid here with this LE BM Hunter.
All right. I'm not going to question them switching off this composition. Now I'm wondering, is anyone going to be able to switch to their composition, moving possibly into the future for the competition? Like, what about Sol's team? What about F tier? Is this a possibility for them to possibly use in North America now that it's being debuted here in Europe? It took out Echo. It's one game away from knocking Drive Overload down to the lower bracket, and it's looking really solid. Just this constant, consistent little chip damage. The pets just chewing away, and the flame shocks and lava burst that fly through, and then the earth shocks on top of it. And Houston, we're talking about Zeepai, but I don't know. Like, we're watching Zeepai, and I see the health bar move when Zeepai's attacking. But Houston's doing like almost double everyone's damage. So it's like, who is it? Who's actually winning the game? Are we just getting debated? It's not even Zeepai. It's literally just the Hunter pets. Like,
I think Houston is performing really, really well on that BM Hunter. He's kiting, he's finding crowd control, he's surviving and finding, ways to stay effective in the match. But I don't think it's necessarily just because Houston is better at the BM Hunter. I think a lot of credit has to go Numle's way as well. He's doing these big fears on all of the pets, and he's playing the root talent as well, and just rooting all of the pets in place. And then you have Zeepai knocking the pets, slowing down the pets, and that is where most of the damage is coming from. So they're really kind of slowing down the damage of TJ as well with that.
Look at the Dark Hound, dude. That's a Dark Ranger. You just can summon in these Dark Hounds, and I didn't realize they were that insane. Look at this damage. Like, add that all up. That's like 200k, 500k, 600k. It's like almost a mil dam from the Dark Hound. I didn't know they were that serious. I thought like they were just like a little extra pet, not a big deal. They took them from 50% to 0, basically, the Dark Hounds by themselves, according to this damage breakdown. So, okay, Dark Ranger is looking pretty good here for Houston. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron. Oh, this is going to be a Hunter showdown for sure.
Yeah, and it's match point. It's Ruins of Lordaeron. It's an explosive matchup. Things are looking good for Phoenix Reborn and for you, Super Tees.
We love to see it. Match point, Runes of Lordaeron. It's going to be excellent here. Drive Overload. Are they going to be too afraid to lock in that comp after just losing? It seems like both teams are adapting on the fly game to game, because on Ashamanes it felt like, man, Drive Overload looked like they should win this matchup. Then on the Empyrean Domain, man, Phoenix Reborn looked like they should win this matchup. So this is where you start to question yourself possibly in terms of your compositions, or maybe your targeting or strategy. And do you make an alteration, or was it just a misplay? Miscommunication at certain points in the game. It seemed like early game they were shutting down Zeepai really effectively, but then later on he just got free, and as soon as he was loose, it just spiraled for them. Yeah,
and that's the problem. If you leave Zeepai loose, and It's not the best idea. Drive overload, 20 seconds to lock in their composition. Are they I mean, Runes of Lordaeron looks like they're going to set up another DK Hunter pick here, but they could mix it up. I don't think we're going to see the Feral Mage, though, on this map. I don't think it's the best map for that composition. You definitely want to kind of drag it out a little bit more to the late game when you're playing that Feral Mage, but TJ on the Feral is always, you know, something that you got to keep in mind. Drive overload, what are you guys going to lock in here? And,
what about a Feral Death Knight?
Feral Death Knight?
Yeah, TJ and Feral instead of Hunter.
It could work. I honestly wouldn't hate it on this map, especially like Feral Death Knight and just like run at Zeepai could be.
What is that? A warrior? A warrior? What? Okay.
Thundercleave.
Warriors in the chat? Any warriors in the chat? Okay, it's an elemental showdown. Elsewave has played mage. Then he went on Death Knight, and now he's going to take on Zeepai on Elemental Shaman, and I just did the history lesson on Zeepai. This guy has been the Elemental Lord of EU for a long time, and you're on match point, and you're going to walk a warrior into an Ellie and a hunter? That alone right there, I'm just like, what is going on? And then you're going to mirror Zeepai on Shaman. This is bold. That's a bold move, Cotton.
Let's see if it pays off. I will say though, in Elsewave's credit, this is not something that's like completely out of left field. He has extensive experience playing the Ellie Shaman. I mean, it's hard to pin down a main for this guy because he's so good at basically everything he touches. But if I had to pin down a main, I would say it was the Demon Hunter and the Ellie Shaman, like during Shadowlands, during Dragonflight. Those are the two kind of specs that he looked, you know, like he mained and that he was the best on. So Elsewave bringing in a blast from the past here, back to the Ellie Shaman. Brunhilde tagged in on the Warrior, and I would expect that Brunhilde was kind of joining this roster mainly for his Rogue, but he's going to be tested here on match point against Phoenix Reborn, which has just been looking absolutely incredible this weekend. And he's going to really need to show now why he is the fourth on that team when they need him. I don't know, dude. What are you thinking here? Thunder versus... I don't even know. We don't really have a composition name here for the BM Ellie. We're going to need to come up with something, but maybe the chat can help us with that.
Lightning and animals. I can't think of anything on the spot with that one, but I think this Warrior is going to have a hard time hitting things, is what
Tropical
I'm expecting.
Zoo?
Tropical Zoo? Tropical Thunder? Something.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not great with that.
This is rough for the Warrior. I could see something else maybe, but I feel like a Warrior, when you see Ellies, Mages, and Hunters, you're automatically frowny face. You're just, as soon as you see those classes on the other screen as a Warrior, frowny face. So unless they have something that's really going to enable Brunhilde to get to his target, maybe Static Field Totem and Freedom is enough to get him to his target, that I feel like it's going to be hard for him to get uptime.
It is going to be hard for him to get uptime, but if he does get uptime, things are going to get chopped. I feel like they're going to go after Houston on the Hunter again, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, that Bleach Bone series against Ultima. We saw this exact same, well, not this exact same matchup, but we saw a Hunter versus the Thunder on this exact same map, and that was the shortest game of the entire season, a 36-second kill on a BM Hunter from that Thundercleave. So the Thundercleave is definitely packing a punch, but it's going to be, I think, the hardest game here for Houston if he ends up being the target, where he is really going to need to show up, because I would say when you're picking up an alt and you're not really the target of choice, you're not being tested too much, it's not that hard to perform. But once you are the target and it's something really, really bursty like LA Warrior, that's when you're gonna really need to play a top-notch level game. The DK is gonna be a little bit more kind of burst in the opener and then more sustained damage throughout the match. But a Warrior, if the Warrior is on you, you're always scared. So we'll see here. Predictions as well. Aya 3-2, me and Van 3-2. You had a 3-1, right? I think
it could come true.
It could come
All
through.
of my dreams. Another prediction for me, possibly, to push me up on this leaderboard. I'm done with being last place, Zico. I'm done. It's over.
Yeah, my win rate tanked a little bit yesterday. In my defense, I wasn't
here.
here. I wasn't here for the last two, so I think I blame Aya on that one, but it's all good. We're here today, and today we're going to be making some more perfect predictions. So, of course, we're going to game number 5, Drive Overload. I believe in them. I believe in the composition. Let's see if they can do it. Phoenix Reborn, Drive Overload, match point. Loser drops down to the lower bracket. Winner will secure a spot in the grand finals here, and let's see it. Z-Pi versus Elsewave, the LA Shaman Showdown.
All right, it's Runes Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. And who is going to be buried beneath its soil here? Brunhilde is just charging in on it. Z-Pi, it looks like at the moment, but he's met with a lightning lasso. They hex him to interrupt the lasso. That was an interesting way to deny that. Blade Storm, but Z-Pi needs to avoid it. He gets Storm bolted. He's still charging forward, and Z-Pi is just on the run with that Master's Call at the moment and that life grip. But Brunhilde is getting uptime, and the more uptime that he gets, the more momentum he's going to build. They're trying to pressure the warrior away, but he's traded Enraged Regeneration to stay on target, and he is really pushing the envelope. Now they're going to swap off the Pain Suppression, go over onto the Hunter Fuston. Hammer of Justice on Numbliz. Elsewave, though, into the Hex, and Z-Pi's Hex play is just top-notch.
Beautiful. Ultimate Penitence coming out here for Numbliz, recovering his team and adding in a little bit of extra pressure. That was Elsewave's Trinket as well, and Tremor Totem on that last Fear. So if Numbliz can go for a Fear right now, there is no Tremor Totem available here for Elsewave. We'll see if he decides to push for it right now. It's going to be Fuston, who's going to be the target of choice. Brunhilde now swapping over to Z-Pi with the Blade Storm. A lot of cleave damage here onto everything as Brunhilde is just letting it rip. Here comes the stun though over onto Numbliz. Can they find a follow-up crowd control? No, Elsewave gets shut down, and here comes the freezing trap potentially. Fuston, is he going to be able to snipe that? Doesn't look like it. And Tears Deliverance being casted. Meanwhile, Pain Suppression coming out for Numbliz. Brunhilde is taking a lot of damage here. Beautiful Hex there onto Elsewave. Z-Pi trying to carry the game here in match point situation. Nice Fear coming out onto the DPS, but he's not able to find it onto JT, and as a result, JT is going to be able to heal through it, but they swap over onto JT, actually doing a lot of damage there. Silent Stun combo. JT is going to trinket it. Divine Protection coming out. Can they force the Divine Shield? Doesn't look like they have the damage just yet, but they do have maybe a potential low trap. Houston looking for it. Elsewave getting a Hex there onto Z-Pi, slowing things down. There's the low trap over onto JT as they look to swap back onto the Warrior.
I think that could be an effective strategy. Swap Paladin, trap him low, and then switch back. But Houston's in trouble. Did they get the Repentance? No, Z-Pi blocks it with a Grounding Totem. Really well played. Z-Pi's got great utility and defense on this Elemental Shaman. They catch Brunhilde in a Lightning Lasso, but JT has Sacrifice up, so they can't go for the trap. They're going to swap off to him with the Sacrifice, which is really effective, and then as soon as it ends, then they can look for the Freezing Trap. Call of the Wild is out. Houston's ramping his damage. He's trying to take out JT by himself. Can a Beast Mastery Hunter kill a Paladin? 1v1 here behind the Tombstone. It's not looking too good for Houston, but JT's charging in. Another Hammer of Justice. Z-Pi on the back foot. He's pummeled. Limited defense for him in this position, but JT is just dead out of nowhere. Houston is starting to tear in. If Z-Pi can get a couple of Earth Shocks here, it could be devastating. They silence him. Do they have a stun out of the silence? It doesn't look like it. Now Houston on the back foot. They're punishing him for his aggression. He almost goes down. Clutch Void Shift from Numbliz, but it's dicey for Phoenix Reborn in game number 4.
Yeah, they just got a Pain Suppression charge back. That will be the last line of defense here for Phoenix Reborn. We could be going to game number 5, but meanwhile, Brunhilde is getting blasted. Nice scatter shot onto JT, but they don't have the trap to follow it up. And as a result, I think Brunhilde is going to be completely safe. He's feeling a bit pressured to stay in midfield. Lightning Lasso DR coming out there onto Brunhilde, but he's completely recovered. He's popping his cooldowns. Here comes Houston's cooldowns as well, though. A lot of damage being exchanged from both sides. JT pushing in for the Hammer of Justice. Nice knock, though, from Z-Pi. He's going to pin him back for a second. Numbliz trying to do what he can with the Rapture Shields. He's going to need to really make that last Pain Suppression charge count. Elsewave landing a kick there onto the Penance, looking for the Hex. Did Numbliz def it? No, he's stuck in that Hex. It gets dispelled, though. Beautifully done there by Z-Pi as JT looks for the Hammer of Justice once again. He has the Repentance as well to follow it up. They're going to need to make sure to shut it down if he goes for it, but no, it's just going to be the Hammer of Justice. Nice pause there on the damage with that blinding shot coming out from Houston. That was the last Pain Suppression, though, for Numbliz. Now they got nothing left to work with except aggression on the side of Phoenix Reborn. They need to make something happen offensively.
They're just not finding any openings. Their defense is starting to crack and they're starting to break, and it's looking like Drive Overload could take this to a game number 5. They really need to focus on getting Medallion from JT and Divine Shield with crowd control at this point, but Houston's too far away. He's in a Stormbolt. They're pressuring him. Elsewave shut down on his Hex by Z-Pi. Z-Pi repositioning out of range. Numbliz is coming in for a Fear, but there's a Tremor Totem to immediately answer for it. Now Numbliz had to trinket out of a stun, and Houston might just die. A full Hex comes through, and it looks like Z-Pi decurses it. Houston's Aspect of the Turtle, he cancels it to try and build up some momentum. This is their big push. They need to get a major cooldown. They get the Medallion from JT. They need to land another trap and get the Divine Shield. Perhaps they can overwhelm him with damage. We are at 20% dampening.
Yeah, Houston pushing in for the trap. Can he find it? JT with no sacrifice for it if they can. Numlis sitting through another hex there, but it does get dispelled by Zeepai. Zeepai also running low on his defensives. They could definitely swap to him and take him down. Look at Elsewave. He's blasting everybody here on the side of Phoenix Reborn. Elsewave, though, kiting back a little bit towards Houston, dropping so low. Huge damage. Connects there at the last second, but the pain suppression rotates back up for Numlis. He gets another big shield there, and another pen has nice defensive fear coming out from Brunhilde. Tears Deliverance being casted there by JT. Brunhilde, though, taking so much damage. Ultimate Penitence coming out there for Numlis, almost blasting Brunhilde out of the lob. And meanwhile, Elsewave also taking so much damage. They're pushing in. Numlis is looking for the fear. The whole team is dying on the side of Drive Overload. JT repositions with the Divine Shield. Brunhilde might just go down here. The pet damage is too great. Full fear on the entire team of Drive Overload. Numlis and Phoenix Reborn do it in game number 4. They will advance to the grand finals.
Oh my god, I thought it was over for them. Their defense, everything was falling apart for them, and then just out of nowhere, they just kill everyone on the other team. It's like they're just winding up their punch like Donkey Kong or something. Just winding up, winding it up, and then just
the helicopter punch.
Yeah, just swung it at them at the last second to be able to win that, because it wasn't looking good for them, at least for like the last minute straight. It was just them panic surviving at 1%. I think, is this the pain suppression at 1%? This is where I was like, what? Because he's died through pain suppression. He's 50% HP with pain suppression and almost dies. Life gripped with a big shield, and then Brunhilde has got this tough decision, like, do I chase? Do I go around? I don't know, man. I'm scared. I'm going to stay back. I'm going to hit Zeepai. Now I'm going to go in. Now I'm going to hit the Hunter. And then this ultimate penitence, I was like, oh god. And Brunhilde saw it. He's like, I got to get out of here, bro. And he gets back behind the pillar, but then the remaining damage hit Elsewave, so he had to wall that. And then Numlis comes in, and Numlis was so key to victory in this entire series. If he didn't get these fears, they would not have been able to win the game. JT would have been able to recover here. So he gets a fear, no Tremor Totem,
Mass
with
Dispel.
2 targets low, Mass Dispel the bubble, there's no bops, there's no trades, and yeah, Numlis was an MVP here in these final seconds, turning that up, keeping his team alive at 1%, and then going aggro immediately after.
Yeah, that was really nice kind of momentum shift there with the Ultimate Penitence. And then I want to see it again here towards the end. I think they shock Elsewave on nature, and that's why he goes for that last second Master Spell, because the bubble had been active for a while there for JT, but he knows if I can get this bubble, I will deny the Tremor Totem and get a double fear. So it's really huge, and you can see it there, Ultimate Penitence coming out for Numlis, and then Elsewave, I think, actually got shocked a little bit later on here. So this was where JT decides to bubble, and they get the heals. There's the bubble, gets some flashlights there, big heals connecting, and look at Numlis. There's the shock on Elsewave, and then he gets the Master Spell as a result into the double fear. A little bit on the bubble. He didn't like pre-Master Spell or anything, but he went for it when he knew there was no way that the enemy team is gonna interrupt his cast. And those split-second decisions, man, those clutch plays, forcing the game into a 3 versus 1 this late into the match. It's just instantaneous GG if that happens. So Numlis, it's good to see him here, and he's been performing. He's got a solid roster, he's playing with a really solid roster, and Swapsy's kind of first appearance on broadcast is going to net him a ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is a really strong team. I'm really excited to see how they play it out now in the grand finals in that lower bracket, man. It's like grand finals every single series of the day pretty much, even though they're in the lower bracket as far as quality. And Zeepai is just looking so fresh on that elemental shaman. He's showing these new kids on the block how it's done. Like, all these new wave elemental shamans forgot what hex is. They just don't even have it on their bar. They don't even talent into it. Zeepai's like, you guys forgot about this stuff, okay? This is the fundamentals, so I'm going to show you here.
Love it. Old Tiger coming back, showing everyone how it's done. All right, well, Phoenix Reborn, they're in the grand finals. As these guys said, Drive Overload, they do have another chance to bring it back, potentially get a rematch. But we've got 4 teams left in the European region. And I'm curious, Zico, how you feel like Phoenix Reborn could do against any of them. Do you feel like this is a team that could actually win this thing?
Absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to call it, right? Because in the so the finals in the first cup was Drive Overload versus Echo, and it looked like Echo was just going to kind of walk over Drive Overload, but then they just found their stride with the Feral Mage Pally, and they made that a really competitive finals. Phoenix Reborn coming out of nowhere, sends Echo to the lower bracket in the open bracket. Now they send Drive Overload to the lower bracket. So if you're watching this, you're thinking, well, Phoenix Reborn must be the team to beat. But you have Bleach Bones here as well, which almost beat Phoenix Reborn. Such a close series. It could have really gone either way. That's the series that Mercy was talking about in his tweet. So it's just, it feels like Drive Overload could have won this series. It feels like Drive Overload could have won the finals. It feels like Echo could still win this entire thing. And it feels like Bleach Bones can beat everybody as well if they can beat Echo. So it just feels like all the top teams right now in EU, usually it feels pretty top heavy. It usually feels like Echo is like one kind of caliber above the rest, but it doesn't feel like that right now. It feels like all of these teams can beat each other and just gonna be about who shows up on the day.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially as evidenced by that last series. I can only hope that it continues to be just as exciting, just as competitive. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be two teams that were also questionably in the lower bracket, but I'm sure are extremely ready to have a chance to fight against Phoenix Reborn in the grand finals. It's Bleached Bones versus Echo coming up next after this break. Stick around. It's going to be a banger of a series, I'm sure. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in for this series because I am particularly excited about this one. We are here in the lower bracket. We're going to knock out one of these teams, and it's either going to be Echo, who came into this weekend first in standings, or Bleached Bones, a team of European household names in the EU region for AWC. Jamie, Mercy, Lontar, Blizzard, Blizzo. I called him Blizzard. I mean, he may as well be. Dude's absolute legend here, of course, with Warrior. We're even seeing him adapt some new specs recently as well. And I know that we predicted this one, but I don't have faith in my prediction, Lithy. This could go anyway.
It's a tough one to call, quite honestly. I mean, on one side you have Echo, on the other side you have Bleached Bones. My heart kind of says Bleached Bones, but since we have a leaderboard for predictions, you kind of gotta vote for some points, you know? So I think Echo is gonna take it, but I would love for Bleached Bones to kind of upset this entire weekend, because the quality of play definitely is there. I'm very curious if they're gonna stick to Blizzo on the Rogue, if they're gonna keep bringing him in. That might be kind of the biggest... They might fall or they might actually win with it scenario or factor for me in this series.
Yeah, I think so also. And, you know, we do seem to think that Echo is going to come out of this one alive. But, I mean, Super Tees, what do you think? We've seen some new comps coming from this team, some new specs that they're adapting. What would you like to see them maybe do to overcome Echo?
It's tough because I mean, I can't see Blizzo's Rogue being up to snuff against Waz. Like, that's just like a matchup where they're coming into this and it's like, do you really think you can do that, or are you just gonna have to respect it and maybe play some type of elemental shaman comp, given that we've seen Phoenix Reborn starting to do so well with it, and they have Jamie, who's been one of the top elemental shamans in the region for a long time. So lots of things to consider for them.
Yeah, most definitely, and I'm sure they're considering that as they head into this, because they're facing elimination, both of these teams. Those points are so important. So depending on who goes home, that's it. They're halfway through the season to make points to get into that top 4, which is what everybody is hoping for, of course, by the end of the weekend. So Bleached Bones versus Echo, quite a lot on the line for this series heading into game number 1.
Well, let's open the gates. It's the Grand Arena and Mercy on the Shaman. That's a surprise here.
Yeah, it's trouble because they got Jamie as the Ellie, but they need a BM Hunter. So they obviously think Mercy is better at Shaman and Jamie would be better at Hunter as he's been practicing it, but they're taking Phoenix Reborn's composition. Is it going to be enough to beat Echo, or are they prepared? Because they are facing the barrel of the gun of RMP on Echo's side, and they're immediately starting on the Paladin, getting Divine Protection and possibly trying to punch through it, but a big heal comes through, and I don't think that Lontar should be dying to this early aggression, and now Bleached Bones have an opportunity to turn it around. Raikou already feeling the pain.
Yeah, exactly. Raikou the big target, but a little bit of swaps over onto Waz. We've seen that work very, very well as the focus target here with the Rogues in NA yesterday. Let's see if Bleached Bones was watching while wargaming. For the moment, Lontar is stuck in another kidney shot. Waz makes the swap over. Raikou gets counter shot here on the attempt to polymorph. So no follow-up on the CC, but Lontar is still dropping so much damage coming through. Mass CC'd up. Maybe they can follow up with a good trap and get some CDs here. But Lontar is just dying, gets forced to bubble 1 minute in, and this is opening all sorts of doors for Echo.
But it's not completely hopeless. They got Ice Block. They've kicked Matt on a heal. Waz is getting low, and now they know what they're going to do. So Lontar, I think, needs to cross the map. He needs to do big lines and kite away. I don't think running around on one box is going to work with him, and he's still kind of sticking to that strategy, but Waz is there now, and Waz can use this pillar against him. Mercy can't really help. They've feared him behind the pillar. Mercy trinkets out to try and get there, but he's out of their line. They can't help Lontar at all. He might just die through Divine Protection. Is he still on Forbearance? It's a close call for Lontar right here. Waz is still right on top of him. Mercy's trying to toss out some off heals, and Lontar's trying to escape off to the side, but Waz is relentless in his pursuit. He trades Cloak of Shadows to try and immune a stun and stay on target. Met trinkets out of the Hammer of Justice. Jamie is now low out of nowhere, but Raikou is still getting blasted. It's quite even at this point as Lontar survives another swap on his life.
Yeah, but man needs to throw in the barrier. The pressure from the Ellie BM Hunter is considerable. Nice Ring of Frost here from Raikou. Perfect CC lineup. The followed polymorph in Jamie. He gets the Sacrificial Roar out, and Lontar should be fine here for the moment. Has Divine Protection back up, as well as a Trinket and 2 Bobs to work with, as Meh is sitting in a trap. Once again, Bleached Bones trying to send the damage onto Raikou. Follow-up Hodge does not do too much due to the duration reduction of the DR, and now Waz finds Lontar not in behind the pillar in another kidney shot. Call of the Wild, though, and Jamie will be sending all that BM Hunter damage. For the moment, Raikou is the big target, but Meh has the Rapture Shields to counteract all that setup damage, and with a few cheap shots and a Polymorph, once again, Bleached Bones find themselves on the back foot. This time around, Jamie, the target, down to 20%. Lontar trying to get the heals in, stabilizing his team, but the Hunter is dropping lower and lower. Echo unrelenting in their assault, and Jamie just dropping down lower and lower with every passing second. Survives the duel from Waz, though. Blinding Light from Lontar to create a little bit of distance, a little bit of peel for his team. But here's the Smoke Bomb setup. They're sending it onto Jamie. He only has the turtle left. Might have to Trinket and use that. Actually gets the turtle out without the Trinket, but Lontar still stuck in a Polymorph. Jamie desperately needs some heals.
Oh man, he gets a big heal right there just in the nick of time to recover, but it was Lontar's Trinket, and now he's actually just down to 50% once again, and Echo's target swap has really thrown Bleached Bones for a loop. Jamie is exploding bot, but it might not matter. They trap Waz in desperation to slow down their attacks, and somehow once again take a moment of reprieve, but that counter spell from Raikou around the corner, how is he going to survive? Lontar's trying to escape away from Raikou. They hex the mage to try and slow down his aggression, but a full Polymorph has landed. Survival of the Fittest comes up in 2 more seconds. He stuns Waz. 1 more second. Can he survive to it? Survival of the Fittest pops. He's reducing damage on himself here, but the crowd control is endless. Lontar's now into a full blind. Do they have anything out of this? They have a stun? It doesn't look like it. Lontar might actually be able to pull this back from the brink.
Yeah, Jamie with some great kiting there. Waz pops the cloak in offensively as they're trying to hammer the advantage home. They fear Mercy. Jamie down to 10%. Lontar has nothing left in the tank. No Bob, no sack, no nothing, no Trinket. With a Roar of Sacrifice, maybe Jamie can stay alive long enough. Lontar is trying to bring the heals into his Deliverance. Gets kicked by Waz. That's no casts on Lontar for another few seconds, but Jamie once again finds himself safe behind the pillar. Full Ring of Frost. The setup on Lontar is great. They just need to run down the Hunter here in the next few seconds. The Polymorph follow-up. Lontar is on every single DR imaginable right now, and if there is a single opportunity for Bleached Bones to strike back, it might be just now, but Waz has the Shadow Blades in a full go on top of Jamie's Call of the Wild. It's not good enough, but Jamie gets out of the Smoke Bomb. This is massive. This might actually save his life as Waz swaps over, brings the cheap shot in, but the damage is still good. There's the tail end of his HB bar on the duel, but the scatter shot is in, and Jamie beautifully peeling for himself.
He had great positioning throughout that, but it might still be over for him. Sacrifice for Lontar. He's immune to CC. He's charging in. He stuns up the Priest. They need aggression. Raiku's almost going to have his second block back. They just have no pressure against them. Mercy hasn't been able to get anything going for the team. Here comes another setup. Roar Sacrifice is preventing those critical strikes onto himself, making himself durable in this position. There's a freezing trap. This is where Mercy needs to step up. He needs to get some big Earth Shocks onto Raikou in this moment in time, but they're actually just choosing to hex him. He's going to Trinket out of the stun lock, and Raikou is totally stabilized with that pain suppression. Meh is in position for a fear. Mercy needs to get ready with the Tremor Totem. Raikou gets gripped towards the pillar. Jamie's chasing after him. Binding Shot, Hammer of Justice, big pressure. They need to get a major cooldown from Raikou right here. Can they manage to do it? Jamie luckily does survive another kidney shot. Full blind. He pre-feigned deaths here on the fear, and Mercy actually pre-tremors the fear as well, but they sap out of the blind. Crowd control is still coming. Meh is getting in position. Raikou is there. Half Polymorph. Jamie's still on the back foot. Has Exhilaration. Trades it out immediately, activating that Survival of the Fittest with it, but now it's over, and Lontar trinkets, but the damage is overwhelming. Waz follows up with the kidney shot. 7 seconds away from Aspect of the Turtle. 5 seconds away. 4 seconds away. 3 seconds, and it will not come in time. Echo are looking clean in game 1.
What an unrelenting assault from Echo here. I don't think Bleached Bones ever found themselves in a position where they can really put the pressure onto Echo. Yes, they got some defensives. Yes, they got an early ice block from Raikou, but outside of that, it's just looking hopeless at the moment. And quite honestly, I like Jamie's performance on the BM Hunter, but Mercy on the Ally Shaman, not quite what I would have expected out of him.
It seemed like they were conflicting as far as what they wanted to do. It's just he wasn't able to get pressure, and he wasn't getting hexes. In this type of matchup, you can get hexes on the mage, but obviously they want to attack the mage, so maybe they should pressure the rogue a little bit more if they want to hex the mage, and then swap back to the mage in those windows. But it just felt like their crowd control wasn't there. I didn't see any scatter shot lightning lassos like we were seeing from Zeepai's team in the upper bracket. It just felt like their offense wasn't as coordinated. They were kind of expecting to win just playing passive, and I don't think that's going to cut it. I don't think it's going to cut it.
No, absolutely not. It's also, especially towards the later stages of the game, right? We saw a lot of defensive plays with the CC, right? Of defensive trap on Waz, scatter shot on Waz, just for Jamie to get away and stay alive a little bit longer. And against a team like Echo, that's not gonna keep you in the game. That's delaying the inevitable for a few more seconds, maybe a minute or two. But ultimately, you need to find some sort of recipe that changes up this matchup a little bit. And I think you're onto something very important. The hexes. Land the hexes, get on Waz, pressure the rogue, make sure he can't just free reign CC everyone the whole time. That might be an angle here. But it looks like we're going to hook point, Bleached Bones picking a very close quarter map, and Echo sticking to RMP.
There's no way they pick Ellie Hunter on this. I think there's going to be a curveball here for game number 2. I think likely it's Blizzo. Yeah, Blizzo's coming in. Oh, it's an NA! NA is coming over to EU. That doesn't happen very often.
Okay.
Usually it's EU telling us that NA is bad. But here today, for the first time, EU is taking an NA comp, okay? I'm just going to say it. It's the first time. EU is taking an NA comp. They're taking an F tier comp against Echo. RMP tier. It gets its own tier.
Just to make sure everyone is aware, you're talking about the team F tier. It's not actually an F tier comp. It's a pretty good comp, actually. So I'm very excited to see, I'm joking, obviously, what Jamie on his main on the Ellie Shaman can do. And of course, Blizzo. He has been practicing Windwalker for quite a while now. I think we've seen him bring that out every now and then in Dragonflight, but this is his first game on the Windwalker this expansion, or did I miss one?
He's definitely played it on and off. He's played it at the finals at BlizzCon. He's definitely very well versed on Windwalker. I'm not going to question his ability on Windwalker relative to Warrior whatsoever. I think this is a lot more of a comfort composition for them, and they saw the strategies with static field and leg sweep, stacking enemies for multiple leg sweeps. So I think this could do it. It's what was beating the mage comps in NA. Almost none of the mage comps were able to win. Of course, Echo, that's a different level of mage, but it makes sense to try it based on comfort of classes and the track record shown so far for it.
Absolutely. It's definitely a curveball for Echo, because I don't think there's too many teams that actually practice this too much in EU at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bleached Bones can manage to catch them off guard. If this game goes the way of Bleached Bones, this is where the series really is going to heat up, and where it's all on Echo trying to kind of adjust to this. If they have a game plan, or if they have a strategy that doesn't quite work out on hook point right now, but might come to fruition in the later stages. That's usually what we see from Echo. They make these smart adaptations, they figure out mid-series how to beat the enemy team, even if they are presented with a curveball opportunity. And Bleached Bones, on the other hand, well, they gotta keep racking their brains. They look to even out the series. It's the lower bracket after all. Winner goes on to the lower finals, and the loser goes home.
Let's see what they can do here. Blizzo tagged in, Mercy to the bench, Jamie back on Elemental, and they pull Waz out of stealth with a Ring of Peace immediately. Beautiful. And they root him on his re-stealth, denying the opener here. This is clutch from Bleached Bones. Waz gets rooted up again, but a double fear comes through. That's going to be dispelled. Really good positioning. Now fear is on cooldown. They grip Raikou away from the leg sweep. Blizzo's chasing after him to reconnect. Jamie is just popping Ascendance immediately. Waz is shutting it down. Kidney shots and cheap shots for everybody, but he gets grappled. He can't re-stun. Jamie is ducking over towards Raikou, but they can't stop the sheep. They're going to trade cooldowns in this initial exchange and stun up Waz and try and keep him under control with these roots and cap stuns. And so far, based on this composition, I feel like they're doing a much better job of controlling Waz.
Yeah, it's looking good for the start, but now Waz is finding Lontar. The Divine Protection is in immediately, but the damage is a massive coming through from Raikou with the Icy Veins. Lontar's just dropping lower and lower, and Meh had CC Jamie out to the side with the Mind Control. Double Fear coming through as well. They're swapping over into the Shaman. Nothing left in the tank except for the Burrow that needs to be tossed in. Such a massive wall of defensives that Bleached Bones just had to sacrifice, and they're not quite through the hustle yet. The bubble is available for Lontar. He might actually need to press it. Jamie is just dying in the smoke bomb.
The
healing
mind
surge is coming through. Mind control from Meh out of nowhere is incredible. Lontar kicks the channel, hodges up Meh, and is trying to stabilize the Shaman, but does he have the throughput? Leg sweep defensively from Blizzo, and finally the sack from Lontar comes in, but what a push from Echo.
Oh my god, Jamie is so thankful that he lived right there. I think Lontar, you know, when you're mind controlled, it's an enemy target, and then you self-cast heals on yourself. I think he might have tossed a big heal on himself instead of Jamie during that mind control, and that's why his health was paused for so long. But they got another full polymorph. This could be Lontar's trinket at any moment if he's not careful. Man is looking for more mind controls. He gets Ring of Peace away by Blizzo. Full blind now into Lontar. Waz is on fire. That forces the trinket immediately. Jamie's wall comes up in 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds. Big heal comes in. He's popping out some Earth Shocks, but we're not seeing too much pressure even as a result of those Earth Shocks. Here's Ultimate Penitence into the sky. Grounding Totem is down, and Lontar gets stunned behind the pillar. Can Raikou get there? Can Meh get there for the fear or the polymorph? Another cheap shot comes through. Meh dispels the root to get in range. They get the fear. There's no Tremor Totem. They wall immediately here on the side of Jamie, but he gets step kicked, mind controlled at low health. There's a full sheep. They drop the mind control. Blizzo is trying to solo carry the game right now on Raikou. How much pressure can Blizzo get out right now? He's got to get a lot, and he's not finding it. Raikou escapes, and now this next setup could win the game. Maybe even just perhaps right now with this 1 second left on polymorph. Jamie is taking so much pressure.
Yeah, Raikou has the power infusion from he's pumping like a madman, has the Icy Veins up as well. Full polymorph on Blizzo, such a good job at just peeling for himself here. Re-poly, the third poly in as well, and Jamie just dropping lower and lower. The CC setup on Blizzo is what they're missing. 2 seconds onto the kidney shot. Waz looking for the next opportunity here. Meh has defensives left in the tank. There's the Shadow Step over onto Lontar, into the full polymorph, into the swap over onto Jamie. It's a beautiful setup, but Blizzo comes in with the lockdown, and Jamie burrows out to safety. Another setup survived here by Bleached Bones, but they need to start pushing at some point soon. And Waz duels him with the Shadow Blades. Massive damage. Healing Surge is coming through with a precock proc. Jamie just outplaying the kicks here for just a moment, and Lontar sitting in a full kidney shot. The Lightning Lasso defensively gets kicked immediately, and Raikou is on top of him, but Lontar brings in the sack. This should be enough, and the swap over to Raikou is dangerous. Meh has to grip him out.
Oh, now they're on to Waz. He gets gripped out as well. Blizzo into the cheap shot, and Blizzo just struggling to get his footing here. He can't stick to his target. Triple crowd control. Blizzo trinkets, but what can he do? He's rolling over to Raikou, but Waz is still right on top of Jamie. He's getting critically low. His Astral Shift comes off cooldown. A miracle moment for Jamie. Once again, he can perhaps survive through this attack and keep his team in the match, but there's a full kidney shot from Waz. He doesn't care about Astral Shift. He doesn't care about Stone Bulwark. They purge off the Absorb. Jamie is blasting Raikou. It is a duel to the death at this point in the middle of the map. Raikou is a bit afraid of it, though, as he's blinking back with his healer to the opposite side and preparing for him to recover him out of these stuns, but they're stacked for a double leg sweep. But Jamie's still the one on the back foot. He stuns Waz behind the pillar. He's trying to line of sight Raikou. He's trying to keep Lontar out of range of polymorph for Divine Shield in 22 seconds. So 22 seconds is basically an eternity away at this point. If they get any crowd control, Smoke Bomb comes down. Lontar has a tough decision. Does he run in and get feared, or does he just stay there and pray that Jamie survives? He prays that he survives, but Meh is moving in. They get the full fear. They tremor it. Lontar's Divine Shield is up in 2 more seconds. 1 more second. They are playing on the edge of their seats at this point.
Yeah, and another polymorph comes in on Lontar's Wings proc. Jamie trying to kite away. Lontar desperately holding onto that bubble for another 10 seconds until the trinket. Jamie gets a big heal in and should be okay for the moment. They counter pressure onto Raikou. Nice defensive kidney shot on Blizzo, keeping the Monk out of the danger here for a moment as Jamie is down to 20% once again. Lontar trying desperately to keep him alive. Another sack makes it through. The CDs rotating back up, and the cheap shots are in. Nice defensive polymorph as well. Blizzo just shut down by Raikou as much as possible, but they're swapping over onto Waz. Massive damage on the Rogue. Not quite the follow-up they were hoping for, but Jamie burrows away, should be fine, while Lontar is sitting in the cheap shot gouge. Follow-up, is there a polymorph? No, they don't quite find it, but the judgment is in on Meh. Full Hodge stun as Raikou finds another Dragon's Breath on Blizzo, but he's pressured relentlessly further and further out. Maybe we can see an Ice Block here in just a moment. Slowly but surely, the momentum seems to turn for Bleached Bones, but Lontar has to bubble to keep his team alive.
Yeah, block traded for Bubble and Astral Shift. This is an overlap on the side of Bleached Bones. That's actually an opening now for Echo in the immediate future. Meh is ramping up damage. He gets shut down for a moment by Blizzo, and Blizzo's making his way over to Raikou, while Raikou is on hypothermia for a few seconds and can't block, but Raikou's blinking in. They fear the Monk. They stun the Shaman. Shaman trinkets immediately, but there's still a polymorph. Jamie's on the run. He's in line of sight of Raikou. He can free cast on him if he's not careful. Big flurry combo, but he grounds the flurry hit there. Nice grounding totem from Jamie. They get an off kick, but here comes another smoke bomb, but Blizzo doesn't care. He's going for the kill at the moment, and Jamie Lightning Lassos was a swap to him with that. He trinkets immediately. Jamie's trying to blast, but that cooldown overlap could cost them the game right now. Jamie is critically low. He Earth Elemental stuns Waz to try and pause the game. Waz shadow steps away. Jamie's got an opportunity to kite with that ring of peace in between Waz and himself, but Waz gets there. Cheap shots are coming in. Thunderstorm punts Waz off into the corner and buys him even more time on the clock, and Jamie is having a really good game right now.
It's looking amazing for him on the alley Shaman Mare. This is out of Ultimate Penitence. Pops in the Archangel, last line of defense outside of the barrier and the pain suppression. Echo needs to be careful, trying to grip Raikou on top of Lontar, but Lontar hodges and ducks out of line of sight. Massive damage on the mage. Is this maybe even the first, or actually the second ice block of the game? Lontar throws in the sack. Mana-wise, it's starting to look dire for Mare as well. Bleached Bones just needs to hang on for a few more seconds. Triple fear. Can Echo make something happen off the back of that? Jamie is looking great in terms of defensives. Blizzo unkillable as the Monk at the moment, and there's the Astro Shift. First wall down as Bleached Bones drop lower and lower, but the damage is great. Blizzo with a massive leg sweep. Waz under fire. The defensive duel coming through, and a great ring of peace to keep Waz away from Jamie. Hodge from Lontar. Waz tries to reconnect, finds the full kidney. 15 seconds on the trinket after Lontar fire-blooded the CC and the damage earlier, and Waz is trying to follow up. Nice inline here onto Mare. The Shadow Blades are out, and Jamie just trying to get away for the moment. The swap over onto Raikou forces the ice block, and Super T's Echo is bleeding out.
Yeah, Bleached Bones are very close to a win here. They've got Medallion, they've got Avenging Wrath. I think at this point it's kind of hard to track with the cooldown timer here, but their pressure is still high. Dampany is almost at 40%, and Meh just can't heal anymore. They get a Ring of Frost. They need to close this game right now. Jamie knows it. He blocks it with a burrow. He's beneath the ground. He knocks Meh up before he can get a fear, buying time for Lontar to stun him, but there's a blind from Waz for follow-up. Ring of Frost hits Blizzo. Really unlucky to hit that on the corner there. It's going to slow down his aggression. Now he's into a polymorph. They just need to stay on target and keep pumping out damage. Another Lightning Lasso on Waz. The Lassos are looking really good in this game. I like that he's using the Spirit Walker's Grace to immune the counter spell and guarantee that stun, but Raikou and Meh, they're closing in on Lontar. They're boxing him against the wall right now. Another smoke bomb comes through. Is it going to be enough? Lontar with the pre-read, insane play, and now Raikou is likely going to be in trouble. Meh into the stun, needs to get ready to Void Shift. He triggered Void Shift, Desperate Prayers, and that's pretty much the last major cooldown, unless actually Pain Suppression is coming up in 1 second. This is a nail-biting game too.
It's gonna come down to the wire. Lontar almost out of mana. Jamie has the last Astral Shift coming through. A Tremor Totem available for any fear pushes that Meh is going for. But who is gonna fall first? That's the big question. A Bob is in. Lontar has Bubble in 2 seconds. Another Mind Control from Meh. Desperately trying to bring some momentum back towards his team. Waz, the next target, getting cleaved. Blizzo polymorphed up. Once again, Raikou playing an insane defensive game as Lontar is trying to keep Jamie alive somehow with no mana and no gas left in the tank. Hodge is available, throws that into the mix. Raikou down to 20%, reblinks back onto the Ring of Peace, and Blizzo is just trying to close the distance. Meh is completely tanked as well as Lontar, but Jamie, the one to fall first. It might just look like it. The double Urshocks come through. Leg sweep, Raikou down, but this game is far from over. Jamie on 20%. Waz just really wants to send him home, but he gets this beautiful grapple weapon here by Blizzo. Certainly, this knockup is the end of the line, and Bleached Bones with a massive power move will shut down Echo unless Jamie actually falls here. Echo unrelenting Super T's, they don't give up that easy.
I mean, Meh's not going to 1v3 them now at this point. Bleach Bones do it, but I mean, that is as close as it comes. And I think Phoenix Reborn series was just as close in their 3-2 as their BM Hunter Elite comp. So to take Echo is not going to be an easy time. It's not going to be a cakewalk. Bleach Bones are going to have to work for it. They're going to have to sweat for it. It's going to be tears. It's going to be insane. Lots of times, and for like basically the first 5 minutes, I was like, Echo are going to take this. Like, they've gotten so many cooldowns. They're basically one setup away, but Bleached Bones found a way to sneak by just in time to get one more cooldown. Like, okay, my bubble's coming in 10 seconds. Let's just stall. Find a way to stall for 10 seconds. All right, we did it. We survived that one. All right, now how can we survive the next one? Well, I'll stay far away. I can Ring a Piece him, stop him from getting back to you or something like that. And they planned out this strategy to drag this game out past that 5-minute mark. And even here at 9 minutes, you're thinking, how is Echo not going to win this? Like, he's at 1% HP. Lontar has no mana, but he had Lay on Hands. He should press Lay on Hands at 50% Dampany. It was his last heal, I think, on Jamie. And then Blizzo is just destroying everybody on this side. Jamie with a crazy positioning here at the end as well with this freedom, because at any point Waz could kill him here, I think, by himself if he's not careful with his positioning.
I feel like this was a game just played on a very, very high level of just cleanliness, I want to say. We had a few mistakes or other overlaps, especially Bleached Bones overlapping some defensives and kind of miscommunicating a little bit. But generally, the defensive play was almost impeccable. I feel like they can clean up the lockdown on Raikou a little bit more. He got a lot of CC out on Blizzo and Lontar. But generally, if Bleached Bones clean up their defensive rotations, they eliminate the small few mistakes that they've made, they can just really be a menace for this RMP lineup for Echo. But of course, I'm honestly very, very sure that Echo has some strategy changes and approach changes in mind that they want to bring in for the next map.
I mean, this is a 10-minute game. This is definitely one of the longer games in a matchup like this. So, if anything, if you're Phoenix Reborn in the grand finals, you love this. You want Echo to be as tired as possible. You want anyone that's coming through this lower bracket to be as tired, dampened, and fatigued as possible. So, the more close these games are, the happier you are, I think, as Phoenix Reborn at this moment in time. But that was one of the best games I think we've seen from Bleached Bones. This composition is looking really good for them in this type of matchup against Echo, because not very many teams can even take games off of Echo. So they're going to be locking in the same setup, but it's going to be on a larger map, which means that Blizzo, he's going to get sheep behind pillars. He's going to get mind controlled behind pillars. They're gonna have to be very aware of Blizzo's positioning as far as getting him uptime and making sure that he can interact during these setups to help Jamie.
This map, I think, is gonna be a way guide for the rest of the series, because if Bleached Bones find a way to attack Echo and put them on pressure and maybe even take this map off them on this size, I think that's a great position to be in and a kind of a great indicator of how well they're doing. Quite honestly though, I do think this large map is going to become a problem, especially if we consider how much Raikou was able to lock down Blizzo, and if we consider how often Meh kind of got caught in the crossfire, be it a Hodge from Lontar who was able to push in, be it a in-cap or a leg sweep from Blizzo that hit multiple targets. I feel like it's going to be a tough one, a really, really tough one for Bleached Bones to keep the upper hand here.
Yeah, and they've got to punish Waz basically with the large distance and make sure that Lontar is always maximum range. Try and make sure that Waz has to use a lot of mobility in order to get to Lontar and back to Jamie, so then a Thunderstorm or a knock is effective. Waz won't connect any damage. You want to make sure that the Rogue has to use 2 Shadow Steps every time they do a setup, so you can Thunderstorm at the end of the second Shadow Step and delay their reconnect, maybe delay a restun or something like that. So Lontar's positioning is going to have to be really on point on this map specifically. They're going to have to focus around assisting Blizzo. We didn't see the static field totem from Jamie, which is what we did see in North America, and I feel like I think it's a mistake to not run it. I think it just helps your Windwalker so much with connecting.
We'll see if Jamie adapts here on the larger map and brings that static field in. He has the Stone Bulwark Totem for defensive capabilities, and let's see how this is going to work out. Series is evened out. Welcome to the best of 3 between Bleached Bones and Echo. Let's see who will take this one.
All right, let's see. Sap on Jamie. Waz crossing in. Is he going to be able to swap it? He swaps the Sap. Gouge on Blizzo. Isolating Jamie. He's far from his team right now if they can get some big burst off of this. Blizzo rolls in, paralyzes the healer. He's cheap shot again. Raikou is just able to free reign here in the middle of the map, spamming Polymorphs, kidney shot on Lontar. They swap into the Paladin. We saw them attack Paladin in the first game, and they didn't really attack him at all in that last one. So here on Ashamains, it seems like they're poking Lontar and trying to see what they can get from him, but that first poke basically is getting them nothing.
Yeah, they would have loved a little bit more, maybe a Bob, maybe even the bubble or a trinket. That would have been the ideal scenario, but for the moment, Echo just pulling back a little bit, trying to connect for a possible follow-up setup. Waz finds some cheap shots onto Blizzo, trying to lock down the Monk as much as possible, and Raikou follows it up with a solid polymorph. Once again, Lontar caught into a kidney shot. This is the second round that Echo is looking for. Can they get any defensives? That's the big goal, but the answer, once again, no, as Lontar comes out of the CC, hodges up Meh, and will be able to top himself. Overall, not the pressure Echo was looking for here in the early game. Maybe now the cheap shot on Jamie.
It's also a matchup Echo probably don't have a lot of experience in, so they're fielding out targets, seeing what they can get away with or what's going to be a better opening, and they don't even get a medallion on that blind. They do at least get Astral Shift a little earlier here, but there's another double leg sweep. Raikou could be in trouble if they get an ice block this early on. Fist of Fury flying through. Raikou blinks away and gets a sheep at the same time. No grounding or wind shear, so good awareness by Raikou, but now he's Ring of Peace bounced on his next sheep into a Hammer of Justice. Great teamwork there. Raikou gets gripped to center field, but immediately Earth Grab rooted by Jamie. He's going to have to use another Shimmer. He gets wind sheared on his Ring of Fire, trying to slow down his ramp here. That Ring of Fire will ramp into a lot of damage, shifting power to reset all those blinks he just used. He's got a Comet Storm available for the next stun lock here, so Raikou is pretty ready to go. His Icy Veins is coming up shortly as well. Gouge onto Lontar. Blizzo knocks Waz up in the air. He can't reconnect, and he's actually forced to vanish in that moment. Now he's going for a kidney shot. They're setting up on Lontar. Can Raikou get there? He can't. He's stunned and in-capped in the midfield. He's finally free of crowd control, but the stun lock isn't long enough now. I think Lontar should be able to survive, but Waz feels like he's got this. He's cloaking for the kill. This is really aggressive on the side of Waz.
Yeah, and Blizzo is immediately on top of him. They know Waz just bled a massive defensive, and they're trying to capitalize on it. Jamie peeking out behind the pillar. Mare caught up in that double leg sweep from Blizzo, and they're really sending the rogue right here. Waz is getting punished massively for overstepping that kill attempt onto Lontar. Mare has to Rapture Shield like crazy to keep his rogue alive, but maybe the counterpunch on Jamie can deteriorate Bleached Bones just ever so slightly. Waz once again shadow steps over onto Lontar. Raikou blinks after him, but Blizzo is on top of everyone with a beautiful Ring of Peace as well. Peeling for his healer, and Lontar greeting those defensives. He desperately wants to hold on to that bubble, and it looks like he is able to. The cap totem is in, the knock-up as well, and Bleached Bones playing these defensive moves on the goes of Echo expertly.
Oh, Hammer of Justice. Lontar is now getting aggressive. Feels like he's got an opportunity, but he's punished by Raikou with the Polymorph. Looks like it ended up breaking there, unfortunately, for Raikou here. That could have been a big opportunity with this kidney shot. They do get a Dragon's Breath into likely a DR'd Polymorph. Perhaps they can get the Burrow from Jamie here. Big Shatter combo coming in from Raikou. Multiple Ice Lances. They grapple Weapon Waz, and they're being greedy. And, oh no, they're going to trade the Burrow. They're not risking it. So Burrow is down, but another swap onto Waz, catching him in a double leg sweep. Big punish. Shadowy duel, but he might die in the duel. Jamie's going one-on-one with him here. Power Shield Penance. Waz is starting to come back in this, but it seems like Echo, man, there's a vulnerability on Waz if they're not careful moving into the future.
I love the swap over on the Rogue, making him the big target. It's worked in NA, and with the NA comp in the back, Bleached Bones is going down the road of freedom, the road to victory, at least as long as Raikou and Waz and Mare don't stop them. Another in-cap onto Echo's healer. They're still on Jamie. He doesn't have anything left in terms of defensives. Lontar needs to pump to keep his Shaman alive, but he does manage for a moment. Bubble and Trinket still available, just in an emergency situation. Gets full blinded. The swap over onto Blizzo here for just a moment, and Lontar's bubble is forced as Jamie is under more pressure, but they find the cross CC setup with the disarm onto Waz. Massive damage, forcing an overlap from Echo. Paints up Rapture Cloak out of the window, but Waz pops the Shadow Blades. They're looking to connect onto Lontar once again. They know he doesn't have bubble. He is on forbearance. He pops the Trinket, tries to desperately heal himself. Double flame into the Holy Shocks. Not quite enough to stabilize himself. It looks dire for a second. In the meantime, Raikou dropping low and forced the ice block.
Ooh,
Cold
nice
Snap
review.
out as well. Echo is just bleeding out. Void Shift onto Waz. This is disastrous.
This is unprecedented if Bleach Bones can take this to match point here, and it's looking so good for them. They just took major cooldowns out from Echo, but they need to survive another setup. Lontar's got Sacrifice. He's immune to Polymorph. Blizzo is tearing into Raikou. Big shields come in from Met and Raikou to try and absorb these attacks. Waz is trying to go after Lontar, but I feel like Jamie ultimately is probably going to be the main target, but Waz is rooted. He can't connect. Met tries to dispel it. He gets it. Jamie's counterspell, but then he's punishing with a Lightning Lasso, holding Raikou in place to try and push for that second ice block. Whirling Dragon Punch, double spinning crane kick, big cleave, massive damage in here, but ultimate penitence from Met answers it. Great response. Kidney shot setting up Raikou to get behind here. Ring of Frost to get around the grounding totem potential here from Jamie, and they secure the Ring of Frost. Cheap shots on Blizzo. He trinkets to assist. An overlap of Blizzo's trinket and Jamie's wall in this instance could be an opening now for Echo moving into the next minute. Maybe they just kill him regardless of these cooldowns. Mind control from Met once again clutch, but Jamie is burrowed here. So burrow, wall, and monk trinket. That is a lot to commit for one setup. Echo are definitely not out of this.
Yeah, and Meh has barrier and pain suppression is still ready. Echo has defensive toolkit, it's in their tank left, and even though Raiku's dropping down to half, Waz once again finds the setup here with the cheap shot. Blizzo sitting in a polymorph, Lontar just trying to peek out and give some assistance, but the Lightning Lasso with the precognition proc is massive for Jamie. Meh comes in with the fear. They're looking for the mind controls, they're looking to execute Jamie, and down he goes. Waz swoops in and slits his throat. It's all over in Game 3, Echo up 2.
Yeah, this is why you can never count Echo out. Raiku's going to respect block here on Blizzo's cooldowns, but it's going to be over here. Man, Bleach Bones, just when you think they're going to get it, it's looking so good for them. Echo gets the wildest setup and maybe baited Blizzo. I don't know if that was like Jamie tried to pre-wall, and Blizzo was maybe communicating like, I'll trinket this go. But then Jamie pre-walls, so it's like you shouldn't trinket if you pre-wall. The monk can save it, and then he would have had a trinket for a sheep. He could trinket grapple weapon or something on that duel right before it happens in that instance. And this is after the big overlap that we see. So I really want to see what happened to Blizzo, because to me it seems like Blizzo needed to be the one to try and save Jamie at the end of this, because I think Lontar uses a bop. Was it on a blind earlier? He's only got one bop remaining. He's line of sighting crowd control. I'm watching Blizzo. He's just sitting through sheeps, and Lontar can't get there. So I think he bops this, or this is just greedy, honestly, I feel like. Sitting all of this from Lontar. He gets knocked. I guess that's why he wanted to be greedy. But then could Blizzo have got grapple weapon off? Like, right? No, he couldn't have. Oh my god, that duel timing was insane. And even if he did, he could probably cloak it off. So it was pretty game over there. Only question maybe is if Lontar should have trinketed the blind immediately. And just connected as many big heals as he could. I see why he wouldn't want to, because he doesn't have sacrifice and Raiku's standing right on top of him. So he'll probably just get sheeped, but...
It's off of this go just a few seconds earlier where they had a long CC chain on Lontar and they got Jamie's burrow, or rather the Astro Shift into the burrow. And just on the next round of CDs, Waz gets Shadow Blades back up right after, blinds Lontar, duels Jamie, and they're just sending him and it's over. So... basically, just a very, very solid kind of mini-go from Echo, forcing out those last lines of defensives, a few miscommunications or like minor mal decisions from Bleached Bones towards the end of this 6-minute game, and Echo is just immediately there to pounce because they know they can get the knockout in a fell swoop.
This could still go to Game 5. I really think that this is this composition for Bleach Bones is easily looking the best of what we've seen from them in this matchup. It's really making Echo have to work for it. Usually their games, they don't last this long. They're able to close them out very quickly and confidently and not even drop a game. So hopefully Lontar, Blizzo, and Jamie are not kind of like doubting themselves on this composition, because this is easily the best that they've looked so far in this matchup against this team. And they could definitely take this the distance. This could be a Game 5 and maybe a situation where Echo doesn't actually even make it into the top. What would that be? We're already in the top 4, I believe. So like top 3. That would be like one of their worst placements ever if Bleach Bones could manage to do this.
And especially one of the worst placements ever with a Meh on the team. And that's been kind of the big discussion point, or rather the big topic, right? The legendary roster, the most dominating team that EU has ever seen, back together now finally. And Lontar on the other side gets replaced and kind of brings in the heavy hitters, showing Echo why he was the right healer to have on the roster. But we're not quite out of the woods yet. We're not quite there yet. Lontar and Bleached Bones, they have a lot more to prove, just because the first 3 games didn't look overwhelmingly dominating for Echo. They're still down. They still need to even out the series. Echo on a match point as we're heading into the next arena in Super Ts. I agree with you. This could go all the way to Game 5, but just as well, it can just end right here, right now in Dalaran.
The pressure is on. There's no room for errors. You can't overlap a single cooldown against Echo. They will slip through the cracks and find victory. Any opening you present, they will immediately pounce. There's going to be no mercy shown here in Cup number 2 as both teams are facing elimination. Echo has things to prove, having been knocked down by Phoenix Reborn. Lontar has things to prove as he was replaced by Meh on Echo's roster. So there's a lot on the line here for both teams in that regard. And looks like they're not going to get a sap here, a double leg. So this is a great start for Bleached Bones right off the rip, forcing a pain suppression in the first 10 seconds.
and Waz just a little bit too far away to capitalize or shut down that opener immediately, but they find Lontar behind the pillar, divine protection, and they just go through his defensive, massive damage with the icy veins from Raikou, but Lontar pops in the wings, doesn't bleed any other major cooldowns, bubble and trinket still available, and Blizzo is there to follow up and shut Waz down. Nice thunderstorm from Jamie, but Waz actually finds the Shadow Step all the way back onto the arena. Lontar gets blinded on the attempt to peek out and heal his team. Blizzo in a full polymorph, the Ring of Frost on Lontar, and Jamie is just hiding for a second. Blizzo trying to catch up to Waz and shut down any attempts on his healer, but Lontar is suffering, down to 20% and down his trinket.
Oh, good reposition by Lontar here, escaping away from Meb. Blizzo's trying to assist Jamie, going after Waz. Grapple weapon, no trinket. He's choosing not to cloak it. He's moving towards Lontar. Ultimate Penitence. If they get a kidney shot, Ultimate Penitence on Lontar, it could be very scary. And that's what they're trying to line up with Meh and Waz chasing Lontar on the pillar right now. But Raikou is getting intercepted by an Earth Elemental stun. They get the kidney shot. There's the Ultimate Pen, but a Cap Totem clutched out by Jamie around the corner interrupts that Ultimate Penitence during that stun lock. So they're forced to swap back, but now he's knocked back with the Thunderstorm. Another Ultimate Penitence attempt here. Does he get the grounding off in time? He's just going to burrow. Respect it. There's a full sheep. He wants to trade here and not fall too far behind. He manages to get back behind the waterfall just in the nick of time, but Waz is there. Another Shadow Step. Do they have a way to get him off his back? He's going to Stone Bulwark out of line of sight during the mind control so they can't purge it. That Bulwark is going to get a little bit of value here, but now they've already cut through it. They're ramping up. Here comes Bloodlust for Jamie. He gets rooted on his jump. He wanted the gust of wind there. Now he's still out of line of sight of Lontar, who's into a kidney shot. Here comes the cheap shots. This could be it. Jamie immediately trinketing and astral shifting the shadowy duel. He's dying through it. This is crazy damage for Waz right now. That duel will subside. Blizzo is carrying on to Raikou. He has something to say here for Echo, but Lontar into a blind. Chooses to Divine Shield immediately here. This is a very heads-up Divine Shield from Lontar, but it's an opening into the future nonetheless for Echo, and they're on match point.
This entire event of damage onto Jamie and Lontar positioning between man, the boxes there, not able to get any heals out for 15 seconds, but now Echo finds the next setup, and Bleached Bones is continuously getting punished for some minor mistakes they made 15-20 seconds earlier. Lontar has to pop in the wings. They have massive damage onto Waz. The cloak forced out immediately. Icy Veins are in, and Waz is trying to reconnect. Jamie doing a good job with the kiting here. Raikou behind the box trying to connect. Ring of Fire is down. Lontar just kiting away on the ground floor here as Man repositions to the outside. Raikou just dying super.
Oh my god, what is this? I mean, they've been harassing Lontar this entire time. He hasn't been able to cast, but it's actually Echo that are dying the entire time they're harassing his Tears of Deliverance. Waz could fall at any moment. He may have to vanish here. He's trying to be greedy. He gets the Shadow Step with his medallion. Now he's setting up on the Lontar with no Divine Shield. He's in the middle of the map. Raikou gets Cap Totemed by Jamie. These Cap Totems have been MVP in this game so far. Massive damage incoming. Waz wraps around the corner. He's going to vanish, pop that Crimson Vial, but Tears of Deliverance, he still hasn't finished the cast. Lontar has been trying to cast Tears of Deliverance for the last minute. He hasn't been able to finish the cast, and his healing is going to be limited if he can't get to that spell. He walks into a fear. There's no tremor. Jamie's trying to run, but there's a frozen orb on his back. Lontar's trying to get in that frozen orb to break crowd control, but he might just get swapped to and die. If Bleach Bones can survive here, they'll be in a good position, but it's not looking likely if Waz connects.
Yeah, for the moment though, lots of stun DRs are rolling at the moment on Bleached Bones, and Raikou finds a double Dragon's Breath and knocks back Blizzo. Jamie remaining in place, and they connect onto Lontar on the other side of the map. He is kicked, he pops Divine Protection as well as the Trinket. He needs the heals, but Waz is there with a follow-up cheap shot. They're locking him down. There's the Shadowy Duel. Waz is trying to send him, and he just doesn't do enough damage. Blizzo on the other side is taking massive damage as well as Raikou swapping over, but Lontar is continuously being sent. Pain Suppression traded out. Meh only has the barrier and the uppies left in the tank, and Blizzo finally comes in with a double leg sweep. Swaps over onto Waz. Massive damage! 1%! Cheat Death betrays him, and Bleached Bones even out the series.
Lontar got bullied this game and still won, man. It's literally been 3 minutes. He hasn't finished that Tears Deliverance. Like, they cared so much about stopping that I wonder if it lost them the game. I've never seen somebody get swarmed like that. They were just...
Overrated talent point, honestly.
Just watch him. If we got it in the replay there, it's literally 2 minutes straight of them just chain stopping his Tears Deliverance, and they won. Like, they won while Lontar is just getting bullied. He's just getting hell. Waz is holding him back, and Raiku's punching him in the gut. He's just like, I want a Tears Deliverance, bro. Can I please get it off? Does he go for it? He goes for it here. He's stopped. He gets gouged. I think he eventually just gave up. He's like, you know what? I don't need Tyr's Deliverance. I'm just going to throw Judgments at Waz and kill him. I think it's right about here where they bait Waz behind the pillar. And this is what I mean. They overextended to swap the tiers. So Waz gets caught behind the pillar in a leg sweep. And Lontar's like, this is my chance. I'm done with this, bro. You stopped me from casting Tyr's Deliverance the whole game. I'm killing you, bro. Judgments, Holy Shocks, Hammer of Brass. And I swear they got baited. I swear they got Omega baited into stopping that Tyr's Deliverance like that.
It's just such a fun game to watch. Lontar doing an excellent job. I mean, we were just talking about how Lontar has been a massive, massive addition to the Echo roster in the last seasons of Dragonflight. And now he's showcasing why he was rightfully the healer picked for that team, still performing on Bleached Bones with another set of legendary players. And Blizzo, quite honestly, I don't think there were a few leg sweeps that had less than 2 people in them.
He's getting value village leg sweeps here. He is definitely the entire team is playing really well. But I will say that was an overextension on Echo. They just got so they thought like if we can stop that we're going to automatically win, and then it was like 3 minutes of overextending, and finally they got punished for it. So I think we're going to a large map likely here, where it's going to be more difficult to stack them up. But the fact that we're even in a Game 5, I mean, we were expecting Echo to not lose a single map to any team ever. It was like Echo's just going to dominate. They're going to own everybody. But no, Phoenix Reborn are like, no, they're going to the lower bracket, 3-2 in the offline games. Now we're in the lower bracket, and Bleached Bones, a team that was just getting thrown around like ragdolls by Echo for a long time, are taking it to Game 5 now.
My heart was telling me I should vote for Bleached Bones on the predictions, man, but I didn't listen, and now we find ourselves in a Game 5. Echo possibly eliminated before the lower bracket finals, not making top 3 in the first place. That would be an incredible story, but if there is a team that can lock in the last moment and turn everything around, win from nothing after 2 devastating losses this series, it's Echo. They find those chinks in your armor. They find those little openings. And Bleached Bones, they run the comp back. It's been working so far, but will it work on this massive arena of Tolviron?
All right. I mean, Echo, surely they don't change comp, right? Like, is there... Surely they don't. That was just over-aggression.
We talked about it yesterday, that you would never bring in a Warlock against a Windwalker Monk, right? So I just can't see it.
Hey, Chanimal's the final boss of the team, though. And it's Chanimal. This isn't just any ordinary Warlock. True. This is Chanimal, man. This is a guy, 10,000 plus hours on Warlock. Absolute master. The entire roster is masters of their specs, right? Like, you're not going to get better than Echo, I think, at this point, without a lot of practice at Rogue and Mage and Warlock and Disc Priest. So they're taking their time, though. They're really thinking, like, is there something we could run here? Maybe, like... Is there anything, like, there's got to be something, because this is not easy for them, and usually it's easy for them. So I'm not really blaming them, especially because this would be one of their worst performances if they don't even make it into the top 3 here against Bleached Bones. This would be completely unexpected, completely unprecedented. They're running the clock absolutely down to the wire, which is, I would say, atypical. Usually Echo is pretty quick to just lock things in because they know that they've got this, and they're not changing it. We're going to see the same matchup. RMP versus Windwalker Elemental Holy Paladin. How much do you think Bleached Bones are thankful that F tier exists in North America right now and played this? Because I don't think anyone would have probably considered this until they saw that.
I have no idea. I have no idea, actually. They must be pretty excited to have found this comp, and quite honestly, be able to play this so well, because you're not only up against Echo, you're up against Echo on triple mains and theoretically quadruple mains, having Chanimal in the back line ready to jump in on the Warlock, right? But if you look at Bleached Bones, yes, of course, Windwalker isn't necessarily the big character, the main for Blizzo, but he is still incredibly experienced and very, very well versed on this monk, so you basically get delivered this until now thought to be off-meta comp that's coincidentally basically triple mains for Bleached Bones as well. Talk about a lucky break, quite honestly.
Yeah, this is... Bleach Bones must be very happy just to even make it this far, but like they're so close, man. They just don't let it slip through your fingers. You're so close. They're starting to see the win conditions. The Rogue is looking really vulnerable at times if they can punish him when he's getting aggressive like this. But at the same time, you don't want to completely ignore Raikou, because I think in the later stages of the game, if you're just tunneling one target, that's too easy for the Priest. So they've got to be aware of that. It's like it's a balancing act of punish Waz when he's being aggressive, but don't stay on him the whole game, because Raikou will run away with things and Meh will have an easy time healing. So stay on top of that with their targeting, and they can definitely do this. It could be the first team to eliminate Echo from a tournament in quite a long time, at least for this season. And this is insane. I could not predict this. I don't think the prophet of Zico could predict that possibly happening. This is just completely unprecedented.
Honestly, at this point, I don't even care about the predictions anymore. Yes, we all predicted Echo to win either 3-0 or 3-1, but at this point, may the best team take it. Just give us an entertaining series. That's all we're hoping for. And Toviron Arena, my mind keeps racing back to this map size, right? Because we were talking about the map size being good for Echo. And then we saw Ashermane's Fall, where Bleached Bones started to just utterly dominating them until at the very end, Echo pulled out kind of the miracle go and won the game after all. So I am very, very curious to see how this one is gonna work out. It's the lower semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. Echo and Bleached Bones on match point. Winner takes it all. Loser goes home.
Bleached Bones have battled so hard to get to Game 5 against Echo. A rare feat for any team to do, to put them on match point. Can they manage to put the final nail in the coffin and establish themselves as a dominant force in Europe? Can Lontar prove to his former teammates that they made a mistake making a roster swap here and bringing Meh in onto the discipline race? Just one game could possibly decide that here. Jamie's just trading in the mid. Blizzo double leg sweep, big punish, and Waz is trying to get there. He gets the cheap shot. He peels Blizzo away. Raikou blinks in. Sheeps come through. Kidney shot on the Paladin. They get Blizzo's trinket immediately, but the Ring of Frost still connects, but that grapple is denying a lot of damage. Lightning Lasso, Aura Mastery for the counterspell. Waz is shut down, but they got Blizzo's trinket, and I actually like Blizzo's trinket first. He's not really a target, so it's a good idea to just use his cooldowns very early and often. Jamie's still on the back foot, though, even despite that trade initially, has to use his Astral Shift.
Yeah, he's trying to get the hexes through, but gets punished on that for a moment. Lontar walking in for the Hodge on Meh. Meh playing very aggressive, his usual playstyle, getting punished here a little bit as Raikou gets counterspelled, windsheared here rather by Jamie. Lontar locked down with another kidney shot, but Raikou is in-capped. Great defensive play from Blizzo to lock down the CC chain and prevent Echo from gaining an advantage. And Waz has to vanish out because there's too much damage. Another double leg sweep. Blizzo has this enemy team on lockdown. It's incredible. The Lightning Lasso as well. So much damage and pressure on Echo, but Meh not pulling the trigger on any major defensives quite yet. There's the kidney shot. They're trying to find a go on Lontar, but Raikou just not able to follow up with any damage. Maybe with this Ring of Frost, the cheap shots are in, but Jamie is just doing such a good job of line of sighting Raikou, not letting the mage do anything.
There's no Tremor Totem. He's going to come out of this burrow. Can Raikou get here? He's in a Ghost Wolf. Raikou can't really get there. Lontar's out of crowd control. They should restabilize. Now they need to get aggressive. Windshear onto Meh. They're actually swapping onto Lontar. They have triple pressure. Echo are in the driver's seat right now, and Lontar is panicking. Sacrifice comes through, but that's redirecting damage to himself as well. Blizzo is rotting down. He has to trade out Karma. He pre-Karma's the cheap shot. Waz moves in towards Jamie. They want to keep their momentum, but I think with Avenging Wrath, Lontar Tears Deliverance, he got it off. He's not getting bullied here in game number 5.
Yeah, with that Tears Deliverance, there's nothing Echo can do, I'm sure. Nice dip away behind the pillar, away from the mind control. They're trying to reconnect. Blizzo is looking for some damage here. Gets mind controlled by Meh. Really making good use of that CC spell here as Waz reconnects once again onto Jamie. The cheap shot is in, full polymorph on Lontar. Echo trying to set this up and send him, but the damage not quite there as Jamie pops in the wall. At least they get the defensive, the blind follow-up. Lontar trinkets, pops the wings and runs for Meh, hodges him, and Blizzo reconnects on Waz with some damage, but he's looking for Raikou, and this could hurt.
Oh, nice alter time, but they're killing him through alter time. It's a big hit. They grip Raikou away from Blizzo. Cheap shots come through, but a cap totem. Jamie's cap totems have been crazy on Ellie Shaman. He's getting these clutch totems, breaking chains, and keeping himself alive a little bit longer. He gets in a good position, knocks Waz away, but Meh's there for the fear. Can they get the Tremor Totem down? Jamie is stunned. Is he going to do it? He tremors the half fear. He might just die anyways through the shadowy duel. It's match point. Ring of Peace doesn't matter. Lightning Lasso in the duel. Waz. He gets out of it, though. Lontar needs to be so careful. There's a Ring of Frost. There's so much crowd control. He's into a gouge now. This could be it for them. It's towards match point. Lontar's not trading. He divine shields at the last second with a lay on hands, but that was his last major trade in terms of cooldowns, and this is dicey, but Blizzo gets a block at the same second that moment is forced. Now Jamie, he's got Trinket, he's got Burrow in 10. He has to stall for 8 more seconds.
Yeah, and I think this ice block is exactly the relief that Bleached Bones needed in this situation. They're just running away at this point, but Waz keeps finding these double CC setups, but Blizzo there with a great grapple weapon, shutting down Waz's follow-up, no damage available, but Shadow Blades in 20 seconds, another kidney shot available, blind everything for Echo, 30 seconds onto Vanish. Waz has everything loaded up. He is really sending that truck down the hill, and the damage coming in needs to be enough for Bleached Bones to force Waz out, but 10 seconds on all the toolkits that Echo could ever hope for. What does Bleached Bones have in terms of defensives? There's an Astral Shift, there's a Burrow, there's a Sack, but only the Trinket, no Bubble, maybe a Bob for Lontar. This could get really dangerous in just a few moments here, Super.
I think Bleached Bones actually have a long leash right now, as long as they don't make major mistakes. They're in a solid position, they've recovered, they stalled, and now they might be able to turn this around. Nice leg sweep catching Waz, he's going to Trinket right away. They're trying to pressure Blizzo, but I think he's going to survive here. Touch of Karma right before the next cheap shot. Now they're back onto Jamie. Lontar's out of crowd control, Avenging Wrath. Nice knock, pinning Raikou in the starting room, but he's able to blink back away. Instant dispel from Lontar. Blizzo sheeped again. Ultimate Penitence in line. No grounding totem. Jamie ducks around the corner. Blizzo gets there to his team. Waz has no Trinket. Leg sweep is coming up in 28. If they get a lasso on Waz behind the pillar, it could be devastating. Here comes a double stun lock. Double fear likely as well. Tremor totem available, but Jamie just can't get to it. He tremors it a little late here as he comes out of that cheap shot, and he should be able to recover. I want to see a lightning lasso on the Rogue here if he overextends. Blizzo's going after the mage. He clashes him. Big hit of damage onto Raikou. He gets gripped back by Meh here into the corner, and Bleached Bones are not out of this. They might just do the impossible.
Yeah, they're swapping over onto Wasp with the massive lasso. He's disarmed as well, but holds on desperately to his cooldowns. Everything's still available. 10 seconds on the next Shadow Blades. There's the full kidney shot. They're onto Lontar, but Divine Protection gets traded out immediately. Raikou has an ice block available, and Jamie is dipping around the corner, trying to stay alive and stay out of danger. Lontar joins up with him. He needs to get the heals through. Nice freedom in as well, but Jamie is getting hammered. There's the Sack, stabilizing him for the moment, but Blizzo is ready to jump on Waz. Great Ring of Peace trying to kick the Rogue back out of line of sight of his healer. The full Hodge is in. The Shadow Blades are disarmed, at least for the moment. Sack has run out and Blizzo is still dying. Diffuse Magic is available, but it's another 7 seconds on his Karma. They might just swap over and kill the Monk. But the Ring of Frost is used defensively. Lontar rejoins with his Monk. Karma is up. They overlap it with Bopta as it gets purged immediately. Blizzo is still dying. They're swapping over onto Lontar. So much pressure here from Echo, and Bleached Bones has nothing to counteract it at the moment. Jamie desperately looking to do something in terms of pressure, but gets polymorphed. Waz gets pain subbed, but it's not enough. There's the Void Shift allowing him to cloak. 5 seconds on his trinkets, but Meh just bleeding defensives all over the place. They're swapping over onto the Priest. The barrier is down, and he dips out. So much turnaround pressure from Bleached Bones, but Jamie now under fire. This is unrelenting assault as Lontar is Dragon's Breathed up. The follow-up polymorph not quite landing for the moment. Maybe it stabilizes, but Super T's, this game is going to end any moment now.
Oh, he's got Burrow. They bubble. They're respecting him. Might just die. Bubble bop. Line of sight. Master Spell around the corner. MVP Master Spell. He gets a bop and a bubble. Huge value. Waz is moving in for the win. He trinkets. He knows he has them against the ropes with that double MD. He breaks out of the roots. He's staying on target. Raikou is trying to get there to get damage, but hammers are down. There's no trigger for Waz. If they can stun him here, at any moment he could die. Leg sweep is coming up. They paralyze the mage to stop the assault. They need to connect this leg sweep. They could still win, but Meh intercepts again with a triple fear, and Jamie in so much trouble. He pre-burrows, anticipating the stun, but his healer is into a polymorph, and Lontar has to make a tough call on when to use this medallion. He triggers into another sheep. This could be devastating. They stun Waz, but it's not enough damage. They can't drop him in the lasso. They're trying to ramp up onto Raikou, but he's still got a block. They're trying to go on Meh. It's a Hail Mary! It's an all or nothing onto Meh! They have to kill him right now! Can they finish him and do the impossible? He survives the leg sweep into the Hammer of Justice, and Blizzo, I don't think he can keep up this chase. Meh has blocked the kill once again. Lontar pre-sacrifice, but now they're swapping to him. They've got Lontar in the middle, but Blizzo is there with the grapple. Waz can't connect. Ultimate Penitence. Meh is into the skies, but Raikou is still just dying. He may have to use an ice block at this point, but Jamie, 2 seconds left on that Astral Shift. He is praying that he can survive to it. He's done to it. He survived to the Astral Shift. They need to get their composure. They need to get back to the pillar and bolster their defense. They're crushing Waz and just try and win with some chip damage. There's still no trinket on Waz. That is their only opening, and Waz sees it. He cloaks, and he is going in.
He is looking for the kill. The Shadow Blades are up. The Kidney Shot is in. They find Lontar. He has nothing. 3 seconds on Divine Protection. The Trinket is up. Lontar just pumping heals, trying to get anything through. 1%. Fall Fear from and Echo take him down. But the damage is not quite over yet. Jamie on half HP is looking to send them. But Meh has mana. He has a Rapture. He has everything he needs. And as Echo climb the 5th and final step, you can already hear Zeepai taunting them from the finals.
Okay, Echo, I feel like you made it out of that just barely alive. That is a just barely alive moment there for Echo. Oh my God, Meh just stepped up insanely. He's like, yeah, Lontar, I'm not letting you show why I'm on the roster here. Gets the double MD, pushes in for the triple fear, keeps himself alive in the final seconds on a void shift, and then once again later on keeps himself alive. And then Waz knows he can commit here with Cloak of Shadows, and he doesn't want to let Lontar start to ramp up and recover before his medallion is available. Jamie throws everything he's got, healing surges with Aura Mastery to try and recover, stuns to try and recover, but it's just so high in dampening. It's 43% healing reduction, so even though Lontar isn't stunned in these final moments, he can't heal anymore. And Mez even there with a triple fear again at the end of the game, just to make sure that things get secured and the deal is sealed. And now they fight Drive Overload, and they are battered after that. They are going to be pretty tired after that. That was a game 5 slugfest, and now they got to beat Drive Overload, who they did drop maps to last week.
Exactly. This was such a close game. That last Hail Mary that they threw on Meh, the only reason he survived, I think, is because he dipped around the corner in that last second before Blizzo found the leg sweep. He was around the corner, so Jamie couldn't send any additional damage after that first set. And that was the little bit of extra that Meh needed to survive there. Absolutely incredible play from him, just making it around there, having the awareness that he needs to dip behind the pillar or he dies and the game is over. Fantastic, fantastic performance. Echo with a well-deserved victory, but as you said, Super, this was not easy. And if Echo keeps looking this attackable, this might be an entertaining rest of the day for Europe.
I mean, I think NA is going to be as well. This is going to be a long day. I need to chill a little bit. I need to, I don't know. I feel like that moment demanded it. This never happens, man. Echo on match point, just seconds away from defeat here. But I don't think it's going to slow down. It's absolutely not. Drive Overload have a comp that I think is really difficult for Echo, and they've gotten a lot better since last week as well. And then, of course, even if Echo make it through that, Phoenix Reborn have already beaten them. So Echo is going to have to work for this cup too if they want it.
Yeah, I mean, they did walk away with a victory, but just barely. Bleached Bones really did not make that easy, and I think you guys are absolutely right. The rest of these teams are not going to go down easily either, so I'm incredibly excited for this next up series, Drive Overload versus Echo. I mean, as these guys said, Drive Overload has made this team bleed before as well with Echo, and they are still fighting for their lives. You know, they did walk into this weekend first in standings, but that's being incredibly threatened right now. You know, at the end of today, they may not be standing there anymore. So this next up series is probably going to be just as intense. Super T's, you want to take maybe breathe in.
A Zen meditation mode? I feel like your room is more suited for a Zen meditation mode.
Yeah,
so I have to get one of those. I have to get one of those chairs. What even is that? Is it hanging off the ceiling?
No, it's an egg chair. You know, got it off Facebook Marketplace. It's cozy over there.
Bamboo egg chair. It's not like one of those Google egg chairs. It's like scientific looking.
Yeah, I'll let you borrow it after that series because that was definitely an intense one. So you know what? Let's take it a little bit easy now, and we can play a game of Guess the Spell instead. Sort of lighten the mood.
These have been as intense as that game the last few days, honestly.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, let's check it out.
Hey. Oh my god, it's a finishing move. It's combo.
Okay.
No.
This is MAME. It's MAME.
Yeah.
I'm locking it in before I even see it. It's MAME.
I'll trust you. You're on fire right now. You're locked in. I'm gonna trust you.
Is it MAME? It might be MAME.
Looks like MAME.
Yeah, it's MAME. It's MAME.
They made this one too easy. What's Kidney Strike? That's not even an ability.
Uh-oh.
If they put Kidney Shot,
if
they were Kidney Shot, maybe. And you know.
Kidney Shot doesn't do damage outside of the bleed. It applies through the talons.
Kidney Strike is not an ability, and Kidney Shot doesn't do damage. Eviscerate doesn't stun. Rake stuns, but it doesn't cost combo points, so it's an aim.
Yep.
All right, lock it in. Lock it in. Maim.
Lock it in.
Woo! Whoa,
Imagine
that was
it
fast.
wasn't, but there's no way. Imagine it wasn't, there's no way. And now we got the icon, man. I should know what this looks like. I just played Feral Druid. I should know what this looks like.
Counting on you, Sid.
We're taking a long time to get there. Oh, God. Okay, so there's
Oh
either...
my
it's
God.
definitely
How many claws
A or
does a cat
D.
have? Is it 5 or 3? Do cats have 5 claws?
Well, like 3 that would make
Oh,
a scratch, right? Or is it 4? Oh my God! Wait,
I think it's...
I think it's
What's
A.
the difference between B and C? That's my question.
I think the contest
I
is
don't
between
know.
A or D, but I don't know how many claws. I think a cat only has 3 claws. Am I dumb?
Huh?
Go get your cat, Aya.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Go get... How many claws does your cat have?
I'm counting. How many claws?
There's no way they would base it off of
He's
not
got
a real number
4.
of claws.
He's got 4 claws. Well, including
Okay, so then it has to be B or C, because those are the only ones that have claws.
he's
we're
got
showing the cat.
his
Show
dew
cat.
claw. He's got 4 up front and then his dew claw, so 5 total.
Okay, so he's got 5.
Yeah, did you know
Okay,
that cats have thumbs?
Yeah.
It's B or C.
So it's
I'm
A if he has
100%
5.
sure.
it's A if he has 5. Because that's 5.
I think
It's-
A makes sense.
yeah, but
I'm go-
The red is too red. It's B or C. I just don't know
It
what the
looks
difference
pink.
between B and C is.
I think it's
I
A.
think it's
I think it's B.
I'm going
I think
with
it's
A.
B.
Also,
I definitely think it could be B. But I want to go with A just because there's 5. Although it could have been photoshopped in that tiny little line on the bottom.
yeah. This is hard.
I think that's B.
I don't know. You know what? I'm going with D actually. I'm
Oh
going
my
with D.
god.
Okay, because like with the amount of claws and the amount of red lines, you'd think they'd match, right? I'm
Yeah,
going
there's
with D.
3 claws on the screen and then there's 3 on the... Oh.
Yeah, I'm going with D because
I'm switching D. I'm switching D.
I think the color looks right. Also, I think it's too. The middle ones are too pink.
All right. We locked it in. B is mine. I think I'm right.
Okay, let's see it.
Oh, thank god I switched.
Oh.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
What?
Aya saves the
There
day.
is no way it's
Cat
B. There is
expert.
no way.
Cat
Listen.
expert.
That was a good idea.
Nah.
Grabbing the cat. I'm thinking boom for that one. I'm gonna clutch.
This has to be
Boom
some
gets
sort
treat-
of fake
extra
out.
treats
Oh my
tonight.
god.
Yeah. Well,
Damn
yeah. Extra treats.
Huh?
Extra treats. All right, well, let us know, chat, if you got that one correct. But we're going to head to a break. Get your predictions ready as well. We're going to have those coming up next with this series. The lower finals. It is Drive Overload versus Echo coming up next. incredibly intense series. Echo versus Bleach Bones. Echo barely walking away with that one with their life, and now they've yet to face another very strong team, then Drive Overload.
Yeah, this was the finals last week, so a little bit of a rematch here. We'll see what Drive Overload can do. It was Echo that narrowly came out ahead with their Rogue Mage Priest. Drive Overload, they haven't played it today, but a really popular composition this week and last week has been that Feral Mage Paladin. So I kind of wonder if they're going to lead with that in this blind pick, and if Echo has anything else in store, or are they just going to kind of go head-to-head with that Rogue Mage Priest once again?
Yep, certainly a lot of questions in the air here. Let's take a look at the predictions that we had for this series. If you're watching in chat, play along with us. Listen,
Aya, what's up there? What's going on?
I have faith. I have faith. I know that Echo is Echo, but I want to see things get shaken up. All right. I'm ready for it, but I don't know. I think they could handle it. A Drive Overload, we've seen them do some incredible things as a team, so I think maybe they can pull out a win. But I don't think it's going to be easy if it does happen. But then you don't think they're going to get? You think they're only going to get one game? It looks like Drive Overload off of Echo.
I mean, honestly, I think this could go either way. I genuinely do. I think Echo, they just played an incredible series. Maybe they're a little tired, but this isn't a team that normally gets fatigued. But these are Titan teams. Like, both of these rosters are stacked. When we saw them go head-to-head last week, every single game was incredibly close. We got to hear from Waz in his interview. He talked about how this series really could have gone either way, and Echo actually is going to be doing something different here.
Well, let's get the series on the road. The final boss is off the bench. Chanimal gets swapped in and rake stunned right in the opener as JT is pushing in with his team, but gets kidney shot immediately by Waz, trying to shut him down, and any follow-up attempts. TJ is the big target. With the Shadow Blades, they're really pumping some damage, but we'll need to keep an eye on Chanimal because he gates into the middle of the map. He is ready to unleash hell upon his team.
This is so interesting to me. We're just seeing more priests. Like, a lot of these teams, they did well with the Feral Mage Paladin, and all of them have kind of abandoned the Paladin and are now just opting to play with that Discipline Priest. And I do really wonder why. Elsewave's under fire here. Meg going up in the sky with the ultimate penitence. At the same time, it looks like JT will follow suit. Both of them just blasting these holy beams from the sky. But it's going to be Elswave, Waz, TJ, and Chanimal that are kind of clumped up here in the middle of the map. Getting some damage rolling. A full sheep here lands on a map, but he runs into the blizzard really nicely done. And now it's TJ in trouble. Full fear on JT. TJ is getting lower and lower. Can they take him down? JT might have to trade out the trinket, but it seems like he's going to be okay. He greets it, connects the pain suppression, but it's still not over yet. This is endless crowd control, endless stun locks coming in. TJ's getting low. Shadowy duel. Elsewave's rotting down. This pressure from Echo is insane.
Absolutely crazy, but that's what we know and love from them. Elsewave has the precog and finds the polymorph. Waz getting swapped to massive bites coming through, but he pops the Shadow Blades. Now he's ready for another go onto the cat. Tries to grab him by the neck, but it's not quite enough. They once again swap over onto a massive Comet Storm with the Meteor proc, and Waz just gets deleted. TJ jumping in, maybe a little bit too far, but it's the bash on Meh. The Void Shift comes in just in the nick of time as JT pops in. A pain suppression saves his Feral, but they swap over onto Elsewave, and Chanimal is just sending the entire team, topping the meters and deleting the opposition from the map. Rapture shields from JT are gonna stabilize everything for just a moment, but Chanimal is not done yet, Ven.
Definitely not, but Waz getting swapped to. No trinket, he's got the cloak. Might have to make the trade, but it seems like Meh can keep him alive. Beautiful ice wall there by Elsewave. Really good tech there, blocking off line of sight, but unfortunately it does not do too much. Meh's able to get in line of sight, keep Waz alive, and they're still trying to make a push. However, Drive Overload looks like they're semi-recovered. A full fear lands on a JT. He immediately uses the Will of the Forsaken to break out of it. Doesn't want to fall behind here. JT just going for dispels on all these damage over time effects that Chanimal has available, but he is falling behind on heals. It's a full cheap shot on JT. Waz is all over him right now. Do they have the follow-up fear? A gouge into a potential fear here by Meh, and now it could be TJ that does go down if they can connect the stun lock. Barskin might not be enough. Shadowy Duel could potentially coming in. TJ so incredibly low. Chanimal connects the haunt, but an interrupt there by Elsewave. Really good peels by Elsewave. Keeps TJ alive.
Yeah, for a moment he gets to live another day, but Waz has Shadow Blades up. He's looking for a connection, tries to find Elsewave, but he gets feared up by Chanimal. Echo just scrambling to reset, to reorganize here as Matt pops in a pain suppression, the first one of the game for him here. And TJ just gets swapped to and deleted. JT with a void shift on 20%. Matt just needs to shadow step. Swaz needs to shadow step him. Can you imagine that? A priest with shadow step? That would be terrifying. In the meantime, Waz down to half. Next pain suppression. Matt really sending those cooldowns to be able to keep Waz stable as he's trying to kite away. Full sap is found on JT. Waz completely in the zone, but TJ is back in with the maim stun. Matt has the rapture shields to keep everything stabilized, and Elsewave is just dying through all the damage. Was kicked on Frost, now has the ice block ready and available once again, but his priest still CC'd. Elsewave is greeting so much, gets a precognition proc and will be able to freeze cast here. He's looking for the ice wall, trying to separate Waz, but Chanimal with a full fear shuts him down.
Yeah, just Shadow Bolt after Shadow Bolt, just dealing devastation here against Drive Overload. It's a full bash on Meh. Is there any follow-up? Elsewave and TJ still rotting down. A full fear lands. Meh is there for the follow-up. Can he connect another? I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this one. Big shields coming in once again. These powered shields are insane. Huge icy veins from Elsewave, but he's getting control. He locks out Channel. Beautifully done. This is an opportunity for them to go after Waz. This is the highest threshold of damage that Elsewave is going to have available, but Drive Overload is just getting completely destroyed. Shadowy Duel comes in once again, and TJ, I don't think he's going to escape this one. Waz goes for the KO and finds it. Echo looking good in this game number one.
Split second decision there at the end from Chanimal as well. Yeah, JT channeling the penance on not TJ, doing some damage, trying to get those atonement heals in, and just gets kicked on the tail, and they're unable to throw in anything else for his Feral, and just like that, it ends. Echo looking a little bit spicy in a few moments here, but generally fairly in control of this first blind pick game, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it looked good. There were moments where, you know, they had some solid swaps on Waz, but it seemed like Matt always had an answer, whether he was just gripping him out of the stun lock and out of the big Comet Storm Meteor to avoid a lot of that incoming damage. There was, you know, just a few close calls, but ultimately these shadowy duels on TJ when he's low on health, he's fully dotted up. You know, the Shadow Bolts are coming in. It's just a lot for JT to kind of deal with. Mana, though, if you look, it actually was in favor of Drive Overload. So if they can find a way to continue this kind of pressure on Chanimal, this pressure on Waz, maybe look for opportunities to find more CC on Meh, they could end up winning this, even just on overall pressure. It's really scary. Those shadowy duels just seem like they're coming up so consistent for Waz, and he uses them really well as kind of like a final execute on TJ.
Exactly. And just like that, the Grand Arena comes to a close. We can talk about any potential other map picks, and I feel like we have a lot of kind of precedent we can talk about here, right? Because this is a repeat of the Grand Finals of Cup 1 from last weekend, and there it went just the same way. Of course, Echo was playing RMP in Game 1, but they also won. We went on to Empyrean Domain, where Drive Overload evened out the series, so I'm very curious how this is going to continue onwards, because I'm not quite sure a large map would be well suited, and Drive Overload agrees. They're going to Hook Point.
Yeah, looks like we are going to a nice small map. Echo, I think, will very confidently. They might take their time and just discuss strategy, but I think they're very confident in the composition that they're going to run. I would be surprised. I have been wondering, though, like, why are these teams abandoning the Paladin? Because the Paladin looked really good. Not only did it look good yesterday from Welcome to the Jung, but, you know, Drive Overload, they were playing the Paladin. And then we saw also, you know, Cubsy's team, they were playing it as well, the Power Toads. So I don't know why everyone's just getting off the Paladin in favor of the Priest. It seemed to be good. I mean, maybe, like, the War Games have evolved or something like that, but, yeah. I don't know.
I feel like to an extent it's an aspect of getting used to the Paladin again, because it hasn't really been the meta healer in the AWC in quite a while. At the end of Dragonflight, it certainly wasn't quite where people would have liked it to be. And on top of that, learning to play with the Disc Priest, especially considering a bunch of these teams are not traditional Disc Priest teams, right? Yes, you have teams like Echo, like Streamerzone GG, that have these years of experience playing with a good Disc Priest, but every other team needed to take the time to learn and pick up this playstyle, because it is very different. It's a very kind of aggressive, because you want to stay ahead of the momentum. You want to make sure your Disc Priest doesn't fall behind, because that's where the spec just really loses potential quite heavily. You want to keep the aggression high, And to get to that point, I feel like 2 weeks into the season, that's kind of the point where the teams really start to feel comfortable on comps with the Disc Priest. And I also feel like that is, when you play it well, where the Disc Priest pulls ahead of the Paladin.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility. But it does look like Drive Overload, they're going to lock in the same comp here on Hook Point.
Yep.
And we'll see what they decide to do. It was a lot of setups onto Waz. We'll see if they do that again. Maybe they put more pressure onto Chanimal. Chanimal kind of notorious as being one of the most slippery warlocks. You know, the way he uses his portal and his gateway, the timing of his positioning, it's just really difficult to take him down. So normally warlocks are a great target, but Chanimal is kind of a different beast. And I think that's one of the things that makes Echo so dangerous is a lot of these strategies you can kind of rely on in other matchups just don't work as well just because Echo's so good at playing defensive. So Drive Overload, they're certainly going to have to look for those openings.
Absolutely. On top of that, you have Meh, one of the healers that's just really good, watching out for his teammates, repositioning them with precise grips and the likes. And of course, he loves to go aggressive. Let's see if that is something that will pay off for Echo. We're heading into Game 2. It's Hook Point, Drive Overload. They need to make something work here to even out the series.
All right, here we go. Waz in stealth right now, looking for a sap. Manages to find it onto Elsewaves. Is going to be just getting a counter stun here onto TJ. Slow down that opener, and it's important, right? For the composition that Echo is running, they want to just enable Chanimal in the opener. The first setup isn't going to be that explosive, but you want to allow Chanimal to start building up this rot pressure, which is what we're seeing right now. And Waz does such a good job of enabling an instant kick there on the ice wall. Really good job there by Waz, using those young man reflexes.
Certainly has those available, as Chanimal has an early wall popped in, that unending resolve, giving him some opportunity to just free cast as he can't be interrupted. Man now pushing in, tries to go for the uppies, gets interrupted on it for just a moment, but now he goes up into the sky. TJ kidney shot it up, and immediately JT pops in the barrier, not even taking any chances here as the Buxiness on cooldown. He's still dropping down to 10% HP. The heals are coming through, no Rapture available after this, and JT pops in a Dispel on that unstable affliction, silencing himself, and TJ recovers for the moment. But Echo, they look like they're in the driver's seat. Waz finds a seed chain onto JT, and Elsewave getting pressured at the same time.
Yeah, TJ's low. Shadowy Duel available for Waz. Have to be very careful. He's so good and precise at using those duels to just finish off TJ. So TJ has to be prepared. There's no Barskin. Here's a Maim onto Matho, and Waz is getting low. Needs to be careful. They're putting pressure on a Chanimal at the same time. Also, he's going to blink out of the stun. Goes for a Polymorph. Finds it. He actually finds a full Polymorph on Meh. Chanimal immediately portals out of the way, looking for Fears, but unable to find it. TJ now gets cheap shot as Chanimal gates away. This is just a little bit dangerous here for Chanimal, but it seems like he has weathered the storm. Meh can heal him up, and now it's going to be Elsewave taking the brunt of the pressure.
Oh, what a grip from Meh. Yes, JT brings in the defensive fear, but so has Chanimal ready at one for him. And he's taking some good damage, has the health stone still available, 30 seconds to Dark Pact, and of course Meh, once he's out of that polymorph, has heals and shields up the wazoo ready for him. TJ takes a big punishment, actually insane damage coming through on Chanimal, forcing the health stone and a defensive duel from Waz, as he is trying to make some measure work here. TJ trades out the Survival Instincts, another big defensive that Echo just got out of Drive Overload, but for the moment that Ice Wall really putting pressure onto Meh. He tries to reposition, Chanimal ports out, trying to reconnect, but Elsewave, he has a Bloodlust proc, the Time Warp coming in clutch, and they're sending Chanimal down to half. Finds the Unstable Affliction, but the damage is not stopping. The heals from Meh are massive. And TJ dips out, trying to look for a Cyclone, and does not quite find it as Waz cloaks it. The damage continues, and the grip should stabilize Chanimal, at least for the moment here, Sven.
Yeah, I really like this strategy. Chanimal almost goes down. I was going to say, just unrelenting in this pressure on Chanimal to get the swap out of the way. Meh, really close call there with that one, but TJ and Elsewave just really focusing on just all-out damage on Chanimal. They're just overwhelming Echo. At the same time, though, TJ's low. Needs to be careful in bear form, pain suppression. JT just trades out the swap at the same time. Now it's going to be Chanimal that could easily go down. He's in line of sight of his portal, so TJ can immediately get there, but he's just forced so defensive. JT still in a fear. Excellently done there by Chanimal. Under fire, still finding the crowd control, still setting up his team, looking for Raptures, and this is a really good job here by Echo. A few close calls on Challenge, making a new Soul Weld, wants more Hellstones. He's got that low cooldown, and Elsewave will be forced into his Ice Block.
When's the last time you've seen that? He just casting so well in the middle of the match. Finds another mind control, kind of slowing the game down for Echo for just a moment. Waz was looking for a re-stealth, doesn't quite find it, but TJ gets the maim stun, the counterspell in as well. Chanimal under fire. Unending Resolve is back up and ready. I think he should be largely fine here. Gets a pain suppression, has the health stone and Dark Pact available now, and TJ is dropping lower and lower. Now connecting onto Chanimal. This could get risky, but he immediately gets coiled and has to run away. Rapture Shields keeping Chanimal healthy. He ports out, reconnects with Meh, trying to set himself up in terms of positioning, and they're just waiting for Waz to be able to send the setup. He is looking for JT, he's looking for that full kidney shot, and this might just be where Echo wins the game, but a quick ice wall from Elsewave shuts them down.
Yeah, nice ice wall. Chanimal repositioning on the other side of the pillar. Waz goes for the stun lock. TJ's in trouble.
Oh, this
doesn't
is not
really
good.
have much damage though from Chanimal. He might be able to hold on. Are they just going to take him down through Barkskin? Waz is on a solo mission right now, but TJ, he was just playing so defensive in that moment that Chanimal really wasn't able to assist in that setup whatsoever, and one of the reasons why TJ was able to stay alive. At the same time, though, Elswave's rotting down. Second ice block has been forced with the shadowy duel of Waz. Once again, MVP with that ability. Those timings are sick. 5 minutes have elapsed into the game. Another setup here onto TJ. Ultimate Penitence here from Meh. The bolts are flying in. The damage could be overwhelming here onto TJ. A spell lock slips in by Chanimal. Nice spell lock into a blind. JT is forced to trade out his trinket to keep TJ alive. At the same time, Chanimal trades out the Unending Resolve, a full polymorph on Meh, using the death to break out of that. A Dragon's Breath to follow it up. Chanimal is low on health. Meh doesn't have many answers. Chanimal could fall. They might be able to do it. Drive overload. They're playing aggressive. Chanimal gets maimed behind the pillar. Gets gripped back by Meh. Nicely done there by Meh. It looks like they might be able to hold on, but this is just overwhelming pressure from TJ and Elswave.
They just need to find a turnaround anywhere. Maybe with this kidney shot, Waz has Shadow Blades, and Chanimal pops in the Dark Pact. No more defensives. Maybe the pain suppression. 15 seconds onto Mass Barrier.
Oh,
and Elsewave is just rotting down. He has nothing. The grip from JT. The Rapture Shields are so reduced thanks to dampening, and TJ is dying at the same time. Struggle moments here for JT. He needs to move heaven and earth to keep his team alive here, and Waz wants to shut that down. The ice wall is massive. Maybe last-ditch effort here, swapping over onto the Rogue, but Meh makes it around the wall, reconnecting with his team, and now they got all the damage in the world. A nice shutdown here with the counterspell onto the Haunt. Elsewave not letting the damage come in, but he is still just rotting down. TJ dying, JT, Echo is letting them hang out to dry. It's looking dire. The last few seconds of this match are ticking down. Full fear. Double follow-up from Meh. TJ falls, Elsewave falls, and Echo up to 2.
Yep, Echo up 2-0 now with this composition, but there was a lot more close calls. And this one, I really like the fact that they were going after Chanimal. This small map certainly helped. Like, I think out of all the maps, it's probably the better ones for going after the Warlock. So not being able to just kind of seal the deal and finish the job on hook point is definitely unfortunate for Drive Overload, but this is a really good attempt. I mean, you got to Shadow Drive Overload. They're still trying to make plays here. The wall comes down. They go after Waz, but the barrier is enough. Meh actually thought stealing Elsewave here, so he can't get any kind of polymorphs, and it really stops him from getting any kind of significant peel. So Meh doing a really good job with that ability, not only preventing Elsewave from polymorphing him, but also not allowing him to peel, so they could just ride this momentum. Echo just so creative with their strategies, their talent choices, and it's at this point where it's basically impossible for JT to do anything. He's just getting stunned up, he's getting feared, and there's just no healing left. He tries to go for the Will of Forsaken, but Meh's there for the follow-up, and there's just no way he's healing through that kind of pressure at that point of the game.
No, it's impressive play from Drive Overload and JT to stay in the game so effectively and having consistent almost kill pressure onto Chanimal for almost 7 minutes straight with an athlete lock just blasting. Okay, not just an athlete lock, with Chanimal blasting them the entire time. So mana just towards the end running out. The defensives, I think they rotated them very, very well. Some minor overlaps here and there, I feel like, but I don't think you can play this game that much better on the side of Drive Overload. And with this being their map pick, I feel like this series is only going to get harder from here on out.
I think that's certainly a possibility, but they did look better there. Just like
Yeah.
It's just Chanimal does such a good job. It's not just Chanimal though. It's everyone on the team. You know, they really set. Oh wow, Drive Overload. They're abandoning that strategy. They're not playing the Feral Mage anymore. They're going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, an absolute classic here for the Beast Mastery Hunter. Bringing in Elsewave on the DK also. So in a shocking turn of events, they're bringing in a BM Hunter DK, and we'll see if this cleave composition can go toe to toe, because I don't think that this is like one of those matchups where they're just going to easily kill Chanimal or anything like that. But what I do think is that this is going to be less than 2 minutes. That's my guess. Less than 2 minutes here, Lithy.
You think it's going to be over that quickly?
I do,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
It's a classic. It has to. It's
I mean,
like
you
fate.
have a point. Yeah, no, you have a point. I mean, it's not their first games on this comp, but
It could be over in either direction. I'm not saying that they're just going to lose in 2 minutes. I'm saying someone's going to lose.
I'm saying 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And
Okay.
then Drive Overload is gonna lose.
Okay. I like it.
Okay.
see.
Okay. Good.
We'll see what happens. Yeah. Either way, though, Echo up 2-0 right now. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron, and this could be a great battleground to finish off the series. Drive Overload going to be looking to battle it back here. They need to reverse sweep Echo. Not an easy thing to do, but Grand Finals is going to be on the line. They want to pick up those points. If they could eliminate Echo now, pick up that momentum, is going to be important. Elsewave immediately just running on top of Chanimal, and I think he's going to be the main focus target in this match.
Did TJ just pet Bloodlust and then swap pet right as the gates open?
Yes.
Call of the Wild in as well. Some massive strats coming through. Some good damage on Echo right out of the gate. And of course, Archangel and Rapture Shields popped in and desperately trying to keep this entire team alive. But this is the big scary moment, the start of the match when everything is rolling. All the DK CDs, all the Hunter CDs. Echo just needs to live this and they are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if they can do it. Chanimal portals away once again to safety. Waz is there to get the follow-up stuns. And Elsewave, he's already burned through his Icebound Fortitude. TJ could just go down. He is so low on health. There it is. At 2 minutes.
Oh my god.
2 minutes, I told you. Echo, they
This was
survived.
57 seconds, man.
I know.
It was like half of what...
Hey,
Wow.
I'm happy with that one. I mean, Echo, that was very impressive. You mentioned it, right? The beginning of the game is the scariest point in the game. So what Waz tries to do, like basically this is how this matchup plays. Echo has to play defense in the opener, and what Drive Overload needs to do is just play as aggressive as possible. They want to pick up that momentum. So Waz's responsibility in a matchup like this is just get the cooldowns out of the way. You want to force TJ to feel like he has to trinket to stay aggressive. You want to force Elsewave to feel like he has to use his Icebound Fortitude to stay aggressive. You get the trinket from JT as well. And that's already, if you live and you also get every trinket, now the scariest moment is out of the way, and this is when you can start focusing on your offense. So the Fear lands on JT. They get the stun lock on TJ. They still had that entire Death Coil coming in there from a channel, that Mortal Coil effect to take him down. So that was a massive overkill on TJ, and Echo gets it done. Clean sweep.
Well, can't do it any better than that. Thank you for that breakdown, Vin. It is very enlightening, and quite honestly, this sets us up to have, quite honestly, the juiciest, the tastiest finals we could have hoped for in NA. Because I think there's a very particular player waiting up there for Echo to join them.
Yeah, most definitely. Phoenix Reborn. They are going to be the team that Echo is matching, and a player that we highlighted this morning and so many times throughout the weekend. Then Zeepai, do we feel like he's going to be able to lead his team to victory to take down Echo?
We'll have to see. It's certainly a possibility. I mean, Zeepai has gone toe-to-toe with Echo a lot, but Echo, I don't know. They just are looking like a different beast here today. A lot of these teams, a lot of these very good teams are trying these hunter compositions, and it's just not working out. Do they need the elemental shaman? Is that the X factor? You need the Beastmaster hunter, and then you also need an elemental shaman as good as Zeepai, who's just been, so clutch with his lightning lassos, his hex, his shears, his grounds for years and years and years against Echo. Is that what you need? We'll have to wait and see, but I think it's going to be a really good finals.
Yeah, I think so as well. And don't forget also, we're doing North America immediately after. So the rest of the day, certainly going to be exciting. And with that, I believe we are going to be heading to a break. So definitely stick around here. Before we do that, though, perhaps a spell guessing game? Want to do a spell guessing
Perhaps
game?
just a quick.
Oh, I
Little
would
guess-
gladly
Little
take
cheeky
one.
spell guessing game? Maybe production.
My first one of the
They're
day.
doing
so
it.
I'm
They're doing
excited.
it. There we go. All right.
Here we go. All right.
Let's
Yes,
do
I
it.
can't wait. This is my favorite.
I really believe in us, guys. Oh,
Here we go.
requires priest. Okay.
Instant cast
Oh god.
ability by the priest.
This is Shadow Fiend.
Mindbender. It could be Shadow Fiend or Mindbender, I guess.
It's Shadow Fiend. Or is it Mindbender?
I mean,
Oh, it could actually be Mindbender.
is Shadow Fiend
The
replenish
blur
more
in
mana?
front of the percentage of mana it's too close. It could be a 0.2%.
Is that the difference? Is Mindbender a 0.2%?
I'm not sure how much Mindbender is. I think it's 0.4 or 0.2, but I'm very sure that Shadow Fiend is 2% mana per hit.
So that's maybe where they're trying to trick us. It's definitely that.
Yeah.
100%. Could it be anything else?
Yeah, it's not Void Wraith, because Void Wraith is a shadow only, and Shadow doesn't care about mana. There would be something about Insanity here.
It's actually not Shadow
Shadow
only.
doesn't care about mana. There would be something about Insanity here.
It's actually not Shadow only.
Psyfiend.
Discipline Priest can play that too. You can actually play a talent.
Oh, right.
Or disc.
I'm stupid. It's in the Void Weaver, right?
Yeah. So, it
Yeah.
could be any of those now. Oh, this is
Shadowfiend.
brutal.
It's Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my gut and say Mindbender because that's what it was telling. Like it, I really think it could be any of them, but I'm just gonna go with my first.
Wait,
instinct.
Shadowfiend, Mindbender, and okay. I feel like I'm
Warcraft.
gonna go with
you
something.
could go. I really think it could be any of them, but I'm just gonna go with my first.
Wait,
instinct.
Shadowfiend, Mindbender, and okay. I feel like I'm gonna
Warcraft,
go with
yeah, you
something.
could go with
that-
Warcraft.
Okay, it's Mindbender.
No, I wanna
It's
go-
Mindbender. It's
I want to go
Mindbender.
with Psyfiend.
What is it?
Okay, go with Psyfiend if you want.
Psy-
I'm going with Mindbender. Here we go.
Show us chat.
I feel like Mindbender is 8 seconds, but I also think Shadowfiend is 16 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm sticking with Shadowfiend.
All right,
see.
let's
I'm
see
getting my
it.
priest card removed. I don't care.
Reveal.
Yeah. something like this.
Oh
Oh,
no!
You were right.
Point two mana.
Your
I even
intuition
called
on the
it.
point two. Yeah, you knew.
Okay. Okay.
I hate it.
All right.
I guess I won even before we saw the answers. I was like dialed in. I got lucky.
You were. You did. Oh, okay.
I just need to have more faith
Okay.
in you, Ben.
What the heck is
No.
this?
Yeah. Oh, this
I
is
hate
amazing.
this. Okay, I don't think it's C.
Don't think it's. What is even the difference? Oh,
C
just
needs
the
to go to
eye.
the
Teeth.
dentist, that's for sure.
Teethies.
It's D.
I'm playing. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm not. Actually, I don't even want to explain my logic. I'm just gonna go with
Okay.
A.
I was gonna go with A as well, just because the teeth look right to me.
My
Oh.
logic is the eyes are different, so I feel like they're trying to trick us.
Oh yeah, they are. Okay. I'm going with A. Also. Oh, but
I'm sticking
D
with
kinda
D.
looks- Okay. Oh man. All right, I'm still gonna go with A. All right. Show it to
There we
us.
Reveal the answer.
Reveal the answer. Production. Oh.
Yes.
Woo!
2 for
Yeah, I'm
2.
definitely losing my class card. Holy.
I just don't. I don't want them to give me any
no.
mage answer. No mage stuff because I don't even want to have the possibility of losing my card. You know.
They just put the mage ones up to the front of the queue for you, Ben. All right, well, here's a look at the bracket. We're almost halfway through the day. We're heading into the European Grand Finals. Up next, Echo. They've had to play 3 series in a row, and now they are meeting Phoenix Reborn here in the Grand Finals. It's going to be a very, very intense series. It's best of 7 as well, so hold on to your seats. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's Phoenix Reborn versus Echo. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Echo has battled it out from the lower bracket and has made it all the way up here to face off against Phoenix Reborn, a team that has been doing incredibly well this weekend. Zico, I know you're particularly excited for this one because you've got some proteges in this matchup on both sides.
That's right. We got my boy Numliz. Discovered him back in Legion. Got his first rank one with me. We got Waz. My other, these are my children fighting right now, and I'm just sitting here like a proud dad cheering them on. I'm just kidding. No, it's gonna be. I'm cheering for us. I think we're gonna get some good games, and that's ultimately what matters. Phoenix Reborn, we highlighted Zeepai as the player to watch. He has absolutely delivered. Okay, production, you guys, okay, fine. I'm cheering for Echo. No, I'm not.
Yeah, I was gonna say the predictions won't be able to
called out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be a banger. We got Zeepai versus Waz. Like we highlighted at the beginning of the day, these are two players that have kind of gone head-to-head in so many different finals, and the year is 2024, and it's still happening, so it's going to be an absolute bloodbath here.
Yeah, I think certainly. Then I'm going to call you out here. You are voting for Phoenix in this one.
That's right. They did it once. I think they can do it again. You know what I mean? I've been going for Echo the whole day in that lower bracket, but I'm kind of feeling Phoenix. Haven't dropped a series yet in this tournament. They're the ones that sent Echo down to the lower bracket. I feel like there's a potential that they could do it again. You two disagree, obviously, but
I voted against Echo in the last one, and I've learned my lesson. So I'm going with Echo here. Obviously, I would love to see Phoenix Reborn take this one. It's always great to root for sort of, I don't want to call them the underdog. I don't think that's fair at all, but
they are.
They kind of are, just based off of okay, you can say it. They can get mad
Echo is an unstoppable monster. Like they just keep winning everything. They're definitely favored here.
No, they certainly are, especially if you look at just the record they have alone in AWC. But here's some of their favorite comps on the side of Echo. Go ahead, Zico.
Has Chanimal not lost yet? Like, is this guy actually just undefeated, even one game?
No, dude.
Yeah.
It's Chanimal, what do you mean?
Yeah, this is for the broadcast only, but still, I mean, Chanimal, what a beast. He's been looking absolutely deadly on the Warlock, as he has for a really long time. And Echo, I mean, these guys, they're getting to play their mains. They get to play the Rogue Mage Priest. They get to play the Rogue Lock Priest. They got Meh back. And it's just such a strong roster. But at the same time, we can't forget about Phoenix Reborn. This is a team that, was kind of recently formed and has just been kind of blowing all the expectations out of the water. So I'm excited to see what they can do here. Did Echo kind of learn their lesson from their previous defeat? Or is Phoenix Reborn, just even better now that they've gotten to play more games? Houston has gotten more reps on his Hunter. He's had more time to practice. Zeepai has gotten more time to kind of warm up here. And then there's also the mental fatigue, right? Echo, they've been playing all day long in that lower bracket. Phoenix Reborn, they've just been chilling here in the grand finals, just waiting for their opponent.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, this is about to be Echo's third series in a row. Then, as a former competitor, what position would you rather be in? Echo having just come off 2 wins, or Phoenix Reborn having dropped or risen to that grand final position quite a while ago and sort of just waiting for your matchup?
Yeah, it is interesting because, I mean, you could really say it either way, right? It's like Echo, they're just exhausted from battling down to that lower bracket, or they're sharp. They're ready to go, They haven't lost focus. Meanwhile, Phoenix Reborn, they're in the upper bracket, falling asleep, their caffeine's wearing off, all that good stuff. So it could go either way. I think both these teams at this point are like really dialed in. For me, I like having the momentum. Either way is kind of good. I mean, if you're in that lower bracket and you're just beating team after team after team, especially having dominant performance, like picking up the momentum is definitely going to be making you feel good. It feels like for Echo, they're almost the underdog. They're not the underdogs, but like almost coming through that lower bracket. Phoenix Reborn, it's like, okay, can we do it again? These guys are looking like monsters. They're just seeing them destroy all the competition. So that's a scary place to be in too.
It's funny because after that open bracket game, Waz told me that they had been waiting around and they came into that series against Phoenix Reborn cold. So maybe they're playing to their strengths, but we are going to see Swapsy going up against his former teammates here with Echo. And it's going to be, again, the DK Hunter coming out from Phoenix Reborn. Echo going to be leading with the Rogue Warlock here. So we're going to see Waz actually playing the Assassination as well. So a lot of mix-ups happening here on both sides. Let's see who takes it here in the opener, Ben.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This is not what I was expecting at all in the blind pick. The Assassination Rogue. Right now, Swapsy and Waz kind of just duking it out in the middle of the map. And we've seen this before from Phoenix Reborn, just allowing Swapsy to kind of be the main tank of the game. Just really try to stop Waz from getting anything going. Just grip him into the middle of the map. Just allow Houston and Numbless to put out pure damage and try to just win on pressure. Just outright pressure. Swapsy, though, is taking a lot of damage right now. Needs to be careful. Just tanking this entire ultimate penitence with full damage over time effects. I mean, I can't believe he just shrugged that off.
Yeah, Swapsy is looking quite beefy, but as I say that, he's in execute range. He needs to respect that Assassination Rogue execute, dropping very low. Gets the pain suppression, though, from Numbless. Numbless sitting through a gouge right now. Has a little bit of healing to do onto his teammates here. Houston also dropping quite low. Stun onto Waz. Matt with a beautiful mind control there as well in the back line. And now Houston moving in, looking for some crowd control. Chanimal is going to be the target of choice. Undefeated on broadcast. Matt looking for another mind control here onto Swapsy. And he's going to be stalling the damage a lot, but the Diamond Eyes trap connects. But at the same time, Houston's taking a lot of damage. Nice double blinding sleet coming out from Swapsy. Numbless now with the ultimate penitence coming out there in the back line, just healing up his team. Chanimal porting away here on quite low HP. Needs to be very careful there. Nice kick lands from Houston. Swapsy with the anti-magic shell making his way back to the target. Chanimal trying to get out of that defile on the ground. Manages to finally do it. Coil gets dispelled there onto Swapsy. Chanimal with a beautiful fake cast, gets the precognition, gets the haunt, and there's the asphyxiate grip onto Waz, and he's going to be porting away on the side here. Chanimal once again just tanking out those pets in the back line, and so far I would say it could come down to mana here. Both teams rotting down quite a bit, but finally a Diamond Dice connects. Waz, what are you going to do? Trades out the Healthstone and the evasion, doesn't have the Cloak of Shadows, and at the same time Chanimal now caught up in a stun, gets dispelled by man, gets around the corner, looking for the fake casts here. Big damage connecting from Houston. Waz almost going down here in that exchange. He has the Cloak of Shadows, and I think the Assassination Rogue could be a squishy target here for Phoenix Reborn to exploit.
Yeah, definitely. He gets gripped back, too. Swapsy's just so annoying. Like, just gripping him back, chains of ice. He's just stuck there as they get pummeled by Houston and Numbless. And I really like this strategy. Swapsy's just built really tanky, but needs to be careful. Full blind on Numbless. Wants to hold on. He gets the Void Shift. There's the double blinding sleep just to slow down some damage. Again, the defile is going to be dropping down. Swapsy getting some cleave, but he needs to get the anti-magic shell off. Does manage to connect it, and I think Swapsy will survive with that one. Mana still about even, maybe even a slight lead here from Matt, which isn't really what you'd expect. Waz needs to be careful, though. With no cloak, no vanish, and no evasion, he's definitely an open target here, but at the same time, Swapsy is in a lot of danger. These shields are getting dispelled. Nice dispel there by Matt, just removing these big, powerful shields by Numbless, really putting their team ahead.
Yeah, but Numbless with the Rapture able to spam them, but still Swapsy not out of the woods just yet. Rotting down. Here's the haunt. Huge damage from Chanimal, and it is going to be Echo that takes game number 1 here. Kind of a surprise pick, but the Assassination Rogue is very effective. I think Phoenix Reborn weren't expecting it, and Echo looking as dominating as ever. Chanimal now 10-0 on the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking really good. There was a few close calls, though. I mean, this is an even series, but this is definitely one of those matchups where it could go back and forth, right? Like, depending on what they pick. However, I feel like this is kind of the matchup Phoenix Reborn wanted. So maybe it actually won't go back and forth. Like, I could easily see at this point Echo just if they can't beat this composition with what Phoenix Reborn locked in blind, like, I am a little bit afraid for them. We can see right now Swapsy is under a lot of pressure, so really no defensive cooldowns left. He's got about 1 second left on that anti-magic shell. Managed to get it off, but still that bleed damage from Waz is going to be more than effective. Sudden demise kicks in, then he is going to go down. He had just 10 seconds. Actually, let's see here. Did he have the Dark Iron Dwarf racial? I feel like he might have actually had it, and Swapsy could have maybe survived there. We'll have to wait and see. He gets feared up here. It's coming off cooldown in just a few short seconds. Anti-magic shell's up in about 10 seconds. So did he have an answer for the setup? He actually might have been able to survive.
Yeah, he did have it, by the looks of it.
Shell, dwarf, like, live, yeah. I think.
Shell Dwarf actually would have been enough. I think he was afraid of a UA, but he didn't have UA on him right there, so he could have actually done it. Personally, I've, I played Dark Iron Dwarf as well, so I've done that a couple of times where you just dispel a UA on yourself and you just like kill your own character from like half HP.
What happened?
But yeah, and the healers are always so confused, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, that's crazy. Just Warlock damage. How they need to nerf that. But yeah, Swapsy I think was maybe afraid of that, but these are those high stakes situations, and Swapsy also coming in cold here. This is his first game, I think, today.
Look at Chanimal's damage. Like, what? he is doing the damage of a Beast Mastery Hunter and an Unholy Death Knight combined. I want everyone to fully appreciate that. A Beast Mastery Hunter and an Unholy Death Knight combined. So Chanimal putting out a lot of work on this Warlock.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Chanimal, he's so good at fake casting, he's so good at positioning, he just reads the game. It's so hard to land kicks on this guy, and he's also really good at interrupting. It's just, yeah, he's just got the whole package when it comes to Warlock, and we can see why he's so successful. Just being able to fake cast a lot, getting his dots out and just repositioning constantly, knows when to go for the CC, knows when to get his damage. And yeah, I mean, at the end of that one, it was the sudden demise from the Assassination Rogue. But I do think that if we table it back to the compositions for a second, I think Phoenix Reborn wanted this matchup, but with the sub-rogue. So I think the plot twist here is Waz coming in on the Assassination Rogue. Now the question is, are they going to lock that in once again, or are they maybe going to go for their RMP? Because their RMP was winning games as well against the BM Ellie. So they could go on blind picks with the RMP and just try to have like a round. Oh my, what? Okay, so we got Waz form coming in, Meh on the Holy Paladin, and then we got Chanimal again on the Warlock. I don't know.
What are they afraid of? This is a really interesting one to me. Maybe this does go to like a game 7 then, because this is just completely out of nowhere. Mez gonna play Paladin? Waz is gonna play Feral? Oh, I mean, okay. I didn't expect that one, but sounds good. I know Mez been tweeting out, follow Matt on Twitter, and he's been tweeting out about Holy Light, and how strong Holy Light is. Like, yeah, this is okay. Tweeting out like 7 million Holy Lights and stuff like that. So I guess he's been investing some time into it. And now I'm curious, where does Phoenix Reborn? Like, how do they pivot here?
That is a good question. I don't know if do you want to have the Ellie Shaman into Chanimal's Warlock? I'm not sure if that's a matchup that you actually want. Phoenix Reborn, what do they do here? I feel like BM Hunter, maybe BM Hunter GK wouldn't be too bad here into this, but at the same time, DK versus Feral is not the greatest matchup as well. So I don't know. I think this is a pretty solid pick all around from Echo. And if I'm on Phoenix Reborn, I want to play Zeepai every single game. But Shaman into Warlock, I don't like the matchup that much. And yeah, they're going to just go for the DK Hunter again.
Okay. So that just tells me that Phoenix Reborn has something for the Roguelock Priest. It has to, right? But yeah, that was a really interesting blind pick for Echo, because the Assassination Rogue, here's the interesting thing about rogues, is it's like there's always some spec. There's always like some iteration that's like, oh, they're playing subtlety. Great, we finally figured out the subtlety rogue. Like, we can beat them with this. And then, oh, he's an Assassination Rogue, and it completely changes the dynamic of the matchup. And now you need some new composition. And I'm sure once they beat Assassination, Outlaw Waz is going to be coming in, or now Feral Waz. So some iteration that you have to like consider and think about. But yeah, Chanimal definitely hitting a home run in that first game. Let's see if he can perform once again against this composition. Phoenix Reborn playing a very passive playstyle, right? Like, they're basically sending Swapsy in, trying to be disruptive, and then almost just trying to mana burn with damage. Just like slowly get mana out of cooldowns with the consistent damage from the Beast Mastery Hunter and the Unholy Death Knight. Unfortunately, they were kind of beat at their own game in that game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good way to put it. Just kind of going for the mana burn strategy, and also just whenever they have those moments with high pressure, that's when we can see Fuston pushing in, looking for the Diamond Eyes, looking for the traps, and that's when Chanimal's going to be really pressured in the matchup. But Waz form coming out now on the Feral Druid could be kind of a good target as well for Phoenix Reborn. The Assassination Rogue is also quite a good target, but Meh on the Holy Paladin, I would say, is kind of the most surprising thing here, because we haven't seen Meh too much on Holy Paladin. We have seen him on Prez Evoker, and he was absolutely disgusting in Dragonflight on that Prez Evoker. It just felt like he was, just on a tier above everybody else on that. So if he has invested a lot of time into the Holy Paladin, I'm very sure that it's going to be looking just as good. But we are wasting no time. This is the grand finals here in Europe, and it is going to be a best of 7. So the first team to catch 4 wins will be the champion here. And of course, Echo looking to win this one, because on the standings, they've already knocked out Drive Overload, which is number 2 on the standings. This is a chance for them to kind of get even further ahead, which I would say has been kind of their main competition so far. Phoenix Reborn not having too many points from that cup number 1. I think only have 25 points. So they have an opportunity here to kind of climb up the standings, but nowhere near that top echelon. But right now, we're going to see Meh stun into a trap. Chanimal is going to be the target and instantaneously getting a precognition proc right off the bat. Waz also on the Feral Druid, looking for some bleeds here over onto Swapsy. Chanimal is taking quite a heavy beating though, as Waz pushes in for the stun here onto Numlis, looking for the Cyclone. Is he going to be able to find it? Beautiful fake cast there, and he gets it, but at what cost? He took so much damage while he was in caster form there.
Yeah, Meh's going to have to play catch-up just a little bit here, and they are going to lose some damage. Like, not having Meh to assist in damage is going to really hurt them. We'll see what Waz can do. Houston is just dragging Waz to the ends of the earth and just making swaps. It's a really good strategy, but the problem is you can't leave Swapsy by himself for too long. Seems like he's going to be okay. Both Chanimal and Waz going after Swapsy. They grip in. Beautiful blinding sleep. The triple here by Swapsy, setting up his team. Chanimal will just use the Demonic Circle to get away, but at the same time, they're pressuring Meh and Waz quite heavily. The pressure for Phoenix Reborn is a lot in this match.
Yeah, and now here comes another Cyclone over onto Numlis. It's going to connect. Waz looking for the target. It's going to be Houston. Big bite coming in there over onto Houston. Meh looking for the repentance, and it lands. Numlis trinkets into a Hammer of Justice. The whole team is rotting down. This is going to be the Void Shift coming out from Numlis. That's going to be the Turtle potentially as well from Houston. The entire team is just rotting down. Chanimal with another fake cast gets the haunt off. Huge damage potentially onto Swapsy now, as he is dropping down to about 30% HP. Chanimal immediately ports away from that grip. Gets the beautiful UAs all over the team, as well as now finally Houston pops his cooldowns, and he gets Cyclone immediately on that. He's going to trinket out that Cyclone to try to continue the pressure. They need counter pressure on the side of Phoenix Reborn. Waz finally getting interrupted on one of those Cyclones, but a Repentance is going to sneak in from Meh on the Holy Paladin. Waz though in a Diamondized trap. Chanimal, what are you going to do? He's taking a lot of damage here as well from Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, definitely. Chanimal could be in trouble. They're making a push. Meh tries to block it with a Blessing of Protection, but it's not dispelled just yet. So luckily not going to get dispelled by the Trank Shot or the Dispel of Numlis, and that is able to sit full. But a beautiful CC chain incoming here by Echo, but Waz rotting down in the meantime. Beautiful play here by Swapsy, getting the Blinding Sleet out once again. Chanimal repositions with the Gateway. Meh just trying to connect heals, and I think he will keep the team alive. Mana still looking pretty good. Waz gets interrupted. He goes for the maim into the Cyclone, gets kicked there by Houston and shut down, but the Cyclone inevitably lands, and who are they going after? The scatter shot by Houston. Honestly, Houston's doing such a good job just slowing down the offense of Waz with kicks and scatters, but inevitably Waz will connect and get some damage rolling.
Yeah, and right now Swapsy trying to go after Meh, but Meh behind the pillar, not going to be too good of a target. Beautiful port right there on the Defile of Swapsy by Chanimal. Chanimal now sitting there, rooting up the pets as well with the mass root actually from Waz. So nice little adaptation there to reduce a lot of that BM Hunter damage. But here comes another CC attempt, stun onto Numlis. Repentance being casted. Nice scatter shot from Houston, shutting it down. Diamond Eye is going to be landing onto Waz. He's looking for the Cyclone. He gets feared on the Cyclone cast. Numlis trying to buy a couple of more seconds here to top his team, but not going to be able to get too much done, as he does get Cyclone trinkets out of that one immediately. Rapture to respond as well, as he's shielding up his boys, and down there is the anti-magic zone coming out as well from Swapsy. But so far it is just Chanimal and Waz on this damage meter, getting so much work done. Finally some pressure over onto Chanimal. He gets gripped on his port. This could be a moment where they could get a big cooldown. Chanimal, what are you going to do? Teleport, use the health stone, might need to use the gateway here as well. Unending Resolve is available in his back pocket, but he's holding holding on to it. Sacrifice from Meh should be more than enough. Another Shadow Fury coming out. Triple Blinding Sleet from Swapsy, taking a page out of Mez's book right there. Chanimal immediately going to be porting away to safety, but here comes Phoenix Reborn. They're chasing him. They're trying to chase down Meh as well with that sacrifice redirect damage, but so far not able to pressure him too much. Now Numbly is caught up in CC chain, but Chanimal again under heavy fire catches another Blessing of Protection, and now it's going to be Houston on the back foot. Houston 1 second left on the stun, going down to 10% HP. Finally catches a heal, but Swapsy's rotting down as well. So much pressure. Pain suppression connects from Numbly as he looks to try to catch his team back up, and he managed to do it, but at what cost, Van?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. Chanimal getting gripped in there. They still have some pressure. Swapsy and Houston still just going for it, but Chanimal's going to trade off the wall. Houston's in so much trouble. Hammer of Justice here onto Numliz. All three members are rotting down and getting destroyed. Trap onto Waz, just doing anything it can to try to slow down their offense, but Numliz just cannot recover. It could be a triple kill. Swapsy's getting so incredibly low. Powered shields and raptures coming in here for Numliz, but he just does not have the throughput. Swapsy hanging on by a thread. The triple! He might keep them in the game with that triple. Can they do it? They're going for a ton of pressure on Chanimal, but he waddles away to safety once again. That was a great counter setup there by Swapsy, but Numliz is running out of time.
Yeah, and Numliz is sitting through a Cyclone, a Miracle swap over onto Meh Houston. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one, though. Ducks around the corner. Meh bubbles to try to take him down, but a nice flame death comes out, and that's going to be the ultimate penitence coming out for Numliz. He's trying to turn it around. We've seen this movie before. Waz is taking so much damage. The bolts are raining in from the sky, and somehow, miraculously, Phoenix Reborn are reborn in this matchup, staying alive.
I can't believe it. Numliz keeping his team in the game. Full Mamesa into a full Cyclone at the same time. Chanimal is rotting down. The trap lands on Meh. He deflects the attack with the sacrifice, and I think Echo should be able to hold on. Houston with nothing left. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. Numliz as well. They've got nothing left in the tank. The Shadow Bolts are coming. There comes the coil. Spell lock on Numliz, and Chanimal seals the deal. Let's see. It still could potentially be a cross kill here. I think it's very unlikely, but it's possible. Let's keep our eyes open for that one. I think Swapsy should go down here in just a few short seconds. Anti-Magic Shell is not available, and Echo do it up 2-0. That's a great final push there by Chanimal.
I would love to see just a precognition uptime there for Chanimal, because I feel every time I looked, he just had it. Every time there was a kick available on Swapsy, Chanimal fakes it. Every time there was a kick available on anyone on the side of Phoenix Reborn, Chanimal was just able to do so much damage in this matchup. But this was a crazy close call onto Houston. Numliz managed to recover his teammates, and then they go for the final push. Once again, the bash comes in, the full Cyclone comes in, and Houston finds himself behind the pillar in no man's land. And look at that precognition immediately. As soon as you put the camera on Chanimal, precognition active, UA, just the whole team is just getting dotted. He porch in aggressively and also defensively there. They connect with the Hammer of Justice. They connect with the coil. He lands the 0.1 spell lock onto Numliz there as well, and the Shadow Bolt proc as well, as you mentioned. I got to give Swapsy some credit, though. These triple blinding sleets were definitely clutch, but still really close calls there. And Echo kind of showing up here with a completely new composition that we haven't seen, and it's looking good. I mean, look at that damage.
Yeah. Did we like this more? Like, I'm not even sure. Like, it's interesting to me Echo locked this in. I guess more as the series go on, I think it'll reveal more and more information, but it's curious to me that they did change their composition, and this looked good too. So maybe they're showing, hey, you know, we got two compositions that can beat you. I really don't know. As long as Chanimal's in the game, I think things are probably looking pretty good here. The triple blinding sleet, like you said, we're definitely on point for Swapsy. I don't think Phoenix Reborn is playing this bad. These are really close games. It's just when it counts at the finish line, Echo's able to pull a little bit further ahead. And I was able to find these moments for crowd control. Just these bash cyclones are deadly if no one can really help out. Numliz is kind of left alone. And yeah, I think all 6 players in this game had a phenomenal showcase. But Echo, at the end of it, it's only 2 games away from closing it out. If you're Phoenix Reborn, what do you do? Like, what you've prepared is lost to 2 different comps now.
Yeah, maybe it's time to bring in Zipai, the last bastion of Europe here, to try to get something going against Echo. But I'm not sure. Meh as well on the Holy Paladin. So impressive, just pulling out 900k HPS the whole game, landing so many clutch repentances as well early on in the match, forcing a lot of cooldowns. And it really is, another one of those situations where you can tell Echo has really kind of done their homework in this matchup. They're going for these MAME stuns onto Numliz. And then you have Waz on one side casting Cyclone and Meh on the other side casting the Repentance. And you only have so many stops for that. At some point, you're going to be able to land one of them. And when you do, well, it's jackpot. You're going to get big cooldowns. And that's what we saw in the early game. And then here towards the later stages of the match as well. Just seeing, how healing intense it got. Meh was able to keep up his team, land clutch blessings of protection, and just make sure that everybody is staying alive. Even here when Waz is making this push, he has the sacrifice. So and it's such a big deal if you feel confident, if you have high HP, especially in these last moments in the match. It just makes you able to play so offensively and continue your pressure. And then this Hammer of Justice as well, you don't need to cover it over onto Numliz because you have that unstable affliction. So it's just a well-oiled machine working together on the side of Echo.
So devastating. Like, I couldn't imagine being a competitor and just having to play against Chanimal. Like, it's just a nightmare. We're seeing it in the games, but it's like he's just so consistent with, many aspects of his gameplay. His ability to not only land interrupts, I think he was, training in high gravity, living in Australia, playing on North American realms as a young boy. So I think that definitely gives him a little bit of an edge there. But yeah, it's crazy. Also, his ability to fake cast. He's like impossible to interrupt for whatever reason. I don't know. He's just always in the head of his opponent.
Right, Chanimal is good at reading that, and that's one of the things, right? When you're playing these casters, like it as well, as a mage main. Even though we don't cast as much these days, a lot of it is kind of reading. A lot of it is kind of reading the pattern of your opponent. Like you kind of realize, like, okay, this guy likes to kick fast. He likes to kick early in the cast, and then you go for these like 0.1 fakes. And some other players, they like to go for those really late kicks, like really late into the cast. Like historically, Raiku's been like that, whereas Zipai, he's been somebody who really goes for those fast kicks a lot of the time. So it really depends on the player, and I think you can kind of feel it out in the matchup. And the best people at landing and at fake casting are those who can kind of read that and also kind of adapt to it in the middle of the game, realizing, hey, this guy's always going for the late fake, I'm going to switch it up and go for an early kick here. And if you can kind of win that mental game, it's going to put your team ahead in a really, really big way, especially on something like the Affliction Warlock, which just does insane amounts of damage if you get going with that rot pressure.
All right. Let's see what happens here. Phoenix Reborn, they need to battle it back. They're down 0-2 in the grand finals. They're the team that sent Echo down to the lower bracket, but Echo is looking absolutely focused. They're looking dialed in here for this series, for this grand finals. Let's see if they can get 3 in a row and make it just 1 before they win the potential second cup here. Have to see what happened. Phoenix Reborn is moving in. Houston's looking like he wants to get an early trap, so maybe playing a little bit less of a passive strategy and playing a little bit more aggressively here. Immediate bash into potential Cyclone. Waz finds it onto Numliz, and now just going after Houston. This is a good start here for Waz.
Yeah, and Meh gets his Tears Deliverance off as well, pushing in, potentially looking for some heals over onto Waz. Chanimal trying to do what he can here with the Freedom, kiting Swapsy, and this zoo of pets chasing him. Waz getting swapped to the massive damage coming in. Nice barrier there from Numliz, keeping his team aggressive as well in the fight. Waz still down to about 50% HP, does activate his Bark Skin in that exchange, and now immediately gets topped back up with Meh's healing. But now they swap to Chanimal, and look at Chanimal again with the precognition there in the backline. Houston now taking a lot of damage as a result. Activates the survival of the fittest, and it is going to be enough. And they get another Cyclone over onto Numliz. Numliz just falling further and further behind. Look at that Repentance out of the Cyclone from Meh, making absolutely beautiful plays there. If you can time that perfectly, you don't get a global out of that Cyclone. And as a result, look at Houston. He's absolutely feeling it right now as he has to defensively trap Waz here just to stay alive.
I mean, this is insane. Waz landing crowd control after crowd control. Chanimal just defiantly pushing in, gets the interrupt on Numliz, forcing the Void Shift. Beautiful counterspell there by Chanimal. Once again, that will slow them down. Houston's on the back foot. He's hiding. He's running. What can he do? But at the same time, Chanimal is forced to get the Blessing of Protection. Swapsy doing what he can to try to keep his team in the game. Ultimate Penitence coming in. Houston might be able to hold on, but he could just die. Cyclone on Houston at low health. If Watts can find this on Numbless, this could be game. Full Cyclone, Swapsy and Houston are both dead. It's a double kill. Can they hold on? 1%, but no. He will go down. Echo 3-0 domination in game number 3.
What? This was just a complete stomp from start to finish. I mean, there's so many small kind of like intricate plays that happen, but one of the things about Cyclone is if you perfectly time a crowd control out of the Cyclone, the player who's Cyclone can't, like Shadow Ward Death, for example, if it's like a sheep out of that. So Matt just nailing the timing, was landing so many key Cyclones, and again Chanimal just not getting interrupted, and also the 0.1 spell. I think it's actually right here. We're gonna see it on the replay. Chanimal, I think right on this cast there, manages to land it, and then as a result, it's an instantaneous Void Shift, defensive fear coming out from Numbless. They're keeping up the rot pressure on him. Chanimal getting the haunt, summoning a new pet, gets the Blessing of Protection right there from Meh, and that's gonna be enough defense here to catch a couple of heals. Fuston, in the meantime, has to use his turtle, and look at this Cyclone. While Numbless is in the sky, they Cyclone Fuston on low HP, then they switch it over to Numbless, and at that point, like, what do you do if you're Fuston? What do you do if you're Swapsy? The whole team is just rotting down, everybody's dying, and as a result, it's like almost a double kill coming out for Echo.
Yeah. You know, one thing we didn't talk too much about, but I feel like such an important part of this matchup and Meh being on Paladin is Blessing of Freedom. Blessing of Freedom against the Death Knight is massive, because normally what's happening is Swapsy's just keeping up the chains of ice, he's gripping Chanimal into Defile, and he just can't move his character. But now you got Freedom, you can get into these positions where you can move in and get the spell locks, get the big Shadow Bolts, you can actually get dots on the entire team. So just the Blessing of Freedom is such an enabler in this matchup for the side of Echo that it makes me really like the Paladin here against this cleave.
Yeah, and another thing that I really love in this matchup is something that we don't see too often, is the Feral Druid running the Mass Entanglement, and it's such a 5-head move against BM Hunter, against DK, because there's so many pets. Chanimal porch away, and then you just root the pets on the other side of the map, give Chanimal the freedom, and then he's just going to move away from all of that extra damage that they have available on the side of the DK and the Hunter. So I really think it's time to bring in Zeepai here on the side of Phoenix Reborn. I don't know what comp they could potentially run, maybe BM Ellie, maybe something else, but it's definitely time to switch it up. We're going to hook point. Echo is going to instantaneously lock in Meh on the Holy Paladin, Waz form once again, as well as Chanimal here on the Warlock. Phoenix Reborn, the clock's ticking. Echo, I mean, they've been beaten in this tournament, they've been battered and bruised, but I think that series against Bleach Bones in the lower bracket really awakened kind of the beast inside Echo, and that was such a close series. They won that, and then after that they just look absolutely locked in.
All right, Phoenix Reborn, one more opportunity here. They're going to a small map. So to me, I think we're going to see the same comp. Although I don't necessarily like that, just because, yeah, that last game was absolutely brutal. And I don't really see it going that much better for them based off the games we've seen so far. The Mass Entangle, like you said, the Blessing of Freedom from Med, just seems like they have a lot of tools. They're beating them in overall damage, which is definitely not what you want when you're playing Beast Mastery Hunter Unholy Death Knight. So I think it's rough, but yeah, we'll see what Phoenix Reborn decides to do. This is where we have to see, like, what is this team made of? Do they have other answers? Do they have other compositions prepared? Or, was it kind of a fluke that they beat Echo the first time with something that really kind of threw them off guard?
Yeah, Echo really making a statement here, and that's the thing that makes this team so deadly, right? They have all of this versatility, and they really do their homework, and that's something that I love about Echo, and also about a team like Team Liquid in NA. They have so much kind of brain power on that roster, but we'll table that for a second. We are going to see the BM Ellie tagged in the final hour here. Zeepai comes in, and can he do it, man?
I don't know. If there's any player that could, it would be Zeepai. So we'll have to wait and see. But is it too little, too late? Is Zeepai really going to get tagged in the final hour, and have to reverse sweep? I mean, that's definitely a tall order. But one game at a time. We'll have to see. This is the composition that beat Echo the first time. is this what Echo has prepared to win? What is your assessment of this match? Like, we kind of talked about, the Affliction Warlock. Like, you definitely don't want to mage if you're Echo against this composition. So it makes a lot of sense that we see Chanimal here. You're not going to play any kind of wizard, so it makes sense you're going to see Waz. But do you think the Feral Druid and the Paladin are going to be enough to kind of overcome this?
I actually think I would give this to Phoenix Reborn, this match. I think so, because the main win condition that I see on the side of Phoenix Reborn, and something that is very doable, is the hook point factor, right? You want to get those fears. There's no way to kind of avoid those fears other than just outranging them. You don't have like a tremor totem. You don't have, good ways to kind of shut down Numbliz. And a lot of Echo's offense is going for the maim stun into those crowd control chains. So I think if you can get something on Waz, and maybe a scatter shot, and you can at the same time in-tim stun Meh, I think those are moments where you can land those traps and you can even get the follow-up fear, or you can start the chain with like a stun into a fear, into a trap type of thing. And I think that's going to be the key here. But at the same time, it comes down to Zeepai, and it comes down to the kicks. If Chanimal has 100% precog uptime again, I think it's just going to be over. But I think if they can actually land those kicks, they can ground these haunts, and they can land those fears. I think that the way to victory for Phoenix Reborn is to kind of just try to run Chanimal over and land crowd control.
Have to wait and see if they can do it. Definitely not an easy thing to do here for Phoenix Reborn. Zeepai going to be tagged in the most dire of hours. We're in the grand final. Echo's up 3-0. They have to get the reverse sweep to win this thing. But for Phoenix Reborn, I feel like it's already kind of mission accomplished, making it to the finals. But they definitely want to get that win and show that it wasn't a fluke the first time they went head-to-head. And we'll see if Zeepai on the Shaman is enough to pull it off. Waz right now in stealth, going to be moving forward, just allowing Chanimal a little bit of time to get some damage over time effects rolling, getting the disease, the curses, the corruptions, all that good stuff. Waz going to get feared up, and I do think that Chanimal will likely be the main pressure point in this game.
Ooh, something broke a trap there onto Meh. That is not what you want to see on the side of Phoenix Reborn. Houston sitting through a fear, and immediately Zeepai is feeling the pressure. Astral Shift comes out for him. Full Cyclone potentially by Waz, but late kick comes out there for Zeepai. Now Chanimal, this is the moment. Is he going to get interrupted, or is he going to get his damage rolling? There it is. Haunt connects, but I think it was actually grounded there by Zeepai. And there's the Mass Entanglement coming out for Waz. Ultimate Penitence coming out as well for Numbliz, doing a lot of work there, forcing out the sacrifice from Meh. Houston pushing in for the trap, but they still have the sacrifice rolling. He can't go for that trap. He's not playing the Diamond Eyes from what I can see. Waz getting interrupted once again on the Cyclone. So much damage onto Chanimal. Now finally the sacrifice has faded. Can they land the trap over onto Meh? Houston wants to make that happen, but Chanimal knows, and he's going to go ahead and immediately start spamming out the fears. There's the scatter shot. Waz eats the trap, and as a result, now you don't have two traps. This is disastrous for Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, it's been difficult. Coil on Numbliz. Houston's low. He gets caught to a maim. He's got no trinket. Big pain suppression, immediate panic trinket there by Numbliz, but at the same time, Chanimal is under fire. Intimidation stun on the bed. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like it just yet. Another stun comes in. Do they have the trap? Chanimal's getting swarmed. Zeepai and Houston, they are unafraid. They are making plays. Matt going for a Tears Deliverance, but he gets trapped on it, and now Chanimal is incredibly vulnerable here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. He's line of sighting Meh here as well, but now finally Meh coming out of crowd control, catches a big heal over onto Chanimal with that lay on hands, but still taking heavy fire. Waz looking for some Cyclones, and there it is. Another precognition. There's the Haunt. Zeepai is feeling the burn right now from this Affliction Warlock, even going for some Shadow Bolt hard cast as we see a double stun connect. Now he's now in a full Cyclone, and that is it. Houston is going to go down. Echo is going to win Cup number 4 in absolutely dominating fashion.
Oh my goodness gracious. Echo, I mean, this is just so interesting because, in Cup number 1, even Cup number 2, when we saw from, our top 8, we're seeing this Paladin Feral Druid combo really coming out with success, primarily played with the Mage. But Echo, they're doing the same thing. They've invested in the Paladin, they've invested with Waz on the Feral Druid, but Chanimal on the Warlock is that little bit of difference. You can't abuse the Mage in this composition. You have to deal with Chanimal, and he's been able to deal with the pressure so far, and it's just they get completely overwhelmed here. This is kind of where the pressure is starting. They get the Soul Rot, they get the Haunt. Houston's rotting down low. He uses the Turtle, but the full hammer of Justice onto Numbliz, and the final nail in the coffin, I think, is that full Cyclone there by Waz. And at that point, it's like, okay, I can't control my character. There's really nothing we could do. There's no pain suppression. There's no Turtle, and Echo is able to just kind of overwhelm them.
Yeah, I really think it just comes down to their game plan was to land traps, and in this entire match, mess at one trap, which was that one right there, and just a little bit too little, too late on the side of Phoenix Reborn. I think they had an absolutely impressive performance here in this cup, making it all the way to the grand finals in their first cup together as a team. So this is definitely a team you want to watch out for, but still Echo battling it through the lower bracket. And again, we just see how explosive Europe is, because Phoenix Reborn beat Echo. Now Echo just completely switches that matchup on its head and clean sweeps the final against Phoenix Reborn. And just, 2 series ago, Echo were almost eliminated by Bleached Bones, who were also knocked down by Phoenix Reborn. So it feels like all of these teams can beat each other, and they're constantly adapting, constantly bringing out new compositions like the Feral Lock Paladin, and finding these win conditions. So really, really well played series, well played tournament for Echo. They really got tested in this one to their limits, but they emerged victorious from the battlefield, and they're going to be taking the second cup as well as the first one.
Yeah, I mean, I made a mistake going against them. I really was buying into the hype of Phoenix Reborn, but Echo, they managed to do it again and again, but it's just unreal. This team even if you beat them once, they just go back to the drawing board. They're just so talented individually, and they managed to come up with these compositions, these strategies, and play 4-0 against a team that beat them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, and that just goes to show Echo, like, what they're capable of, how capable they are of adapting to these situations, taking a situation where, they didn't quite play their best, but they instantly were able to turn it around. And this is just what we see from this team time and time again. But Phoenix Reborn, I mean, they certainly could come back for cup number 3. They've been there in a position before where they were able to make Echo bleed, Zico, and they could capitalize on that for later tournaments. Because you guys have kind of already said it, like, this is such a competitive bracket so far on the European side of things, and I'm just so excited to see the rest of the season play out and some of these teams come back even stronger, because I feel like, Phoenix Reborn, even though they did drop that series, Zico, this is a team that we keep seeing capitalizing on, just improving game after game, series after series.
I mean, if you have a new roster and you go 3-2 against Echo, 3-2 against Bleach Bones, 3-1 against Drive Overload, already that is a phenomenal result. Like, sure, the finals definitely could have been better for Phoenix Reborn, but still their road to the finals is really, really impressive. And this is a team that's only going to get better with time, only going to have more compositions at their disposal. And Echo, again, in that lower bracket, they had to go against 07, 3-0. They had to beat Streamer Zone. And that's also a team that we haven't really talked too much about, but Streamer Zone is also one of the top contenders. They have won, AWC in the past. There is a jungle meta, and these guys are definitely here to play, but they had an early elimination here, and of course that 3-2 series against Bleach Bones, which was just super close. So there is a lot of really, really great teams in Europe, and I honestly can't call who the top 3 would be at the end of these 4 weeks of cups.
No, I couldn't either. We're getting those standings at the, they're ready to go. Production very fast. They are first right now. Very strong lead in first at the moment as well, because it's their second weekend in a row getting that first place position. And now it's kind of that second, third, fourth place position, Ben, that is going to get extremely competitive.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you see Phoenix Reborn in that 5th place with 105 points. This is their first cup coming in. So, lots more opportunities for them. Well, not lots, but 2 more opportunities for them in Cup number 3 and Cup number 4, and it's still wide open. I mean, if I was going to kind of bet on any team making it into that top 3, I would definitely say Echo is up there, but the rest of these positions, certainly wide open. Drive Overload, Bleach Bones, Streamer Zone GG, Phoenix, Ultima, Ski Instructors. I mean, it really is just so close. A couple of positionings in Cup number 3 and Cup number 4 could make the difference. We also, we haven't really talked about it that much, but there's some changes coming, right? Like there's some balance changes coming in, and that could completely shake up the meta. So you're going to be, for the teams that are going to be the best, you have to look at what are the teams that are going to be able to consistently perform regardless of, what classes are good or bad, what healers are the best, what DPS are the best. Those are the teams that you definitely want to be looking out for.
Yeah, definitely. There's an ebb and flow for sure, especially when you're getting these changes, these patches sort of midway through a season. It's the teams that, can maybe adapt to that, rise to the occasion, find different compositions that are going to work for them, or ones that are, potentially already playing comps that are going to be even better, Zico, after those patches. And we'll have to see very shortly. So that is going to wrap things up for Europe. We are potentially getting an interview. I'll let everybody know in just a couple of seconds here, but we can start talking a little bit about North America. We are, of course, going to be heading into those games up next, and I am just as excited. We've got 4 teams over there. We're starting off in the upper bracket. Welcome to the Jung versus the Move is that first up series, so definitely stick around for that if that's what you've been waiting for all day. And then we're going to head into the lower finals, lower semifinals, Team Liquid versus F tier. So kind of the same thing happening over there. Definitely could not tell you who's going to end up in top 4 towards the end of the week, because I feel like we have like a solid first place, Zico, over in EU, but with North America, I think it's going to be a little bit tougher to tell.
Absolutely. I think in North America, the big thing has been in that last cup, by their own standards, the Move and Liquid kind of underperformed. They both got knocked out before Championship Sunday. Now Liquid, they're finding themselves in that kind of same situation as Echo did, starting off the day in the lower bracket against a team that they have had some issues with in the past. They were able to beat them this time around in the open bracket, but that was as close as it could get. It was actually a reverse sweep. F tier were up 2-1, but then Liquid managed to turn that around. So this is a matchup that could go either way. F tier beat Liquid as well in cup number 1. That's the team that knocked them out. And then of course we cannot stress this enough, but the Move is looking absolutely back right now, sitting in that upper bracket final against Welcome to the Jung. And again, in North America, it's so hard to call it. Welcome to the Jung, just such a strong roster, bringing in Prev and Drake from former Luminosity Gaming. And just pairing that with, the healer Zhang has been absolutely beautiful to watch. Of course, the Move as well. You never really can count these guys out. So far this week, they have looked like they are the old Move. So that's going to be, for me, I'm super excited. Mostly excited for that one, but also Liquid versus F tier. F tier being such a really fun team to watch. And you can just tell when you're even listening into their own comps, they're just having a lot of fun. They're actually had a chance to talk a little bit with Saul from F tier, and he said the goal is to get to Gauntlet. There's going to be an enhancement shaman rework before the finals, and that's when we're going to shine, baby. So F tier, they're definitely locking in that Gauntlet every single time with these cup performances that they've had these last 2 cups.
Yeah, I was gonna say one thing that's really interesting about F tier as well is Bleached Bones. The team that I think was the closest against Echo today was actually Bleached Bones, taking a page from F tier and playing that Elemental Shaman, Windwalker, Paladin. Those games were really close, and I feel like F tier plays that composition a little bit better. So we'll see. Maybe F tier is gonna just go on an absolute tear with that Elemental Shaman, Windwalker, Paladin. I'll be really curious to see.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, so stick around for the lower semis if you'd like to see that. But up next, we've got Welcome to the Jung versus the Move. Unfortunately, we're not getting an interview with Echo, but definitely congratulate them on Twitter for the 2nd win in a row for the War Within here in AWC. But we're going to head to a break. It's Welcome to the Jung versus the Move up next. Hello, hello, surprise everybody, and welcome back. We are heading into North American games very soon. But before we do that, we actually do have an interview with Meh. He's joining us over voice. Hello, Meh.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, congratulations. My first question for you is, I mean, obviously we didn't see you, for a little bit. Now you're back. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels really good. Honestly, I didn't know if I was gonna come back, but after not playing anything for like a few months, well, I just got so bored that I wanted to play WoW again. And then when I saw the boys, I mean, they did okay, but when I saw the boys like struggle a little bit, I kind of felt the like drive to play WoW again, regardless of like what was happening in the meta. And then we played a lot of Kata together, and we were like close again, and kind of like went from there naturally. And here we are now.
Did anything catch you off guard this tournament? Like something you didn't expect as far as the meta or teams, as far as how good they were?
Maybe. Well, I think Houston's team caught us like off guard a little bit. Like these games weren't streamed, obviously the Wednesday games, but we had really close games against them on Wednesday. It was 3-2 for them, but yeah, I did not expect them to be as good as they were. They definitely caught us off guard.
Lippy?
You brought up the open bracket games, but one other series that kind of took a lot out of you guys was the match versus Bleached Bones. Was that as tough as you expected it to be, going up against Lontar and the crew?
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be that close. And honestly, from my point of view at least, I think we weren't just very good at all in that series specifically. It's obviously easy to say afterwards, but that's how I felt during the games. We kind of did not play as good as we should a lot of times, and in the end, we got the job done, so everything's fine.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Aya.
No, if you've got another question, go for it.
All right. No, I was just gonna ask what Ven was talking about, since he's not on the desk right now. The blind pick in the grand finals. Was that the blind pick you guys were hoping for and preparing for?
No, not really. We were expecting the BML to come out, but we knew that this was also a possibility. It wasn't necessarily the matchup we wanted, but we knew it was also a matchup that we can win if we played good. And to be honest, I thought we played exceptionally well the Nagran game. Like, I know we kind of stomped a few other games, but from my point of view, I think the Nagran game was the best game we played.
Yeah, makes sense. All right. Well, I mean, congratulations once again. Before you go, any shout outs, anything you want to mention before we let you head off?
Yeah, shout out to all the fans who are cheering for us. We really appreciate you guys. And shout out to my amazing teammates and Echo, of course. And yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. All right. Well, glad to have you back. Congratulations once again. We'll see you later.
Yep. All right. Thank you, guys. Peace.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Glad we could get that quick interview in from Meh. And congratulations once again to Echo. And now that means we will be moving on here to North America. We've crowned our EU champion for Cup number 2. Now we've got to crown our NA champion. There are only 4 teams left. Welcome to the Jung versus the Move. And then we've got Team Liquid and F tier in the lower bracket. But let's talk about this first series, Supatees. Welcome to the Jung. This team kind of, sort of made an explosive start here. They're up against the Move. It's going to be a difficult series for sure. But what are your thoughts on this series, Sid? What was your prediction?
Well, Prev and Drake coming back to the competition after their dominant fashion when they were competing together as a team. Luminosity formerly there. I think they were also on a few other names as well, but they absolutely tore it up. But they did catch a little bit of a snare in that grand final last week where they got reverse swept by Cubsy, and maybe that was just maybe an off series for them because they're looking really dominant, I would say, for this cup, and definitely going to be a major contender for the Move in this first series.
Yeah, I think so as well. We've kind of talked about it, Lithy, just a little bit, how the Move, they're kind of full throttle this time around, Cup number 1. I feel like we can give them a little bit of a break. They're all traveling on kind of some weird setups. And, so far, they've definitely proved that this is how they're meant to play. This is where we should expect their performance because they've had, obviously, an incredible weekend themselves so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we were expecting the performance we're seeing this week from them last week already. Of course, as you mentioned, a little bit of scuffage going on, but now they're back online. They're laser focused and locked in. I think they only dropped a single map against the Fellowship yesterday. And considering that they're actually playing a quote-unquote off-meta comp, they're bringing in Whiskey on the Shadow Priest. Not a big surprise for the move, but quite honestly a little bit of a surprise in this current meta. So I'm very, very curious how well they will do against Welcome to the Jung, especially considering it's Drake and Prev. They're back once again, and the move, I think they have struggled just as much, if not even more, than a team like Liquid to beat these guys in the past.
Yeah, I think so as well. Supatees, if you're a new viewer and you want to watch some of these players, who to you is a star right now?
I mean, it's got to be Peekaboo right now on the move. This guy is just absolutely so flashy. Repping the Rogue on Subtlety, Assassination, and Outlaw for such a long time. He had a really impressive showing on his stream on the open bracket. Some of the best games I think that I've seen from him. Just complete control of the match, complete flow state, knew exactly what needed to be done, was basically acting on Ultra Instinct, just fully subconscious, like it was just tying his shoes in the morning or something to be able to dominate his opponents. So he definitely seems to be fully activated for this week. Obviously, you already said it with the technical settings and things like that being fixed up for them. He's definitely a rogue that you cannot count out this week.
And so also, they've kind of swapped around their comp a little bit, or their roster, on the side of the move. This time they brought in Giants, who I believe is sort of an old school player, but it looks like he's a bit of a multi-classer as well. So I'm curious to see sort of the new move, how they're going to be doing, because I feel like in the past they've been sort of a rigid team. They always are sort of playing their one bread and butter composition, but they've really made that change, Lithy, to adapt to new compositions.
Exactly. But the big question with the move that is still open is, what is that fourth member bringing to the table, right? Yes, you have Peekaboo, the superstar rogue, and quite honestly, a avid multi-classer nowadays to an extent. You have Whiskey, the caster, player legend, Absturge, the rock in that team, really. And now they bring in Giants as the fourth member. They had Ceralium on as kind of a mage specialist, brought a little bit of shot calling to the team, but ultimately that didn't work out, and we haven't seen much of Giants so far this season. I would love to see him being brought in, because he brings in a lot of variety, a lot of spice, and quite honestly, I think he could be the little extra weight on the scales that tips it over towards the move, hence my prediction. I think this is going to be a close series, but I think the move is taking it.
I'm a little bit surprised at this one that we're all in agreement. I mean, Welcome to the Jung, they're like this hodgepodge Frankenstein team of we've got Nick and Drake, formerly Kawhi, formerly Luminosity, barely ever lost. We've got Prev and Jang, like these all-star players, Supatees, and we still think overwhelmingly on the desk here that the move is going to win this.
I mean, an important factor here, I think, is WizK. I think that he could be the X factor for this team. Shadow Priest is just getting better and better. I'm really interested to see the move next weekend after the changes that come in for Shadow Priest, because their team is going to get absolutely wild. The buffs to Resto Shaman as well. Maybe we see Absturge returning back to that specialization that he is most known for. So for me, it's kind of like, what compositions has Welcome to the Jung prepared here? Because they focused a lot on the Feral Mage. I think the Feral Mage could struggle with the Shadow Priest Rogue. And the Rogue Lock as well could have a difficult matchup in that same scenario. So looks like we're flipping some of these predictions around here. I think I'm wondering
what's going on.
No.
Okay, Zico apparently it was a graphical bug, but Zico is holding out for Welcome to the Jung. So we've got one team that is, or one player, one caster, goodness, that is rooting for Welcome to the Jung. We're already in the game here. Game number 1 in the upper finals. Winner of this one moving on to the grand finals. It's Welcome to the Jung versus the Move.
And looky here, full blind
straight
immediately
into the matchup already. Yeah.
All right, we see Smoke Bomb right off the rip onto the Feral Druid. That gets Bark Skin. Is he going to get anything more from Drake in this position? He's back into bear form. He should be fine. There's no crowd control into his Paladin. Avenging Wrath is up. Nick is just free blasting damage at the moment here off to the side. I like that he's line of sighting with the shifting power. Really important that you're getting that shifting power on your Icy Veins and your Comet Storm. Getting those cooldowns as rapidly as possible is going to increase your likelihood of victory, but Drake's overextended a bit here.
Massive damage onto Drake. He found a nice Cyclone here on Absturge, but Whiskey makes him pay for it dearly. Cell has the survival instincts, but Jung had to throw in the sacrifice in that situation there. Now they're swapping it over onto the Whiskey. Big bites coming through, down to half HP, full Hodge on Peekaboo, keeping him locked down. The maim stun in as well. Quick tap target here from Drake, and the pressure on Whiskey is continuously high. Nice grip from Absturge as well. With that precog proc, he can free cast ever so slightly. But just at the end there, nice Skull Bash coming through, Drake shutting Whiskey down. But you really need to be careful to not let this Affliction lock free cast on you. Look at Nick dipping in and out of the pillar, and Whiskey porting right on top of him.
All right, let's see if Whiskey can get some work done here. He's trying to fake out the interrupt potentially here, but it's not actually available. Big Shadow Bolt procs onto Nick. Whiskey and Absturge get Ice Block from Nick by themselves. People was like, hey, I was almost there, guys. You slow down the damage a little bit. Now he's going to catch Nick out of the block with a Gouge, potentially into a stun as well. Drake is getting low health as well. Whiskey fakes another interrupt. Nick blinks in aggressively, and it looks like he wants to try and find some crowd control, but he's not going to. He has to displace back out. We see Barrier coming down for Absturge, bolstering Whiskey's position here in the middle of the map so he can stand still and free cast, but he's getting knocked away. He has to reposition back in the Barrier. The Psychic Scream, the Feral Druid. Cheap shots onto the Paladin. Whiskey gets kicked on Shadow, but goes for the Raptures. Now he's got to deal with the Skull Bash as he's put into the maim stun. He's going to port back behind the pillar. Full clone, no trinket. Scary situation, but Whiskey defused it with that Hellstone. Oh, that bomb on the
smoke bomb comes in. Nick finds the polymorph. Great reactions here from the mage on Jung, but Drake is the big target for the moment. Jung gets caught in another cheap shot. The blind not quite available yet, as Pika is looking for a re-CC, trying to keep this Paladin under lockdown while Whiskey is doing all the damage in the book. Barkskin and Survival Instincts available though, and Jung has to sack Bubble and put Wings on the table to keep his team alive here.
Ooh, Absturge's mana is really bad right now. That's like we're not even 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
If that keeps up, that's going to be a big problem for their side. Otherwise, they need to just kill Nick very quickly if this is going to be the case. Icy Veins is up, though. Whiskey could be in trouble. Big shatter combo in there from Nick as he's blinking forward and aggressive. They maim stun Absturge, but then they coil Drake away. He's looking for a Cyclone. Do they have a stop? Looks like they are able to avoid the Cyclone for a few more seconds. Absturge wraps around the corner. Whiskey's trying to get back into the middle of the map and get aggressive and load out some dots here. But it seems like Peekaboo's having a tough time getting to his target. He's finally back onto the Mage. Ultimate Penitence, so Drake is just going to line of sight that. Not getting too much value out of this Ultimate Penitence. Full kidney shot. Peekaboo setting up the team. He's not going to go for the fear out of that kidney shot. I was really expecting a fear out of that from Whiskey. Now Peekaboo's in polymorphs. He can't connect. Whiskey tanks a kick. He tanks another kick. Whiskey is just going to be totally debilitated right now. Massive damage incoming with that comment star. He ports back behind the pillar, but there's a full clone met onto Absturge, and Whiskey could crumble if he's not careful.
Yeah, an ending resolve popped in on 20%. Absturge overlaps with the pain suppression. At least for a moment, the shields are in, and Nick gets coiled on the attempt to do some more damage. Zhang gets the Dispel silenced for a few seconds, but the move really just rotting down at this point. The mana game is a long lost, and it needs another miracle turnaround, maybe with this kidney shot on Zhang. Great swap over from Pika. Has a massive damage. Maybe they can force the bubble. Divine Protection so far the only thing he is willing to give up, and Zhang just stays cold as ice. Whiskey, once again, the target. Dark Pact is available, as well as the Health Stone. But as said, Absturge's mana just not looking good at all, and I don't really see the openings for the move right now. You got an Ice Block, Barkskin, Survival Instinct. Even the bubble is still available with a trinket from Zhang just coming in on that smoke bomb. Nice blind. Swap over onto Drake. Peekaboo trying to peel, but gets Frost Nova'd out in the open.
Oh, Whiskey under fire, ports back behind the pillar. Absturge, he's almost completely zero mana. He's just struggling to even heal at this point to keep Whiskey in the game. He's desperate. He coils Drake into the corner. They drop down the barrier, but maybe he just dies through it. If he gets knocked out of it, certainly it could be a possibility. Big heal comes through with that Hellstone. The Dark Pact as well at higher health to get that big shield. Peekaboo could be a target. He's stepping in aggressively, and Peekaboo keeps going on this solo mission to try and kill the Paladin, and he's just not really getting anywhere with it. Whiskey's in trouble again. Void Shift is forced, and with every passing moment, Absturge is closer and closer to being completely out of mana.
Yeah, the power infusion, the last desperate attempt by the move to make something happen. They really want to catch Zhang out of position, but he's not giving up any weak points. Nick, the big target, now down to half, but gets some big heals. Drake CC'd up in the move. just really desperately trying to make something work. Maybe now they're sending a Hail Mary across the map, and WizKi's getting punished massively for it, down to 5% and executed. Drake was ready for it, and the move just looking desperate all the way through this blind pick game.
I mean, they were going to lose on crowd control, they're losing on setup, they're losing on every single front. It just basically felt like Peekaboo trying to kill the Paladin, and he is just not getting anywhere. He was like trying to dig out of a prison cell with a plastic spoon every time he switched to the Paladin. It was just a futile effort here for the move, and that's going to reek of some desperation possibly for the rest of this series for them, because Welcome to the JUNG is not pulling any punches here in game number 1. You can see perhaps a little bit earlier on, WizK doing his best to try and get dots on the Paladin, but he's just playing so far away, and anytime he gets out in the open, then Drake and WizK can absolutely crush him. So WizK wants to get dots for Peekaboo, but then they can set up damage, and it becomes so difficult to actually make this swap happen.
I'm not quite sure what will help the move here. I think the comp is not too bad. The Rogue Warlock definitely can work, but I just feel like you need a close quarter map. Maybe we can go to hook point for game 2 if the move wants to stick to this comp. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we see WizK swapped over on the Shadow Priest. They try to work a little bit better with the bursty single target one-shot setups, kind of the RMP style.
Yeah, I could see Shadow Priest doing okay. It'd also just be a lot more durable. A bit worried about like the double priest. It's just typically that's not like the best to have 2 priests on I guess it's not terrible, but you would usually not want a class stack like that. But Abster's on disc, it's just I don't know if Resto Shaman could be good at it. Actually, maybe Resto Shaman wouldn't be that bad. Just try Resto Shaman Shadow Priest for a game on a small map. It definitely would be better at like swapping Paladin if that's what they want to do. It's likely going to be also pretty decent at killing Mage with the Shadow Priest purging as opposed to the Discipline. It's hard to like stay on top and actually purge as the healer. So if the DPS is doing the purging, you can get through the altar times a bit easier. I feel like that's it would play more into their strengths. It's the composition that we know them for. So personally, I would like to see it. I don't know if that's what they're thinking. Also, considering Rogue Lock, I mean, it's a really good comp. We just saw Chanimal, you know. What was he from Europe? He's like 13-0 on Lock or something. It's like obviously these Warlock comps should do well. You just need to play as good as Chanimal.
I mean, you say that so easily. It's not that easily done, actually. But if someone's able to do it, I think WizK is up there on the list of people that are in the right position. And we're going to Dalaran's sewers. I feel close quarters, definitely more given than a Grand Arena here, but overall, the move just needs to lock in. I think that's the right way to phrase it. They just need to lock in, focus, and play better.
Okay, they're going to keep it the same composition. They think that they should be able to win this matchup. It's a small map. I don't know how I feel about like the Paladin. I feel like it just pushes WizK into a very difficult spot. He didn't really get any dots, or he needs to switch his talents. I actually kind of want to check here and see if he wasn't playing Soul Swap or not. Maybe he can play Soul Swap so that he can switch dots from a target that's easier to dot and then toss. He was playing Soul Swap. So if they can coordinate that, a Soul Swap, Shadow Step, Dance, Cheap Shot, that used to be like the Cataclysm setup between Rogue and Warlock. That's like the originations of that type of style, because it seemed like he just couldn't get dots. And if he can get dots, then Peekaboo will do a lot more damage to the Paladin.
Yeah, those setups... Maybe it is. Maybe Cataclysm. I mean, you've heard it from in the interview just now, right? That's kind of what reignited everything for this season. Maybe it's the hyperbolic time chamber the move needs to find a victory here in this series. But we'll figure things out as we get into it. So swap definitely an option. Just more effective goes on the Paladin. I very much agree with you. That's going to pay off nicely for the move. But first, better map, hopefully for them. As we get into game 2, let's see if the move can even out the series.
Dalaran sewers, gates open, both teams sprinting in. No sap going to be found here. Blizzard down on WizK. Drake likely going to open here. He doesn't really want to because then Peekaboo will get to open on him, but he's going to pull the trigger on it. Peekaboo peels him away. Cheap shots for 2 players. Nick blinks out of it. Peekaboo's moving towards the Paladin, but he's behind a pillar, and now he's getting polymorphed, so this is really tough. Like, for Abster's, like, he wants to help Peekaboo, but now he's in a Hammer of Justice, and they're just collapsing crowd control. Peekaboo decides to trinket. He is just going straight for JUNG here in the backline, and Nick is there to bounce him off with a blast wave, but he's still pushing forward, and they did get dots on him. That was a lot, at least a lot scarier than a lot of the swaps swaps we have seen earlier, but Peekaboo using a medallion like that means that he could be a target. They could punish that in the future.
They could, but Peekaboo goes for the blind. They find Nick. He has Alter Time running, trying to kite away a little bit, and the dips back around the box with the reset. Upsurge bashed up. The full clone from Drake is there. Whiskey getting targeted once again. He is kind of the main victim for Welcome to the Jung, and Jung himself sitting in an, not the ice block, that is the one Nick is sitting in the smoke bomb, while the move is trying to hammer the advantage home. But overall, they get some good pressure, they get a few defensives, but it's not exactly to the level they were probably hoping for. And once again, Drake is sitting on Whiskey, Dark Pack traded out.
He'll survive here. Shadowbolt procs onto Drake, trying to pressure him if he goes behind the pillar here, but there's a Hammer of Justice on the Priest. Dark Pack still up, actually. Another swap comes through. Can WizK get the haunt off here? He gets it off. This is a great swap from the move. If WizK can get there, it's going to be important. They can force cooldowns like that Divine Shield, and now they have decent rot pressure. So as a team, the move are playing a lot more aggressive. It's costing them a bit. It's a lot scarier, but it's going to increase their likelihood of being able to take down the Paladin. Can WizK survive here? Ultimate Penitence, Absurge into the skies, blasting out penances for everybody right now, and restabilizes WizK. Peekaboo setting up for another swap onto Jung here behind the pillar. Haunt, can he connect the Haunt? He gets the Haunt off. A critical move from WizK, and the move are so close to taking game number 2. The entire team is rotting, but Avenging Wrath is up, and Jung is a safe distance away from Peekaboo. They offensively gate. WizK is not letting him breathe easy, but now that he's wrapped around the pillar, he has managed to recover. But with every swap, it's getting scarier and scarier. The move are getting cleaner and cleaner.
Yeah, it's starting to look really good. Upsurge had to bleed a lot of defensives, though, and the next counter punches could be devastating. Nick, the target now, though, his Alter Time is already gone. He's down to 20%. Ice Block is still available. Does he need to put it out there? No. The Alter Time takes care of things and bounces him back to full. But WizK, he's porting in. He's looking for Zhang, finds the coil. Peekaboo gets knocked off the platform for a moment. Big burst onto WizK, down to 20%. Upsurge wraps it around the corner, throws in the shield, but the Unending Resolve is already in the mix. But here comes a smoke bomb. Drake caught out of position. Zhang flies in and saves his cat. Meanwhile, Peekaboo gets swapped to no cloak for another 2 seconds. Blinding Light, triple cross CC, everyone dying as Upsurge throws in the Void Shift, and they barely somehow survive on the other side of the map. Peekaboo connects onto Zhang, but can't quite get the CC in. Gets rooted up by Drake, who is in the meantime nibbling on WizK's ankles. Not quite able to take him down, and Upsurge stabilizes things with a quick grip.
If WizK can hold out here, they got the medallion, there's no Divine Shield. If they purge the bop and a big swap, they could drop Jung on the next stun here, but they need to make sure WizK can get there. But everybody's dying, they're going after Drake, they're trying to keep their pressure going. It's so dicey for both sides at this point, it's so chaotic. Upsurge is almost going down, he's completely out of mana. They forced an Ice Block from Nick, and a Blessing of Protection. Can Upsurge hold on? His team is actually in a position that they could win this. Can he hold on? Nick is getting destroyed, they're so close to a win right now. Upsurge is holding on to dear life, but Jung stabilizes Nick. Peekaboo is moving in. Offensive evasion. Probably offensive kidney shot. He's going, but he gets Dragon's Breath. He should have just cloaked for it. I think he should have just cloaked all in on the Paladin right here. They're actually so close to a kill. He might just kill him by himself. If WizK can get there with a Shadow Bolt, anything, he's going to port back. Try and pressure Drake, but Drake has defensives. He's not a great target. Frozen Orb is down. Upsurge and WizK are cowering behind the pillar. Peekaboo's out of the game. He's hodged across the map. He's Frost Nova across the map. Peekaboo can't get there, and WizK is getting crushed. And Welcome to the Jung are going to turn this around, but Peekaboo, can he do it? He's pretty close. Dragon's Breath, knock him away. Blessing of Protection, Purge. Anything here? He's not getting lucky. Couple flurry procs through, and Upsurge will go down. It was so... Peekaboo should have cloaked. I swear, if he cloaked there, he might have got the kill on that push. Getting Dragon's Breath like that slowed all their momentum.
What a play from Nick, locking down Peekaboo. And across the map, Upsurge running low on mana, trying desperately to get a drink in. WizK trying to peel for him. It just does not matter enough. Welcome to the Jung are up in 2, and quite honestly, this second game looked a lot spicier, but not the convincing comeback that I would have hoped to see from the move.
Yeah, this is a rough game for them. They looked a lot better offensively, though. Defensively, Upsurge's mana, it's just still not... This is not good. If we're at like 4 minutes, he's completely out of mana in that position. But offensively, they got every cooldown from the Mage, pretty much every cooldown from the Paladin. And on this push, if WizK could have kept going, and Peekaboo had cloaked that DB and just kind of committed all in there and kept WizK on top of him, it's possible that they could have forced a kill onto the Paladin. Maybe Abster's wanted to drink. Maybe that was the communication there. Is like, they're like, Peekaboo, we're going to drink or something. And then that's why they didn't commit for the all-in. They wanted to try and reset, but then they ended up just stacking at the pillar and getting cleaved down by the Feral Mage here. So maybe that had to be what was going on in the comms. It was like, I'm going to drink. They're scared. They're pressured. I'm going to drink. And then it was like, that's the choice right there. It's either you go all in and you cloak and you try and win, or maybe you try and drink and get a bit of mana to keep the game going. That's a really difficult call in that position for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But they made a call, they committed to it as a team, it just didn't quite work out. Maybe next game. But you also saw Drake there at the very end, kind of dipping away around the corner of the box, away from the Psychic Scream. Otherwise, he would have sat on CC for another few seconds until JUNG could have pushed in and dispel him. And that could have opened the last few seconds that Absterge needed to maybe stabilize himself and Whiskey for the move to find another last desperate attempt at a setup. But it wasn't meant to be. We're sticking to close quarter maps. The move picks hook point, and welcome to the JUNG. Stick to their comps. I think we'll just run this back comp-wise until the game is over, honestly.
I want to see Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. That's what I want to see, at least. I feel like that's like the move staple. You're down 2 points already. You played some Shadow Priest yesterday, and it got some wins. Like, just do it. He's not going to be out of mana in 3 minutes on Shaman, also. There's no way. So I feel like just send the mains, respect welcome to the JUNG, the returning players, Drake and Prev. Well, the Prev's on the bench. He's just waiting. He's going to be the final boss for welcome to JUNG like Chanimal is for Echo in the European region. But I would really honestly like to see the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman from them. Just, if anything, to see how the matchup goes. Maybe it's terrible, and maybe they played it in a war game, so I wouldn't know that information or not. But just based on how this is going so far, I think it would give them a better shot in the late game at least, because they're not even close to getting to the late game with this comp right now.
No, they're not. It's really just the consistent pressure. We always see Feral Druids pop off like crazy, right? But Nick also has a very good hand at just bringing in the continuous damage whenever it's needed, whenever Drake finds these setups, finds the MAME stuns. And since JUNG is soaking up so much pressure and so much attention from the move, both of the DPS kind of get free reign to an extent. Not completely, but to an extent, and they're bringing in Whiskey on the Shadow Priest. Maybe his survivability on that class is going to be a little bit better. I mean, he is used to getting run down on that Priest every single time he is in the arena.
Shadow Priest is a lot tankier than Warlock. I would say that right now. I think it's a lot tankier. You get the addition of Mass Dispel also for CC. I just don't know about the double Priest. I mean, Shaman obviously not superb, not the best healer ever, but if Absterge is on it, I would still have a lot of faith for them to do well with it, but he's not. He's going to stick with the double Priest, and Whiskey Shadow needs to be enough now.
Yeah. I mean, the Shaman also would add in things like the Hex that you can toss on a mage in this scenario, of course. Forcing Drake then to talent into a D-Curse, something along the lines. But overall, I'm torn. I like the Disc Priest to an extent. I could see the Paladin working a little bit. I could see the Shaman working, definitely. But overall, the move will have to make do with what they have available to themselves, and this is just a little bit more setup, one-shot go kind of attempt with this Shadow Priest lineup that they've run this weekend so far. And quite honestly, it's looked pretty good, especially against the Fellowship. I mean, they've dropped a single game against Calvish, Major Din, and Kearney on the very same comp. So, okay, actually not the same comp, Disc Priest instead of the Holy Paladin that JUNG is playing, but the potential is still there.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of wish that they had swapped to this. I still wanted to run it through the ringer, and I mean, they got pretty close to a kill in the last game with the Warlock, but I feel like for the move, Shadow Priest is just their staple. If Whiskey can play a Shadow Priest, then I think he should be. I don't think Shadow Priest is that far, off the wagon in terms of meta or viable specializations at the moment, so I think that this will work a lot better than them as far as offensive synergy. And hopefully it's going to give Absterge more breathing room in order to extend his mana, because what I'm guessing right now is that he's just using Radiance a lot, which is your instant cast heal that costs a lot of mana in exchange for being instant. And that's really what's putting him on the back foot. Now with the Shadow Priest, he'll probably have to use that a lot less frequently, because they're going to be more self-sustainable than the Warlock is. So hopefully it can get them a bit deeper into the game, past that 5-minute mark, and, get up to 7 and 8, because this is just the caliber of teams that these guys are, right? This game, outside of a major mistake, is likely going to be going the distance.
I sure hope so, because that's the most entertaining ones. Obviously, I think all eyes in this case are on Nick, on the mage, because swapping to the Shadow Priest robs you of the interrupt you have on the Warlock, so Nick much more free reign to bring in Polymorph and all other sorts of CCs like the Ring of Frost he would like to. But the gates are open, it's match point for welcome to the JUNG. Let's see if they can close out the series early.
Whiskey already got dots out there. Vampiric Touch is not a bad start, but they're going to rake stun. Here's Peekaboo. Cheap shot on the Paladin. No one can really get there, though. Absurge is not going to get there. Whiskey can't get there. He's in a frozen orb, so tough start there, and Zhang's already trying to get ahead of the dots, spamming Dispel, but Whiskey fakes a kick, gets another Vampiric Touch reloaded there. Good Dispel on the Polymorph on Peekaboo. Whiskey gets in position, gets a Fear, a double Fear. Really good Psychic Scream here, and decent pressure onto Nick. Absurge moves in and Fears out of the Fear onto Drake, taking him out of the game, but here comes a big swing of damage onto Peekaboo. He pops Evasion right away. Smoke Bomb set up onto the Paladin. Whiskey is playing a lot more aggressive in terms of positioning here, but to catch him, Rake Stun. Is he going to go down through Desperate Prayer and Vampiric Embrace? Power Infusion comes through for Absurge, boosting up his heals and the damage of the Shadow Priest, but this pressure on Zhang is a lot higher. I really like how aggressive Whiskey can play on the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, the Void Horn comes through, a massive damage, getting a precog off of that as well, and they're just running down the Pally. Zhang barely can get away from the pressure. Nick at the same time just getting cross-dotted. Absturge on the offensive 24/7. Welcome to the JUNG, just losing momentum at every corner right now. Everyone is rotting down. Zhang desperately needs to make something work to stabilize his team because they're bleeding out. Absturge caught into a full Cyclone. Scary seconds for the move. Maybe, but a Bob comes in, the bubble out the window as well. Tears Deliverance finally makes it through here for Zhang, but the instant silence is there. Whiskey is ready for it. Gets a big shield and tries to pump more damage.
Oh, nice low health Cyclone. There's a blind on the Paladin, though. Drake's just in bear form during the blind. Not going to be a great target for Peekaboo. He's trying to get some more crowd control. He gets a kidney shot, but he's welcomed with a sheep, so he's not going to get any pressure. In the meantime, Drake's trying to go after Whiskey, but he gets feared away. Absurge gets gripped into the Frozen Orb by Whiskey to break the Polymorph. Clutch grip here from Whiskey, and now they're trying to get their pressure going. They want to get back onto Zhang here. He's got no trinket. He's got no bubble. Can Peekaboo and Whiskey manage to get there? They're under fire. Peekaboo's in a clone. He can't move, and Whiskey might just get destroyed. No dispersion, and welcome to the Zhang. Make it look easy into the grand finals.
3-0 clean sweep. I like the start of this third game a lot better for the move. Whiskey looking strong on that Shadow Priest, but here in the end, just too overwhelming with the damage. With the setup, really not too much Whiskey can do in this situation, and that's all she wrote. Series is over. Welcome to the grand finals. Welcome to the JUNG.
Really hoping that's just a warm-up for the move here, because not the best showing for them. Not what they were looking like in the open bracket. I don't know if maybe there's something going wrong. Maybe someone's having a bad day, something bad happened, because this is not typical for the move, especially given on what I had seen on Wednesday. Now, obviously, they've had to try and adapt to the meta. For Absurge at least, it's not really Resto Shaman's not really a viable pick at the moment. He's been trying to pick up the Discipline Priest, but I feel like I've seen him play way better than this. Their games are ending so quickly, it feels like, relative to what you'd normally anticipate for them. So hopefully this is just a warm-up game. Maybe they just woke up, someone slept through an alarm clock, they're groggy or something, and hopefully now down in the lower bracket, they're going to be on point.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yep, hopefully. I'm just looking at their games in the offline games. They had, they even beat the Power Toads 3-1. They had some great series, so I couldn't agree more. They are not looking quite like themselves, so curious to see as well what they can do as they head into the lower bracket. That is not the end for them, fortunately, so they do have another chance to kind of bring it back. And they're going to be playing the winner of this next up series. So it's either going to be Team Liquid versus F Tier. Super T's, what do you want to see them maybe build upon from this series as they head into a game against either Liquid or F Tier?
It's tough, because are they going to use the double Priest? Or, the Rogue Warlock Priest, I think, is a good comp. That's not a bad comp to invest in. But at the same time, Nick and Zhang, who went undefeated at the Grand Finals last week, switched off of it. So maybe it's got to have a couple of flaws to it for them to switch off it to begin with. But the Roguelock Priest, to me, is what they've put the most amount of time into. Their overall comfort's going to be the Shadow Priest. I don't really know what to say is the best between those two. They both seem to be very similar in terms of results at this point.
Yeah, definitely a tough one for sure. So we'll let them figure it out. Hopefully they've got a better answer than we do and can maybe improve upon that result, because I'm sure that that is not what they were hoping for. Welcome to the Jung, walking away with a very clean 3-0, though. They're going to be heading into the North American Grand Final, and now they're going to have to sit for these next 2 series to figure out who exactly they are going to be playing against. Is it going to be Liquid, F Tier, or the Move? We're going to head into the lower semifinals. It is Team Liquid versus F Tier up next. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's that match in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. It is the North American lower semis, and it is Team Liquid versus F tier. This is a bit of a rematch also from something that we saw last weekend, Zico, and it was kind of a nail biter, but unfortunately Team Liquid fell that time, and it was F tier that walked away with it, but like just barely.
It was just barely, and in the open bracket as well. I mean, we can see some of those games from that last cup, and I mean, these are two teams that are just so evenly matched. F tier were able to beat them last time around, but in the open bracket this time around, Liquid were able to beat F tier and send them down here to this lower bracket. So, bit of a revenge match coming in here for F tier. Both of these teams are definitely capable of beating each other. We've seen a lot of comps being brought in, and last time around it was the DK Rogue that almost got Liquid the reverse sweep, but wasn't enough to find them the win in the end. And this time around, I feel like F tier, they've been leveling up their kind of multi-comping a little bit. We've been seeing Saul kind of go off for the LA Shaman. And I mean, in this last game, this was such a slugfest. But I think it was right here at the end. Trill lined a heal from Sidu, and yeah, right there. And we saw Trill go down in that one, in that game number 5. But both of these teams absolutely capable of beating each other. And this is F tier's kind of chance to get a little bit of revenge to Liquid that did send him down here.
Yeah.
I mean, this entire season so far, every single matchup between these two teams has gone to Game 5. So if that's not a kind of great starting point for this lower semis, then I don't know what is.
Well, I don't either. We'll find out soon enough. We can also take a look at the leaderboard real quick for the predictions, because it might change. We'll see. We're a bit split down the middle for the predictions here on this series. Let us know in chat what you think. But Zico, what's going on? What's the secret sauce?
We're back. That's what's going on right now. We are we're back. You know, yesterday we missed a couple, but today's been a good day. We'll see here, though. I mean, this one is it's so close. It's so close because both of these teams always going to Game 5. Always, you know, it's always a sweaty one. But I feel like I went in the direction of Liquid this time around. I feel like they're such a solid team, and I don't know if Salt's Ellie Shaman is going to be up to scratch here if it does get tagged in, or if Liquid kind of brought in some surprises of their own. So that's why I went with Liquid.
Okay. All right. Sometimes we are like just super even across the board in agreement here, and this one we're definitely all over the place. Yeah, Lithy, you agree with Zico here. I don't know. I want to see F tier win this one. I like a good story, and I feel like F tier could definitely pull it off. But Super Tease, he's not here, unfortunately, to avenge me, and I'm down at the bottom too with predictions. I started off this weekend at the top, tied with chat, and now I've plummeted down to the bottom, so it's not looking good for me. But Lithy, you're in agreement with Zico here. You're team Liquid.
I think so, yeah. It's gonna be a slugfest, absolutely. If F tier pulls out some turbo, I'm gonna regret my choices to vote for Liquid, but I think they got this. Liquid is just a team, once they actually start to realize they need to lock in every single time they play against you, because you have either some really good game plan into them, you're playing incredibly well, or you're just playing this curveball slugfest kind of setup that's going to lead you into a scenario like that. At some point, they'll figure you out, and they will tear you apart. And I think third time this series, these two teams are matching up against each other. I think this is going to be the last time that Liquid needs to struggle a little bit, but they will pull out a victory here.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can do that. I mean, they didn't, have a great first weekend. Sidu said it himself after Cup number 1, and they were kind of disappointed. They were kind of colliding with Race World First a little bit, so maybe some of that was going on, and they're going to just completely prove me wrong for this weekend. But they do have to battle it out in the lower bracket. They've got to defeat some pretty hard teams if they want to get up to the grand finals. We've got to get through F tier. We've got to get through the move. And then, of course, we got to get through Welcome to the Jung. And those three teams have all had an incredible weekend so far. And it's just becoming such a broken record here on the desk. But the lower bracket, it's looking scary, Zico. It's looking rough.
It's looking rough, and it's reminding me a little bit of what happened in EU with, like, the really established team, the team that's been winning a lot in the past, Echo, being down there in the lower bracket, but making a deep run and bringing it back. And it's kind of the same here for Liquid. They are the back-to-back champions. They are the team to beat, and we're hearing it from the man, Mr. Cito himself. Not surprised by the results, not close to being at the level we need to for us to win that series. Good battle in the lower bracket for us. Still have a long way to go, but we beat both the teams that beat us last week, so we've made good progress, but it's still a lot of work to do. We just got to take it one day at a time. Cito definitely keeping a level head, and I think that's a really good approach. Just take it one day at a time, one series at a time, and just make sure that you're locked in at the task at hand.
Absolutely, and that's really what it can be super important that maybe doesn't get talked about enough, is like the mental fortitude that it takes. If you know that you're not quite playing where you should be, how can you come back even stronger the next time that you have to play? And I feel like this is a team that does that very well. But they're up against a powerhouse. They're up against F tier. I mean, we've talked up this team so much. They've got that enhancement shaman Saul that they're able to utilize Lithy. We've got EU teams kind of yoinking some of their strategies as well. So this isn't a team that we should be counting out at all. I know that me and Super Tees are the only ones that believe in them, but I'm excited to see what they're capable of and maybe make some adaptations, especially after those changes come in for next week.
Absolutely. It's going to be a whirlwind of a matchup, and even though I am predicting Liquid to win this is going to be a slugfest. It's going to be close, and the result of this series, I think, is going to betray how close of a match this is going to be between these two teams, because just looking at every single position, right? You look at the healers, Shaz versus Cito, kind of battle of the titans for me personally this season, actually, because Shaz came in as one of the first players to bring out the Holy Paladin and really showcase in this region how good the Paladin is at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's also cool to see them kind of representing specs that maybe aren't quite so common. But also, speaking of predictions, it sounds like chat is also in agreement with you guys. It's Team Liquid 60% and F tier 40%. So wow, I'm up against a lot here. So a bit unfortunate. Come on, guys. I should have put in my points. I haven't been doing that enough. They've been doing the points predictions all weekend and the first weekend as well. So I'm behind a little bit in that, as I am behind in the standings as well. So we're gonna get the game started as soon as we can. The players are still kind of grouping up and getting ready. Don't worry, we're not just yapping for fun. We're waiting for the players to get ready, but it kind of makes it a little bit tense, Zico, and you have these moments happen, especially when you know that you're against a team that you don't really know what they could pull out in terms of that blind pick. I mean, what goes on in those final moments before the gates open, do you think?
Well, I think it's a lot of preparation for sure, but I think a team like F tier, you expect them to run that same Windwalker enhanced Holy Paladin, right? That's what you're expecting from them. That's what they're playing in the large majority of their games. But that can also be kind of an advantage for them, right? Because if they do decide to bring out something crazy in the blind pick, usually the other team won't be ready for that. And at the same time, a team like Liquid, they have such strong players, such versatile players, and such a kind of different style of compositions as well. Going from something like the Roguelock to just bringing in Maz on the DK and playing like a Cleave, it's a big change in pace. And if you're not ready for that, then all of a sudden you find yourself dead on the ground. So I think that the blind pick is going to be absolutely important in this one. And both teams, I think, have some surprises. I watched all of the open bracket games for F tier because Saul was streaming it. Shout out to Saul. And it was nice to see him. He's kind of flexing on the Ellie Shaman, and he had only played it for like 2 days, he said. So now he's had more time to kind of polish that out, and it's a big difference going from being the enhancement Shaman that's just running at people the whole game to being the Ellie Shaman that's running away from people the whole game. So I'm curious to see if Saul brings that out and if he's made more progress on that Ellie Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, I know how I feel when I switch from melee to caster and it ranged, and it's not pretty. I forget that I have that distance, but of course, obviously, Saul, much better player than me, and that's why we're in these seats and he's over there. But I'm excited to see if they bring that out. Do you think that they bring out the Ellie, Zico, at all?
Yeah, I actually do. I think that F tier, they're gonna. If I had to guess their blind pick, I would say probably Windwalker, Ellie, Holy Paladin for F tier, and for Liquid, it's a lot harder to call. Maybe the Assassination Rogue Warlock, which I think would be quite good into the Ellie Shaman, but at the same time, they if they lock that in and it's the Enhanced Shaman, then all of a sudden things can get very dicey here, and we can see some of the compositions that Liquid have locked in here: the DK Sub Rogue, the Asa Rogue Warlock, the Sub Rogue Warlock. So they have a lot of different healer flexibility as well. Sea-Doo playing. A multitude of specs there as well.
But also a lot of unsuccessful experimenting here. As you can see, there's 4 comps that haven't won a single map and were dropped immediately. Only 2 comps that really showed any results for Liquid, which is the Sub Rogue Warlock and the DK Asa with the Disc Priest. I'm a little bit worried for Liquid in this meta, because they don't have access to this Feral Druid. I am pretty sure they're able to play an Ellie Shaman. I think Mez has picked that up sometimes, so maybe they can pivot a little bit. We know that Trill is an excellent Windwalker, so in theory they could actually mirror F tier, because if we look at their lineup here, the Ellie Windwalker is 6-0 right now, the Warrior Windwalker is 2-0. These guys are on fire, basically, all season already.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've had a great start to the season, and we're almost halfway through also. So they're trying to get the points, obviously, and get to that grand finals position. The further they go, the more points that they get. We know how important it is to get to that top 4, and it's just becoming so competitive, because whatever the result of this series is, the winner has to move on to face off against the Move, which is not going to be an easy series either. And I think we are finally done yapping, and the series is ready to go. It is Team Liquid versus F tier facing off in the lower semifinals. Thanks so much, everyone, for your patience as we got those players ready to go. But it is best of 5 elimination. Like I said, winner moves on to face off against the Move.
Ooh, and we are going to see Saul tagged in, Dorito on the Windwalker, Shaz as well here on the Holy Paladin, and that is going to be Saul on the Enhanced Shaman, and it's going to be Trill on the Sub-Rogue Warlock, and Sea-Doo on the Discipline Priest. So already Sam I Am is going to be feeling the heat here in game number 1 as they decide to open over onto him. Saul as well going to tank a little bit of damage here. Sea-Doo caught up in the Hammer of Justice. Shaz with the Blinding Light there, potentially huge leg sweep onto Trill, immediately gets stunned on his trigger. Beautiful spell lock though by Sam I Am to kind of recover that situation. He had the evasion up, but it's not working if you are stunned. Now swap over onto Saul, over onto Shaz, excuse me, and Shaz is going to be able to deflect that with the Divine Protection. Already Trill burning through important defensives.
Yeah, but they are catching on to Saul. The full kidney shot is in. Nice Thunderstorm to knock him back. Shaz has the wings rolling. You can see the Dawnlight lasers just adding in a little bit of extra spice for the heals. Shaz sprinting forward, finding the full hodge on Sea-Doo, but needs to pull back immediately, getting kidney shot by Trill. Has to trinket that, but finds himself in the full fear. Scary seconds here, maybe for Saul. Does trade the totem out for that massive shield, the Stone Bulwark on cooldown, and another leg sweep from Saul, discouraging Trill, at least here for a moment. In caps on Sea-Doo broken immediately, Shaz dropping lower and lower, and overall it feels like Liquid really has the momentum on lockdown right now, with Saul on 20%, big heal with the Lay on Hands coming through, but immediately connection onto Shaz, and the damage is looking good.
Yeah, they actually disarmed Trill right there. Otherwise, that would have been the Divine Shield of Shaz. So really heads up play there from Dorito. Now they're turning up the pressure over onto Sam I Am. He needs to be ready to respond. Saul, meanwhile, sitting through a kidney shot. Trill going to be rotating back up on his defensives here in a moment. So he's going to be completely fine in that situation. Sam I Am teleports away. They get the Astral Shift of Saul. Now he needs to make it back to his target. Shaz getting swapped to. Big damage onto Shaz. Might get the Divine Shield, and they will. Liquid now getting a massive defensive. Continuing the pressure, though, onto Saul. Double leg sweep from Dorito. Huge damage here. Trying to turn it back around over onto Liquid. Full blind onto Shaz. He's got no way out here. Liquid pushing for the win potentially. Full sap coming out from Trill. That's going to be the burrow for Saul. Can they take him down? Do they have the Shadowy Duel? Do they have the Smoke Bomb? There's the Shadowy Duel coming out from Trill. 1, 2, 3 seconds left on that one. Saul catches a massive heal at the very last second, and they hold on the side of F tier.
Yeah, but only for the moment. Full coil into the kidney, and Trill is on lockdown for Shaz here. Saul dropping lower and lower, but finally Paladin out of CC gets the big heals in, and Sam I Am on the run, trying to get away. Ports out Dorito, playing with his port on top of the Warlock gate the entire time, just trailing Sam the entire game long, but the damage not quite there where they would like it to be. Trill connects onto Shaz. The Shadow Blades are rolling, trading out the Bob immediately. It's the Shadow Stab, cheap shot over onto Saul, finds Dorito as well. Trill having everyone on lockdown, but a double leg sweep coming through. And Liquid need to be careful here for a second.
Yeah, Trill gets the pain suppression right there, so finally burning through some of the defensives on the side of Liquid. There's the leg sweep, potentially no, just a paralyze onto Sidu, no leg sweep available. Huge swap onto Shaz. They could take him down right here, but they denied the restun out of that kidney shot with a beautiful disarm, but still full fear onto Chaz. No Tremor Totem available. Saul could fall here as they swap back onto Chaz. Triple DR cheap shot into the Mortal Coil, gets trinketed. Chaz still has a lot of healing ahead of him here. His entire team is rotting down. Only 3 minutes into this match, Sidu sitting through a full Hammer of Justice. Here comes Dorito with some big damage. Beautiful knock onto Samayam all the way to the other side of the map. He can't use his portal over there, so Samayam could be an exposed target here for F tier. They need to find pressure. They need to run this Warlock down, but at the same time, they're not feeling too confident. Another cheap shot comes in. Beautiful defensive paralyze, but still Saul rotting down as Shaz is sitting through the fear. Liquid pushing for the win. That's the shadowy duel. Huge stone bulwark totem to deflect it for just a moment, and Saul manages to defy death yet again for just a second, but maybe not out of the woods just yet. There's the kidney shot from Trill onto Chaz. Immediate blessing of protection on that one. Chaz somehow, some way recovers, but that was his last defensives.
And there is the burrow out the window. F tier is sitting on dry land. And Liquid doesn't look like they are done quite yet. Trill taking some good damage. Sido needs to be careful, but has CDs to work with. Paint Sub and Barrier available. We're just waiting for the next kidney shot. Blind is up in a minute. Sam just needs to stay alive. Great Ring of Peace to kick Sam out of the barrier. Sido working overtime. Shaz sprinting in for the full Hodge. Maybe a last-ditch effort here. Trill is the target. He has nothing in terms of defensives. Gets the Paint Sub. They swap over to Shaz. Divine Protection is in. Saul line of sighting with the Lightning Lasso. Trill getting so low. The Void Shift comes in at 1%. Sidu having his rogues back, but they're not out of the woods yet, as Shaz is still down to have the Astro Shift traded out all over the place. The defensives are gone for both teams, and Sam is getting targeted. Doritos on top of him. There we go. The unending resolve is through, and Zico, they might just take them down with it.
Ultimate Penitence coming out here for Sidu, blasting the entire team of F tier right now. Trill sitting through a disarm. Chaz in another kidney shot, has the trinket available. He's just going to use the bubble right there. Saul still rotting down to the pressure of Sam I Am. Manages to once again pick him back up there from the brink of death. Full fear onto Dorito gets dispelled immediately. Sidu actually baited out the Tremor Totem a little bit earlier, but that Tremor Totem is back here in a couple of seconds for Saul, so that window to win the game is slowly fading as Sidu again gets through that paralyzed full blind onto Shaz. He's got the trinket and he's going to use it immediately as Saul finds himself in another stun. They swap over onto Shaz. He's got nothing, no trinket, no bop, no nothing out of this one. Can Sam I Am close it out? Trill is hunting for the kill. Can they find it? Vivify coming out for Dorito, trying to keep him alive for just 1 second, but Trill is all over him. Shaz trying to get around the corner. Dorito trying to slow him down. Shaz erupts around the corner, catches a big heal once again. Can he stay alive? I can't believe it, but no, it is going to be Team Liquid that draws first blood.
What a slugfest. Exactly what we were expecting here. Zico, 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Liquid take the blind pick. Oh boy, if this series keeps going like this, man, we'll be here all night. What a crazy back and forth between both teams.
Whew, that was stressful. That could have ended just like in minute one there with those shadowy duels. Trill so close to finding those kills here, but these are the last couple of moments, and I really love what Trill did here, blinding Shaz to force his trinket and then swapping to him here when he had no divine shield. And look at that bop, just 5 seconds away for Shaz. He's not on forbearance, but at this point he has that Battle Master, that Gladiators emblem, and that as soon as that fades, he's going to be taking a massive chunk of damage from the extra health that he has. And right here you can see it. It's the second buff there under his health, and it fades right there. And as soon as it does, he just goes down to the raw pressure. Team Liquid absolutely locked in into this one. Sam I Am doing such a great job staying alive, kiting, and also being effective in the match, just doing so much damage. I think I saw him hit 200 mil in this matchup. So definitely playing the Warlock beautifully this time around.
Definitely taking notes from Chanimal over in EU. Something, I'm not sure if we have a clip for it, but something I kind of want to talk about is Dorito bringing in some of the advanced Windwalker tech into these games. We've seen that, I think, last weekend, or it was yesterday already, the Whirling Dragon Sweep, where with a new talent that knocks everyone into the air that's hit by the Whirling Dragon Punch, and the Black Ox Kick, which is just basically a massive knockback. And Dorito keeps kind of chaining that into each other, and due to the fact that you can kick someone who is knocked up into the air, you're basically kicking the person double the range across the entire arena. And there were one or two very beautiful moments where he basically booted Sam I Am all the way to the other side, making him unable to follow up with any damage.
Yeah, it's really nice that they do that, because they pin down Sam I Am when they do that away from his port. And that's when they can get those moments, because when Saul can connect, it's not often he can connect, but when he does, things definitely explode. This time around, though, it was Shaz that exploded. Liquid looking pretty confident here in game number 1, but still, I mean, this is, you can tell with this game why it's just always going to game 5 between these two teams, why they're constantly kind of each other's kryptonite in these last 2 cups.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just it's gonna be an absolute nail biter here.
I'm very curious where we're going next map-wise, right? Because Nagrand, very neutral for a blind pick map. But now, of course, it's gonna be F tier's map pick. And just looking at their comp, obviously you'd think they want to go to a close quarters map. They want to go to something like maybe Dalaran Arena, but first and foremost, I'm thinking obviously Hook Point. So does that even put them in a favorable position, considering how heavily they're going in on Liquid is going in on Shaz?
Maybe they bring in the Elishama. I don't think so, though. But since we're going to Hook Point, I think we're going to see the exact same thing here from F tier. They're just going to try to do the same thing again. No, we are tagging in Mr. Laros. Now, if there's something that can chop up a Warlock, it would definitely be Laros here on the Fury Warrior. And on F tier, we haven't seen him tagged in too often, but when he does, things definitely explode. So this is going to be one of those extremely quick games. I'm personally very happy to not be in Sam's shoes right now, because I can't think of anything more kind of devastating to go up against other than this Windwalker Fury Warrior cleave.
No, that's gonna be disgusting to deal with, and it was kind of the comp that broke Liquid's neck last week around. So we'll see. This time it comes in earlier. Also, quick correction, because Ven just poked me about it. Mighty Ox Kick obviously was removed from the game, so it's a little bit more of a wombo combo with the knock up into the knock back from from Saul on the Shaman. So more of a combo play instead of Dorito bringing out the Monk tech. Sorry for that.
Yeah, it's that Thunderstorm, I think, coming out.
Yeah,
we saw him use those a couple of times, and it's really nice as well, because it knocks him super far away and then it slows him. But, of course, that's not really going to be something happening in this matchup. Instead of knocking the Warlock away, we're going to be knocking or charging our Warrior on top of him. So Sam I Am is going to need to do a great job kiting here. It's going to be really tough for him. And I really do like this answer from F tier. But if Team Liquid can beat this one, I think they're going to be in a really commanding position to win the entire series. And also,
exactly,
I think their win condition would be mostly on the Fury Warrior, actually, because Fury Warriors definitely, you know, a lot of their defense is self-healing and raged regen, things like that. And if you can pin them down in a stun, you can definitely deny a lot of that defense. So Trill is going to be key. The smoke bombs or the shadowy duels, anything like that is definitely going to be really scary for Laros to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Like, also kind of put Shaz on the spot to pre-sack, to pre-bob some of these more devastating goals. And so far, Well, Super and I are very convinced that F tier is going to win this. It certainly can still go that way, but in my opinion, Liquid looking just a little bit better. And I do want to bring up, last week around, this Windwalker Warrior was played as a counter to the DK Rogue of Liquid, not the Warlock. So a little bit of a different setup here. And I'm very curious where this is going to lead for Liquid. So let's get into the arena. Let's see if F tier can even out the series.
Ooh, they're getting on top of Samayam immediately here before he can get his demonic circle and his gateway, but manages to get them. Now Samayam needs to get away from that demonic circle so we can start utilizing the range, but immediately we're going to see Team Liquid opening up over onto Shaz. Defensive fear coming out. Here comes the Blaze Storm. Here comes the Blender. Nice Ring of Peace there to deny the effect of that barrier. Nice clash there as well to kind of grip Samayam back into the cleave, but he needs to kite Laros right now because Laros is doing a lot of damage. They're actually going to swap to Laros. Double cheap shot coming out. That's going to allow Samayam to cast a little bit, but he does get interrupted there on the haunt. Sidu connecting with the triple fear there for a moment, but it does break. Shaz now in a kidney shot. Here comes Liquid looking for the swap. Samayam gets the precognition. Big damage coming in from Sidu, but a nice disarm there onto Trill is going to deny it.
Yeah, beautiful kiting by Sam and combination with Trill's peel afterwards, just completely shutting down the opener of F tier here. Sidu up in the air, blind on Shaz. Where's the follow-up CC? This is going to be nasty if he didn't get the pre-sack out. Otherwise, this game might be over at this point. Laura's getting those big heals, but Trill is onto the Paladin once again. Sam just really hopping in place, trying to get the burst and the damage out. That's a bop from Shaz on himself. He will be on precognition for a little bit longer. Sidu gets a great grip onto Samayam, but he's down to 10% execute range. Maybe Touch of Death coming through. Unending Resolve is available, but Sidu really just pumping his Warlock for a few more seconds, trying to keep him alive. Laura's on the other side. Actually, everyone on F tier is just rotting down. It's such a game on knife's edge right now, and Liquid has the upper hand. Laura's big heal coming through on him.
I got a heads up. So I got to shout out Doritos for all these heads up plays. These disarms have been beautiful. The paralyze onto Trill there as Chaz was sitting through that stun as well. Beautifully done. Samayam is going to teleport away while Sidu is sitting through crowd control, but still it's going to be Laros on the back foot. Huge damage connecting from Team Liquid. Full fear onto Shaz. That's going to be the Divine Shield. Sidu MVP with these, but still Laros not out of the woods just yet. Again, the disarm there onto Trill. Here comes the double leg sweep. Here comes the Blender. Big damage, but the Dark Pact is good for Samayam, and Sam still dropping very, very low. Sidu sitting through a paralyzed Sam. What are you going to do? He has no unending resolve. He's going to immediately just get a free cog and immediately swapping to Shaz. Shaz might just go down right here to intervene. Oh my god, the mind control of Sidu. Huge play coming out from Sidu with the mind control there at the end. Oh my goodness, just letting him rot down in that one. Sidu definitely taking it one series at a time, and he is 100% locked in right now.
Oh my god, that was a disgusting finisher. Just no chance whatsoever for Shaz. Coil into his stun, into the mind control to have him tick down and die to the dots at the very end. Just beautifully done. And this is kind of what I was worried about with this comp, right? This was a great counterpick into the into the Rogue DK last week. This time around, Sam is just so good at kiting this out and Trill with the peels. Just look at this. Cheap shot into a full coil. Sidu, no gap, follows up with the mind control, and Shaz just dies. No trinket available. If he had fire blooded, he'd probably have died to the exploding dispel of the... Now I'm blanking on the name. The Warlock stuff. Unstable Affliction. Thank you, Zico.
Yeah, no, definitely. So Chaz really didn't have too many options here, and it's the cheap shot into the coil right there. So they Stormbolt Trill, they get the coil, and then look at that mind control, perfectly timed out of that. And Chaz actually has the intervene. That's why he wasn't taking too much damage in that coil. So that mind control kind of denying the intervene, denying the heals, because as soon as you come out of that coil, Chaz can use glow balls and he can potentially get a big heal onto himself. But while he's in that mind control, the dots are going to keep rotting, and Sidu definitely making some MVP plays there as well. The offensive pen, as you can see there, what is it called? Intervene. Blanking on the name as well. But the intervene, definitely slowing things down, but not enough for Laros. And that's just a quick 2.5 minute game right there coming out for Team Liquid. We're going to Dalaran Sewers. Team Liquid probably just going to lock in this same thing. And I think that the enhancement shaman is so good just because when you have Saul in the matchup, when I've listened to their comms, he has such good awareness. He's always calling everything, the win conditions. He brings kind of that excitement into the team. I don't know how Laros sounds, to be fair, but I do think that that's one of the advantages of having Saul in the match, and also just the extra disruption, of course, for the Warlock, being able to ground the Haunts, being able to have more kind of ranged interrupts, whereas the Warrior has to be on his target to actually land those. I think it's a big difference and a big reason why Samayam is able to just rip in onto the entire team like that.
And it's also the extra utility you bring in on the Shaman, right? It's not just about the ranged kicks, it's also the Lightning Lasso. You can play a static field totem if you want to keep Trill under control a little bit better, or even just Samayam. And we have talked about the Traveling Storm, the wombo combo with a knock-up, knock-back that Dorito and Saul have been bringing in. There's a lot of benefits that the Shaman brings to the table, be it Enhance or even Ellie, because I do think the Ellie Shaman could work in this case. But generally, they just need to find something that works, because so far Sam on the Warlock, especially with Trill setting him up with all the CCs, and quite honestly, that Trill is one of the best rogues in NA is not a secret, but compared to everything we've seen this weekend in terms of setups from rogues, I feel like Trill just does it the cleanest with his team.
Yeah, Trill's definitely been looking super clean on that rogue, and I think that they just know when to kind of swap targets as well. Because a big reason why the rogue lock is so powerful is because you do a setup onto the DPS, you get these stun locks onto the DPS, and then when the sacrifice comes in, immediately you're swapping to the paladin. And we are going to see Saul on the elemental shaman, we're going to see Laros on the BM hunter, Shaz on the holy paladin. So taking a page out of the European Phoenix Reborn book here, combining it with the Holy Paladin skills of Chaz, this could work. I kind of like this matchup, but at the same time, playing Ellie into the Warlock can definitely be a little bit scary here. But I think if F tier can land the traps, they can land, the CC chains as well, they can definitely take people down. They have disgusting amounts of burst damage on their side.
I am with you, but at the same time, I just watched Echo absolutely demolish a hunter with this very same comp. So this is not going to be easy for F tier. Laros needs to be more than ready with this BM hunter, because otherwise this game might be over in 57 seconds.
Yeah, it might start in 57 seconds and it might be over in another 57 seconds. So definitely don't get out of your chair right now because these teams are absolutely locked in. And this is, of course, the lower bracket. This is the team that sent F tier down to the lower bracket. But F tier, of course, being the team that sent Liquid out of the competition in Cup number 1. So both of these teams are capable of beating each other. We have seen reverse sweeps happen, and this is definitely no stranger to that. We've even seen it in the grand finals of last Cup, so you can really never count either side out. But F tier definitely bringing in some surprises here, and I feel like this is a comp that maybe wasn't their first or best option here. It just seems like, okay, we couldn't win with the Windwalker Enhance, we couldn't win with the Warrior, let's try this and see if it works. But I'm not sure if it will. Team Liquid just looking absolutely bulletproof right now.
Well, it has to work. There is no coming back after this game. If you lose, you're out. Liquid on match point. Dalaran, Suez, that's where we're heading. And the winner will move on. Or, of course, F tier prolonging this series. Let's see what's gonna happen. The flare is out. Lara's trying to find Trill. Doesn't quite get him. And look at Liquid just biding their time on the lower level, waiting for the enemy team to push in.
Oh, Trill already sitting through the Diamond Eye. Samayam is in a stun here. Laros looking for the damage. They get the double blind there behind the pillar as well over onto Team Liquid. And Samayam is rotting down. Beautiful knock into explosive trap tech there coming out from Laros. Huge BM Hunter damage, but finally Trill is going to connect with some stuns over onto the BM Hunter. Sidu now finally being able to catch some heals, but look at Sam having to port away from those pets. Pops the Dark Pact, gets a big Rapture shield there around the corner, and now they're going after Shaz. He's in a kidney shot, but Samayam not able to fake cast the interrupts just yet. Still, Chaz with the Divine Protection into the Mortal Coil. He's going to trinket that Mortal Coil and respect the damage. Saul trading out some heals there on the Elder Shaman as well, as he looks to reposition a little bit further away. But they swap to Saul. Huge smoke bomb attempt, and that's going to force out the trinket as well as the Astral Shift. Now, Sam I Am could be in trouble. Sidu's in the sky, raining down penances over all over F tier, and meanwhile, Chaz just repositioning back on this other side, looking for the next setup, getting ready. That's going to be a Diamond Ice onto Sidu, a nice Lightning Lasso onto Sam I Am, and that's going to shut down that kidney shot on Chaz immediately.
Yeah, good attempt here, but the full blind on the Pally is through. They're swapping over to Saul. He only has the Stone Bulwark Totem and the Burrow. Follows up with the Sap. Trill is just so on point with this. Shadow Blades are rolling. The damage not quite there. Sidu dodges the trap. Well done here, but gets scattershotted on the follow-up. Another kidney shot. Shaz trades out the bubble, and Liquid is getting CD after CD after CD with these goes. Trill also with the duel. Saul might just die flat out. Trades the Stone Bulwark. Another coil onto Shaz. Everyone is dying on F tier. Liquid is just ramping unrelentingly here, Zico, and Sam is dying at the same time. Sidu needs to bring the heals.
Yeah, Sam I Am actually catches a big heal. They're holding on to his Unending Resolve. Nice Lightning Lasso to shut down the Haunt here on that CC chain. Chaz is going to be able to keep himself top, but again, I'm worried about Saul. He's got no Trinket. He's got no Astral Shift for a couple of seconds, but meanwhile, Sam I Am also taking a lot of damage. Scattershot onto Sidu by Laros. Not able to find that trap, though. It looks like Sidu dodged it a little bit earlier, so that Scattershot's not going to have any follow-up. Now, Sidu is free. They force the Tremor Totem. Sidu knows the win condition here. He can land a full fear onto Chaz. He's looking for it, but Chaz with the preemptive sacrifice there. Beautifully done. They're going to swap on that sacrifice, but again, it gets shut down by Laros with the BM Hunter stun onto Trill to slow down the damage. Sam I Am, though, just preparing the Rot onto Saul, who is going to be the target of choice. He has Astral Shift, and he pops it instantaneously. Chaz is going to have a moment to breathe here, as finally they're going to get some pressure over onto Sam I Am, potentially. Nice stun coming out there onto Sam, as Sidu sitting through a long CC chain, but still, Sam I Am with the early trade on that Unending Resolve, respecting the CC and the damage, is getting aggressive over onto Saul once again.
Yeah, especially that Call of the Wild. Sam really respecting that all the way through, but Trill has the Shadow Blades. Once again, finds a kidney shot on Chaz, looking for more setup here. Doesn't quite find it because he needs to keep his Warlock safe. Sam had a precog for a moment, gets kicked on the Haunt now though, and there the Shaman range kicks come in hot. They're very valuable here, trying to shut down this Warlock, but Trill is also one of those big danger points. Big wings coming through from Shaz, the Dawnlight lasers, adding a little bit of extra heals, and Sam just dropping lower and lower Radiance heals from Sidu. He needs to do something more here, as the Pain Suppression is in. Lightning Lasso is through as well as a Bob to keep Saul on the offensive, and Sidu just, they can't find the heals. He's ice trapped. Diamond Ice doesn't let him out. But finally, big shields and some heals, and Sam is stabilizing. Shaz gets bumped down to 20%. Instant bubble and topping himself off. Sam gets knocked out of the barrier. Massive place, forcing Sidu's Void Shift. Just so much damage on this Warlock. FT really putting the pedal to the metal. The next trap coming through. Laros has that up and ready. Just needs to find it on Sidu. It gets eaten by the Shadow Fiend. Can you talk about unlucky? This is a prime example.
Beautiful play there from Sidu. Chaz, now what are you going to do? He just had to use his Divine Shield. He has no bubble, has no more charges of Bop. He could be a spicy target. There's the kidney shot onto Chaz. They're looking for the win, but Sam I Am is line of sighting Sidu. They got no Void Shift, but he gets a precognition. There's the Haunt. Nice Lightning Lash coming out there for Saul into the coil. I think this is it. Team Liquid have done it. F tier is going to be eliminated from the tournament. Team Liquid came to play. F tier tried to throw 3 different comps at them, but not today. Trill and Sam I Am and Sidu absolutely just demolished them.
It's along the lines of what I was expecting. Liquid realizing that this is one of the teams they really need to respect in NA this season, and they're putting in max effort, lock in full duration of this game, and 3-0, I think this is speaking volumes to how prepared Liquid was to face down F tier again.
Yeah, this fake cast here, Sam I Am gets the precognition, he gets the Haunt off, and it really is about that Haunt. If you get that Haunt off during the stun lock, it is so deadly, and then they have the Mortal Coil to follow it up, and I think Sidu, was he casting? No, he was casting a Mind Blast Shadow of Death, I think, at the end there. I wasn't sure. Was he going for another Mind Control? There's no way he does that 2 times in a row, but Team Liquid...
he would. He would.
Yeah, well, I think the damage in this case was a little bit better. Was enough to barely take him out in that stun lock. And Sam I Am also, I mean, we got the dogs excited here as well for this one.
Sorry.
That's all good. We can see it one last time here. Saul rotting down in that coil. Team Liquid looking absolutely bulletproof. Sam I Am on the Warlock, getting 3 killing blows as well. Really delivering in a matchup like this where he has been very tested. Sam I Am looking like Sam I Chan.
Oh, how long were you sitting on that one?
That's the name of his character, actually. I just stole that.
Okay. You should have just taken credit for it. That's clever. Very clever. All
That's
right.
not my style.
Well, guys, I'm in shambles. My predictions are... I'm not doing so great today. Help me out.
That's okay, Aya.
I need to lock it in, but maybe for this next series I can do a little bit better. I really thought F-Tier maybe would at least get one game. That was a very, very clean series from Team Liquid, ending in a 3-0, and unfortunately that is the end of the weekend for F-Tier, but they made it very, very far, and considering that this is sort of a newly formed team, I think they for sure should be proud of themselves nonetheless, and they've got 2 more cups to try and make it into that top 4, and then if not, there's always the gauntlet that they could potentially make it into. But we can talk about that a little bit later. We've got to congratulate Team Liquid, of course, but now they've got to get through yet another difficult team here. The Move has been waiting in the lower finals for quite some time, and I cannot wait to see how this one's going to go. I feel like the Move has been a little bit of a gamble this time around. It seems like we just kind of don't really know how they're going to play Lithy on the day.
I have no idea either. They brought in the Shadow Priest earlier. Liquid looks on fire, but then again, we could just run into a mirror matchup with both teams running Warlock Rogue. So, quite honestly, I have no idea where this is going to go. Both teams are in the perfect position to pull out a win. Both teams have had a little bit of struggles this season, and what else could you want for El Clásico, for the best matchup in NA? It's Liquid versus the Move. Who's gonna win it? I don't know. I'm cheering for the Move one way or another, and it's gonna be a great match.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Chat, help me out here. Tell me what to vote for, because I don't know. I know I'm gonna have to send in my predictions.
Vote the Move.
It's
Always
hard.
vote the Move.
It's hard when it's between these two teams, especially given their history against each other, Zico, their history just throughout, the course of the season. These are our 2 longest running rosters in North America, maybe even AWC.
Yeah, I mean, we said it. This is El Clásico, and it's a bit brutal because one of them is going home. This is in the lower bracket. This is what you expect to see in the grand finals, but the competition has just been leveling up so much. There's just so many of these newer rosters that are just stepping in and making it look so good. And yeah, it's going to be another classic one. The Move Liquid, always just such a great matchup. And I don't know who's going to be able to take it. I feel like Liquid looked super strong in this matchup. They looked really bulletproof. The Move on the other end against Welcome to the Jung, I don't know. I feel like they didn't perform to that standard that we've seen in the past, but maybe that was kind of the slap in the face that they needed to kind of wake up and shake it up here. So I don't know. It's going to be a tough one to call for sure.
All right, well, here's a quick peek at the bracket. We've got the Move versus Team Liquid down there in the semifinals. Winner will be moving on to face off against Welcome to the Jung in the grand finals for North America Cup number 2. And with that, we're going to head to a break. Before we do, though, we're going to play another round of the spell guessing game. Let's check it out.
Ooh.
I
Finally.
lost my priest card earlier. I really hope I can redeem myself.
I just hope it's not a mage spell. Please don't be a mage.
It's like a mage spell, Zico.
That's not good.
You poked the bear.
100-yard range. Nah, it's not a mage spell. There's no mage spell with 100-yard range, I think.
I don't know.
I think
Glacial Spike's not a frost mage thing?
This is not a DK. This is not a mage spell. This is a DK spell.
Yeah, this is.
It's a frost DK spell.
Oh, yeah, your DK card is on the line.
Listen, I don't play Frost DK. Get away with me from that.
Is this the? Actually, could it be Ice Wall? Nah, Ice Wall is not 100-yard range. Glacial Spike, it's not. I think, what is Glacial Advance? What even is that?
I think that's it.
Okay, so
Was
it's
it
not
Frost
ice
Spark?
wall. I don't think it's ice wall because I'm pretty sure Iceland. It says 30, so I think it's 30-second. Is it 30-second cooldown? Ice wall is for sure. The lowest you can have as a fire mage is like 1 minute. So it's not ice wall. It's not glacial spike because glacial spike doesn't have a cooldown and also doesn't have a 100-yard range. Frost spike or glacial advance. That's what we're going with here. I feel like it could be glacial. I'm more inclined to think
I'm
it's
locking in
glacial
glacial
advance. Yeah, I'm locking in glacial advance here.
None of these
I
feel
am?
right to me. You know, I'll go with you guys. I don't trust myself anymore. So I'm gonna go with Glacial Advance as well.
I hope I don't lose my mage card. I don't want to lose my mage card. Not in front of everyone. Not like this.
Alright, reveal it to us.
Oh, we're back.
Hey.
Let's go.
Very
We're
nice.
back.
Alright.
Thank goodness.
I knew that the whole time, actually. I just, I've been playing so much Frost DK. Alright, let's check out the icon. See if we can at least get that one.
All right, this is all you guys. I feel
Boy.
like I did the heavy lifting on
Oh
that
my
first
God.
part. This is all you guys. What looks the most Photoshop? Okay, what's the difference? Okay, I see the
I
little
don't know.
dots on the side.
I
One
think
has
these
4
are
dots on the side. One has no dots. And what's the difference between B and C? They look. Is it just? Am I blind? Like I feel like it looks the exact same. Oh, there's a no.
Oh, it's the line.
It's the
There's
crack
like a
on the
crack,
ice
yeah,
crystal in the middle.
in the middle.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Oh,
I mean,
this
this
one
is
is
all you
nasty.
guys. This is all you guys.
That looks. Dude, I don't know. Who's supposed
this
to
is
know
so
this
hard.
stuff? I'm
What?
just shooting in the dark. I don't know if there's a line in the
I think
icon or
it's-
not. It's definitely between
don't get
B
it.
and
I think
C,
it's
though.
C.
Super
I think
T's
it's
out
C.
here just getting like name and just like you guys have a cat. You can just bring out your cat and just count how many claws he has. Just chilling. Like what can I do with this? Like I don't have any. I'm in Sweden, so there should be some ice walls spawning soon, but not yet. I don't know, dude. I'm gonna go.
C.
What are you
go
guys going with
C.
C?
I don't know.
I feel like.
I'm locking in C.
Are you locking in C? I'm gonna lock in D. Just it's a complete guess. I'm not gonna lie. It's a complete guess. I have no
Okay,
idea.
that's fine. All right. End our
Could be,
suffering
could be
production.
right. I just don't think these weird blue fingers at the bottom are correct.
Oh.
No?
Oh.
Oh my god, not like this.
Okay.
Oh, it's B.
Okay.
Damn!
All right.
That was a hard one.
Wow. Hey, you play World of Warcraft? Draw every icon. Oh man, do they
I
even
gotta
play
play some
WoW?
Frost DK, man.
Yeah, same. Yeah, they're very good right now. I have not committed yet. I'm still unholy, holding strong. All right, well, with that, we are gonna head to a break. When we come back, we're gonna get to that lower finals of the Move versus Team Liquid coming up next. Versus Team Liquid coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're here at the last series, second to last series of the day. Before we move into the grand finals, it is the Move versus Team Liquid, and it's interesting because this feels like it could be a grand final, but we're sending a team home, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, for both these teams, it feels like it's a little bit of a success making it to championship someday to begin with, but unfortunately, they are going to have to meet here in the lower bracket, and at the end of this one of them will be eliminated, but I feel like this is the classic. The Move versus Liquid in North America. Let's see who comes out ahead. This is the first time we're seeing it this season.
Yeah, let's see game number 1 of the Move versus Team Liquid starting now, and we're seeing a mirror. Okay.
Mirror on the wall. Let's see who can take it all. Liquid versus the Move. We are going to see a pretty similar opener here. Both Warlocks getting sapped so far. Peekaboo moving in. Oh, he might see Trill there. No, Trill's going to open up with a kick. He gets fake casted on his kick from stealth. Whiskey with just a 6th sense right now. Going to get a beautiful opener here onto Samayam, but he's going to port away. Abster sitting through a fear. Sleedu chains it. Sitting through a kidney, but Sleedu chains it with a fear. Now sitting through a full blind. Peekaboo is going to be the target of choice here for Team Liquid, as Sam and Peekaboo both are rotting down a little bit here in the opener.
Yeah, both Sam and Trill in a little trouble. The Move definitely have early game pressure. Sidu still has his trinket. Abster's already traded out the Will of Forsaken. Peekaboo goes for a cheap shot. Gets feared up. Nicely done by Sam, but look at WizK. He's just destroying Liquid right now. Sidu doing what he can. No! WizK gets absolutely deleted. He tries to go for a gateway, but gets sniped midair. Samam and Sidu just putting out pressure. That ultimate penitence is just destroying.
What was that? The ulti penny coming out in the opener and just immediately sends WizK. That was probably the fastest mirrors we've seen. That was crazy. We're going to need to watch that back. Finally, we get to see one, because all of these priests, they always opt for the early ultimate penitence. And it's usually just to get the cooldown back and rotate it back for the late game. But it's rare that we actually see it have like a huge game impact. It's just kind of to recover a little bit, just to get some counter pressure going. But here, it actually isolates a target and kills it. And the way it works is if everybody's out in the midfield, it kind of just blasts random targets. But if it can only hit one player, that's when it's going to just deal devastating damage, single target, and we're going to see it here. So this is right in the opener. WizK gets his dots out onto Sam, then they kidney shot Absturge. Sidu goes in for the fear, and Absturge, did he use Will there? Yeah, he used Will of the Forsaken, and then they blind Sidu, they stun Peekaboo, they get some pressure onto Peekaboo. And then here is where things kind of spiral for WizK. So Peekaboo going after Sam, Trill going after Wiz. Wiz gets kicked. Samayam fake casts the kick. He gets some dots there onto WizK. And then Peekaboo gets feared out of the pillar. Absterge is gouged on the other side. So in Sidu's line of sight right now, it's only WizK. And then headshot.
Incredible. That is like an unexpected. That was it wasn't random, but that was like a little random. Like they saw it pretty much. Look at the ultimate penitence. Just 300k, 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 200k, 200. You know what I mean? It ends up being a lot of damage. It's exactly what you say. Like if you're a priest and you land that penitence on a single target, and they're just eating every single one of those bolts, those holy bolts, it takes an unbelievable amount of damage. So Liquid's going to be happy with that game 1 win because the Move, I don't think they were expecting that kind of burst.
Definitely not. I think it's a little bit lucky with the fear pathing there, and then Sam also getting the Shadow Bolt proc at the right time, but that's how it goes sometimes. It's just beautiful to watch there. And look at the predictions here. Liquid definitely heavily favored here on the desk. Lithi going against the grain right now with the 3-1 for the Move, believing in their ability to bring it back here. And we saw on the damage recap there, Sidu 2 million damage contributed during that kill. Definitely not something that you expect to see, but if you can get that ulti penny off, it can definitely pay off, and that's what happened there in game number 1. But we are locking in. It really is ultimate penitence. It's not pentitense or penitence. It's penitence. Yeah, it's a hard one.
I'm just gonna call it the ulti P, ulti penny. Like we need a nickname for it. I just call it uppies. Like I don't care anymore. All right, here we go. Game underway. Game 2. The Move, can they battle back? A little bit of an unexpected start there. Sidu just going for a UA to spell early on. Cheap shots coming in. Great job here by Trill, getting control of the entire team of the move goes for a full blind into a sap. So Absol is going to set that full cheap shot, full blind, full sap, and really he gets away with it quite easily.
Yeah, Abster's going to be just popping the Rapture here. He got the Power Infusion onto Wiz, and there is some bolts flying in there on the back line from Sea-Doo. Sam taking a decent amount of damage, but it is going to be Peekaboo. Ooh, he Shadow Steps behind the pillar here. Line of sighting Abster's. There's a kidney shot onto Abster's, and Sam fake cast the kick. He's going to get a full fear out of that one. Abster's, he's going to trade out the early Will of the Forsaken once again. There's the barrier coming through for Sea-Doo onto Sam. So Sam is going to be feeling very confident sitting in that one, but still taking quite a beating here as he gets another big shield. Here you go. Ulti P coming out from Sea-Doo, doing a lot of work there. Fully channeled onto Peekaboo, almost taking him down, but the Cloak of Shadows trades in time.
Yeah, it does. Gouge out onto Sea-Doo into a full kidney shot. Peekaboo getting crazy. Samheim denies the setup, though, with the coil as both members of Liquid, both DPS are rotting down. Samheim could fall. There's a lot of pressure incoming. A full fear now on Sea-Doo. He's forced to use the Will of Forsaken, but at the same time, Peekaboo's getting absolutely smoked. What is going on? Oh no. The move once again goes down, but I feel like that was... We'll have to see it again. That just seemed kind of just out of nowhere that he went down like that. I mean, didn't really have many defensive cooldowns. Absolutely, I don't know if he had just like a late will there, if he was crowd controlled, but Liquid happy to capitalize on that and get a second win really quickly here.
They forced the Cloak with the ultimate penitence, and then they capitalize on it there at the end. I think there was a UA dispel on Absterge. I'm not actually sure what kind of crowd control he was in, but he got feared, had to use his Will of Forsaken prior to this. Sam porched behind the pillar, and then Peekaboo actually kind of overextending here, line of sighting Absterge for a moment, and he's definitely getting punished. Trill gets caught up in the stun. Sea-Doo moves in for the fear, not able to find it. Nice dodge there by Absterge. Sea-Doo gets feared. Sam gets the dots. He gets the haunt there as well onto Peekaboo, and then Trill sitting through that fear, and there's that UA dispel. He dispels that UA, and then Peekaboo just flops during that. So unfortunate timing on that UA dispel, because Absterge had a lot of cooldowns, and unfortunately not able to use any of them because of that kind of silence, the pushback that you get, or that punishment that you get when you dispel the UA. So a bit of a unfortunate one here for the move. Team Liquid already finding themselves on match point, and this is not an upper bracket game. If the move loses that next matchup, they're out. It's just over for them. And I want to see the def log again, because I feel like Sea-Doo's damage is significantly higher than Absterge's in these matchups.
I mean, you could just see it right there. Sea-Doo basically tripling the damage of Absterge, but yeah, this UA dispel, very unfortunate. I think Absterge doesn't want to, but he tries to trinket out of the silence with like just a fraction of a second left, like right before Peekaboo dies. You can see he gets silenced, and I think he trinkets like a little bit of a panic trinket at the very last second, trying to get there. He could have trinketed the silence and gotten the void shift, but unfortunately he was out of line of sight. So, I mean, this game, both these games under 2 minutes, just so quick. These are just really, really fast-paced matches. It seems like if either priest just fall behind, it's absolutely brutal. But I mean, look at these last few moments. Trill basically contributing nothing.
Yeah.
No offense, Trill. Contributing nothing to the kill. Like, I don't even know. That's like a tick of rupture or something over the last 8 seconds. That was just all Sam and Sea-Doo.
No offense, Trill, but where's the damage, bro?
Yeah, where's the damn?
Nah, Trill was busy. He's soaking it up there from the side of the move, just keeping them busy. But Sea-Doo, man, with these penances, with Sam, look at the Mind Blast as well. Sea-Doo is casting in a lot of extra damage. Proc the cheat def there as well with the Shadow Word def, and then the last penance to take him down. Sea-Doo's been doing really impressively on his priest, to be fair. He's been looking really good. And the move, they're not going to be doing any more mirrors. They've seen how that plays out. Instead, it's going to be WizK tagged in on the DK. Why don't you like this, man?
Because I just feel like you're kind of like, I don't know. Makes me feel like the move is like losing confidence in their ability when they don't want to play the mirror match. Because I mean, that's the composition that they practiced a lot. Like in theory, they should be able to go toe to toe here. So going to a small map, trying to counter comp, like this almost never works out. I feel like when you're playing a composition like the Subtlety Rogue, Affliction Warlock, Discipline Priest. I just feel like it's such a well-rounded composition that unless like the big tell for me is like the fact that the move didn't lock this in game number 2 tells me that this is like sketchy, you know?
It's like a bit desperation.
Yeah,
It breaks a little
desperation.
bit.
Like, oh, we'll bring in a cleave against the Warlock, but it's like, oh, I don't know if that's going to work.
You know what would be funny? If the move wins this and then Liquid locks in a mirror with Maz, that would be sick, actually. They'd be like, oh, you don't want to mirror us? Well, here's another mirror. That would definitely be like a statement on the side of Liquid. But I do agree with you. Of course, if this was something that the move thought was going to be a good matchup here, they definitely would have locked it in game number 2, where they saw that Liquid was locking in the mirror. But that game number 1 kind of felt random in a way. Like they just died so unexpectedly. The stars just kind of aligned for Liquid in that one with the fear pathing, kind of bringing Trill out of line so Sidu could only blast one target with his ultimate. And maybe they just felt like they wanted to lock it back in, but here comes WizK on the DK, trying to bring it back here. The move on the ropes, need to get a reverse sweep going somehow, and Samayam's going to be the target of choice. Kidney shot immediately connecting to him. Cheap shot onto Sidu, that's going to be a pain suppression, and here comes that abomination. Big damage onto Samayam. Nice blinding sleet there onto Sidu, but Samayam fake casts the kick, and he's going to get immediate value out of that one, getting tons of UAs out.
Yeah, Samayam gates away immediately, just trying to create some space. It's going to be really important that Samayam and Sidu have great positioning. Straying out onto Sidu. Great pressure here. They get the unending resolve. This is a shadowy duel from Peekaboo as well, so the move off to a great start. The cleave is looking a lot better than anticipated, but Sidu now getting swapped to. He could easily fall. Doesn't want to have to trade the pain suppression, the cheap shots. Sidu greeds it. Finally going to be using the trinket and Hellstone, but holds on to the pain suppression for Samayam, but the move has a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to trinket Void Shift now, though, so Samayam could be under heavy fire. Nice anti-magic zone there, while Abster's sitting through a fear. WizK doesn't want to fall behind there on the pressure, and he's going to be taking some damage, but should be completely fine. Sidu gets blinded here on his ultimate penitence, and gets sapped out of that one as well. Beautifully done there by Peekaboo. Samayam caught up behind the pillar. Dark Pack trades for Sam, but is that going to be enough defense? He needs to waddle his way back into Sidu. He gets gripped back to safety. Trill trying to deflect the situation with a gouge onto Abster's and stuns onto Peekaboo. Samayam so low. This could be the Void Shift. Huge Void Shift coming out for Sidu, but he's going to be rotting down here. He's standing in the powered barrier, but not able to do too much. Meanwhile, Peekaboo's getting absolutely blasted. He fake has the kick. He has the ulti P, and he's going to go for it. He ducks into the sky, gets a big shield, and somehow able to recover Team Liquid potentially here. Samayam still, even through the ultimate, dying right now. Sidu now in a kidney shot, has nothing left to work with. They're going to just have to kite Samayam with the port behind the pillar. Now ducks back into line of sight of Sidu when he is out of crowd control, but still taking so much damage. WizK's all over him on the DK. There's the shadowy duel coming out from Peekaboo as well, as he gets feared in that duel. Samayam holds on. WizK is rotting down. Team Liquid trying to find a way back into this matchup with that spell lock onto Abster. Sidu pushing in for the fear, but he gets strangulated, and now Samayam has to port once again to safety.
Yeah, he uses Hellstone, though, so a little bit of health here, not looking too bad. The full kidney shot lands. Sidu's got a lot of catch-up ahead of him. Rapture and Power Infusion should be the tools he needs to stay alive. Big Penance comes in. He gets blinded on it. Abster's in position for a fear, but a full kidney shot on WizK. Samayam trying to load up the haunts. Can he find it? He gets feared on the cast. Now forced to use the Demonic Circle once again, using the Gateway. WizK grips him back into the fight. Sidu's in a cheap shot. Things are looking scary here for Liquid. What is Trill going to do? He needs to try to create some pressure. Peekaboo with no Cloak of Shadows might be a vulnerable target here, but I really feel like the move, they might walk away with this one.
Yeah, the move is looking the best they have so far in the series. Samayam now in a cheap shot. They're pushing for the win. Sidu's in a cheap shot into the Strangulate. Samayam, how are you going to survive this one? He ports away. He has 10 seconds left on his unending resolve. The pain suppression is there, but it's going to fade, and I think they've done it. The move pushing for the win right now. Stun out to Peekaboo, though. Trill trying to turn it around. Sidu spamming the heals in the back line. Somehow, Samayam recovers, and they're turning it around onto Peekaboo. Void Shift coming out for Absturge. He fake casts the kick. He gets the precognition. Samayam needs to hold on for a little bit longer. He gets the unending resolve. Immediately pops it, but I think he's going to die in that one. And he's going to be able to survive, actually. Beautiful port coming in. Sidu working miracles right now as they manage to stay alive on the side of Team Liquid. But for how long is the question? Samayam down to 5% HP. Defensive blind on the Peekaboo, but it breaks, and Samayam is about to break as well. Fear onto Abster. Another shield coming out with the Rapture. Peekaboo looking for the duel onto Sidu, and that is going to be enough. WizK able to take him down. Trill will follow suit. The move is back.
Peekaboo, I gotta shout it out. Peekaboo had some incredible plays at the end of that one. He cloaks the coil. So Samayam has his cloak, he has his death coil coming up with the mortal coil coming up in order to stay alive, and Peekaboo just offensively cloaks, immuning the coil at the perfect moment. And then at the end of that game, he shadow steps over to Sea-Doo, puts him in a shadowy duel, so he just cannot heal Sam whatsoever. Really, really beautiful to see. I mean, we highlighted Peekaboo. He's one of the fan favorites for sure, but we're going to see it in this replay exactly why.
Yeah, so we see Sam here barely staying alive, and nice job there by Trill, kind of getting the counter pressure over there, but it's going to be a kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Sam pops the unending resolve, and then Sea-Doo has a little bit of moments here to cast some heals, and then the coil is going to come out from Sam here onto Peekaboo, and you can see it.
Cloak.
Right there. Beautiful point blank range as well. He gets blinded and then it breaks too. And that's when they're just in shambles. Sea-Doo fears Absters. And then look at Peekaboo here. He just moves over to Sea-Doo. Boop. Shadowy Duel comes through. And while he's in that duel, WizK is able to close it out. Sam I-Chan is going to fall.
All right. I was wrong. Cleave didn't look too bad. Seems like a good option here. Great job by the move there. There was a few close moments, but yeah, Peekaboo really doing a great job in those final moments, reading the situation beautifully, and they were able to get it done, put a point on the board. Now, what's kind of awkward is they have to win 2 more games in a row, and it's going to be Liquid's comp and map pick. So do you think that this is something that the move is going to be able to lock in blind?
I feel like they have to. I mean, if they lock in the mirror again, it wasn't looking too good. I think we could see Lord Mez tagged in actually for Team Liquid, or they could just go to a large map, because I think a reason why this was so brutal for Sam is also just on hook point. Like, he uses his gateway, he doesn't get anywhere, he just gets gripped right back in. He's still in range of WizK, and WizK able to pop off on that DK, doing absolutely tremendous amount of damage.
That was insane, actually.
152 mil.
Sheesh. Yeah, big DK damage there.
I have a question, though, about the move, actually. So the move, they're going to lock the same thing in. And Liquid, they lock in Tiger's Peak. So the Giga Chat play here for Liquid would be to tag in Mez and just play another mirror. I would love that. But I don't know if that's the smartest play. They could, also utilize a little bit larger map here.
I hope we see that, please.
I would love that so much. That would be insane. But what I was going to ask you, Van, the fourth player on the move, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Giants a DK main?
That may or may not be true. So, I mean, Giants plays a lot of stuff. I know he plays Mage. I think he plays DK, plays Hunter. So lots of different options. But maybe the move is just like they're relying on like the original 3 synergy, They just this is what they're most confident in. So just going for it.
Yeah, no, I can respect that.
It takes a lot of don't you think it takes a lot to bench WizK? Like, okay, WizK, you're going to the bench. Yeah, I think that's.
I think last season WizK had like 96% play rate or some crazy stuff like that. So you could definitely be onto something there. If there's one player you definitely want to keep in the game, it's got to be WizK on that DK. Very flexible, just all around, and it's impressive that he just swaps over from the Warlock onto the DK, able to grab a win. Now, Liquid, what are you guys gonna do here? Are we gonna see the mirror? I know they're thinking about it. They have to be thinking about it. Or are they going to just lock in the Rogue Warlock again? I feel like if there was a game where you lock in the mirror, this would be the game. You don't want to do it in game number 5 where it's just like YOLO, whatever happens, happens. I think in this game you lock it in, and then in game 5, if there is one, maybe you go Tolvir and you go back to the Rogue Warlock. We'll see. 1 second left on the clock. Are they going to do it? Oh, they do it with a twist. They do it with a twist.
Do we let Shaman? I don't know how I feel about the Shaman. I mean, maybe it's going to be good. You have the Assassination Rogue. Like, part of me feels like they might just completely swarm Absterge. Like a strategy that I personally like, especially when you're playing a cleave composition that has so much rot pressure, like the DK Rogue. You just go on the healer. All you have to do is stay on top of Absterge. They're not going to take the most damage, but you get rot out on everybody. Trill can just off-stun random targets, but as long as you're consistently interrupting the penance, it becomes really difficult for Absterge to stay ahead of the damage. So there's a big part of me that feels like Liquid might just go all in onto Absterge, cleave down the entire team in this one.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be just a Zerg. I don't want to be in Absterge's shoes right now. I can't imagine the damage he's going to have to heal through. And the Asa Rogue kind of empowered Mortal Strike effect, the extra slows from the Shiv, Chains of Ice. Like, this guy is not going to be moving his character. He's just going to be waddling around super slow.
Isn't this a composition Liquid won? I should know this, but I'm pretty sure Liquid won with this composition last year, right? Like Mez in the finals. I remember the last game on Aquadon.
Yeah, I think they did. They did win with this. So Liquid bringing in a blast.
It's a comfort pick for them.
Yeah, and Sea-Doo back on the Shaman. I think we have seen Sea-Doo play one game this season on Shaman. I could be wrong about that, but definitely a joy to see. And I feel like Resto Shaman in general is not something that we see too much right now. So if Sea-Doo brings it in, there's got to be a good reason for it.
Yeah, I wonder what that reason is. Like, we'll have to wait and see. I'm excited for this one. Liquid does lock in the cleave. They're one game away from making it into the finals for the rematch against Welcome to the Jung. So we'll see if they can get it done, or if the move is going to be able to hold on with Absurge on the Priest. Yeah, I wonder if what happens if the move wins this one. Like, where's Liquid going to go after this? Because I feel like these are kind of like the main options for this team at this point, besides maybe the move playing double Priest. But I'm a little sketched out by the double Priest. I'm not going to lie. Like, the double Priest is sketchy for me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I love seeing WizK on the Shadow Priest, I think in this particular matchup, he would definitely be a punching bag. Like, let's be honest here. But I don't think this is too bad for the move either. I feel like there are some win conditions. The Asa Rogue, not as slippery as the Sub Rogue, not going to have the same kind of mobility, not going to have, the same vanishes and things like that. So I feel like they could maybe go after Trill on that Rogue if they can land like some CC chains over onto Sea-Doo, maybe a grip into a Fear from Absturge, like a grip, blinding sleet, Fear type of deal. They could get some CC onto Sea-Doo and maybe take down Trill, but I think if Team Liquid gets their pressure rolling and they get those, especially those triple Garrots from Trill, if they get a grip, blind, triple Garrot, it's going to be so hard to heal through that for Absturge.
Yeah. This is... Oh, my prediction might come true.
The perfect predict for Mr. Venruki here, potentially, and for Aya as well. She said she needed to lock in, and what better to lock in than to have a perfect prediction?
That would be good. But, I'm still... Part of me is still rooting for the move here, but I just had to go with my brain on this one. We'll see what ends up happening. Liquid locking in the Cleave mirror match. Sea-Doo coming in on the Shaman. You love to see it. I think he's been known for such a long time. The gates are open. What is Liquid going to do? My guess is they're just going straight after Absurge. Like, they get the grip from Mez, they get the triple blinding sleet, and then all of a sudden Trill can just go absolutely berserk with bleeds.
Yeah, and we were going to see a stun actually early on onto Wiz, Trill, blinding Absturge, and just trying to crowd control. Is he going to go for the sap? No, he gets a gouge. Absturge still being in combat there, so they're just crowd controlling him into the Garrot there. Now, Peekaboo is going to shut down Trill there with a gouge kidney shot of his own. WizK, though, is rotting down here from the pressure of Mez, so interestingly enough, they are going after the DK, and there's the triple blind, and here comes the Garrots. Here comes the damage. Full Fear connects as well, though, onto Trill. Nicely done there by Absturge, trying to deflect the situation, but meanwhile, Mez is just taking so much damage. The ulti P coming out for Absturge. Huge pressure in the opener. Nice Spirit Link there in that shadowy duel as well for Sea-Doo. Manages to recover his team, but so far, the Shaman has not looked too good, Venruki.
Yeah, the healing is looking a little bit light here on the Shaman. Ascendance comes in. That's the Spirit Link totem. Trill's health is going nowhere but down. They are getting absolutely destroyed. The move is looking like they're going to tie this up. Sea-Doo caught into a stun. There's not many cooldowns left, but this is their opportunity. A full kidney shot now onto Absurge. He immediately pain suppressions. Does not want to fall behind, and somehow, some way, Liquid has managed to recover here. Mez is still low in desperation with no cooldown, so this is a little bit scary still for Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. Peekaboo's going to Cloak of Shadows offensive, goes for the double cheap shots. Absurge adding in extra damage as well onto Mez, who is the main target here for the move. Nice cheap shots onto Sea-Doo into the double blind by WizK. They're trying to take down Mez, but a counter double blind coming in into the kidney shot onto Absurge. He's going to shrink it out into a Garrot, though. Beautifully done there, but at the same time, everybody's rotting down. Peekaboo could fall to the execute damage. He's got nothing left. No Cloak of Shadows. He's going to be able to stay alive for just a second. Absurge still has the swap. He might need to use it. He gets kicked on Shadow, and he can't use it. As a result, Team Liquid somehow managed to do it. WizK surely will fall here, and they managed to clean up the series 3-1 on the side of Team Liquid, but that opening pressure for the move was looking really sketchy.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. WizK popped off in this game. I mean, his pressure was absolutely immense. Fortunately, just needed a little bit more to seal the deal. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find it. And for Liquid, they're going to be happy to battle it back here. But things were definitely a little bit sketchy here in the opening stages of this match for Liquid. Eventually, though, once Absurd was like on top of them, it just becomes so difficult for him to heal. He has to get kicked by Mez. He gets kicked by Sea-Doo. And you really need those penances to stay ahead of the damage on the Priest.
Yeah, so here at the end, what did Absolute actually cast? So he shields Peekaboo, he goes for the Radiance, goes for the Prayer of Mending, he goes for the Penance, and he casts a Mind Blast. Oh, he also had a Pain Suppression, so during that kick, he could have still Pain Suppression Peekaboo there, and maybe gotten enough time with that to get the Void Shift out, but yeah, definitely a tough situation to be kicked in, and great heads-up play there from Mez, of course, to use that pet kick to lock him on Shadow. Very unfortunate. You definitely don't want to cast Shadow when Void Shift is like your last line of defense and your teammate is that low, but at the same time, if he gets it off, he's going to get the Atonement healing, and he's going to buy enough time there. But yeah, very unfortunate kind of series of events coming through, and that sudden demise is something that you always have to respect when you're going up against these Assassination Rogues. That Death Mark, absolutely lethal as well.
Definitely. Beautiful game here. I actually would be curious to see like Sea-Doo's healing breakdown, because you can see that, you know, that little puddle of water on the ground. We haven't seen too many shamans. Let me just open up the AWC companion really quickly. We haven't seen that many shamans play. I think one of the things they might be good at is like these brawls where everyone is just clumped up, you know, like getting getting the chain heals from his totems. Like I think he does get a lot of healing. He's using Rain Dance as well. Healing Rain is now instant cast, 30% more effective, and costs 45% less mana. So actually using a little bit of a Healing Rain build. So like when everyone is just clumped up in the Defile like this, Sea-Doo might just be like pretty casually healing through the damage. I mean, there was some sketchy moments, but that's kind of how Shaman works, right? Like there's just these moments where everyone's a little bit low, but you're not actually dead, and you're in Earthern, and you got the healing, and it's empowered when you're low because of Mastery. So a very interesting pick by Sea-Doo, and I'd be curious to see if we see this more.
Yeah, I would love to see some more Resto Shamans. Sorry, go ahead, Aya.
No, I was just going to ask, like, it sounded like you guys, when they locked that in with the Resto Shaman specifically, you didn't quite believe in it. I mean, obviously it did work out. So, I mean, talk to me about that.
It's just an unpopular pick, but you can never count Sea-Doo out on that. Like, that's his main. If there's a matchup where Sea-Doo locks it in, it has to be, you know, good in that matchup. And Sea-Doo has that AoE healing tech, so really nicely done for him. Kind of just AoE healing. He was doing 1 mil HPS, so the healing did look a little light in the start of that one. Had to burn through a lot of his cooldowns, but in the end, he was able to kind of deal with the damage. And we are going to see a perfect prediction here for Mr. Venruki and Aya. Congratulations on that.
Thanks.
Yay, please.
I needed it.
Me too. Get me out of the bottom. I've been in the bottom, I think, for perfect predictions this whole time. Not just game predictions, but all right. I'll take the win, and I'm sure Team Liquid will as well, because that means that the move finishing in third and Liquid bumping up into the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the Jung continuing on with their excellent performance, and they beat Team Liquid on Saturday's games, Fen. So this might be a tough series for them.
Yeah, Welcome to the Jung. They're looking insane. Like they came into Cup number 1 with the Affliction Warlock, Subtlety Rogue, actually playing Assassination. So they played the Assassination Rogue, Affliction Warlock, Discipline Priest the entire tournament. Didn't change compositions a single time. Won every single game until they got reverse swept in the finals. Unfortunate. And as soon as that happened, they just instantly re-rolled. They're just a chameleon. They're blending into their surroundings. Now they're the Frost Mage, Paladin, Feral Druid, and once again, just not dropping a series to anyone, destroying every single team that they play. So we'll see if Liquid's going to be able to, you know, challenge them in the final hour, or if Welcome to the Jung is going to walk away clean sweep Cup number 2.
Yep, I am curious. I'm very excited. We're going to go to a break. Before we do that, though, we're going to play one final game of Whose Spell Is It Anyways? Play along with us, Chad. You know the drill. We're going to be taking a look at some spells and see if we can guess it with some limited information. You guys ready?
We are ready. I have a question, actually.
Yeah.
Why is... Okay, never mind. We'll deal with that later.
Okay,
Let's read this.
Now, let's lock
5 minutes cooldown. Increases your mana by something 500% for 3 seconds. Something casting. What is, like what? While something your something by 2%. So I think it's like while under the effect, I don't know, while something your something is increased by 2%.
How does it Evo a little bit? I know that the cooldown is throwing me off on evocation.
Yeah. Wait, isn't Evo a 1.5 minute? Yeah, I think this is Evocate. This is Evocate. Yeah, increases your mana regeneration by 500% for 3 seconds. Usable, like you can move while casting.
And it increases your intellect.
Yeah, and it increases your intellect. And the
Evocation,
5
final
minutes,
answer, done.
lock it in. They're trying to take our mage cards. Get out of here, production. It's Evocation.
Zico and Venuki's on the desk. You think we're gonna not get the mage one?
Please.
I'm gonna trust you guys. I think it's probably in my best interest to go with what you guys are
If
saying.
we're wrong,
so.
I actually will cry.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I think
will
we're
cry
right.
too.
Let's just be confidently wrong. Let's just be confidently wrong in that case. This is evil. We lock it
At
in
least it's
before we even
comedy
saw
at that
anything.
point.
All right, let's see it. Which one is it?
Chat's got to go with us on this one too. But come on, just I mean,
Nice.
this is just no big deal.
Nice.
Right? No big deal for us.
All right.
Whew.
Let's see if you guys can. I'm relying on you guys. I'm just gonna sit back. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna let you guys figure this one out. This next up one. Let the mages do the work.
I knew.
Oh, they're throwing us off. Which one is it? My instinct instantly said D, but we gotta break it down a little bit. What's the difference between these? What is that thing on C? C
The amount
C
of
is missing an
lightning
arm,
bolts.
which I don't. The
yeah.
2 arms, it looks
C
familiar
is
to
like
me. I'm not gonna
dabbing.
Yeah.
lie. Is there different coloration on them, or am I colorblind?
So there's
I
different
feel-
lightning bolts on. Like there's an extra one on B. C is dabbing.
What is your gut telling you, Zico?
As soon as I just saw everything, my gut just instantly told me it's D, but
Mine's A.
A?
What's the difference between A and D?
A and
Are they the same?
The color, it's a little bit darker.
Is it?
D is a
Oh,
little
that's
darker.
hard.
Yeah. Yeah, like look
What
at the
about
bottom
B?
left especially.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's a
it's
good.
like
not-
I
a
actually think it's
Gaussian
D.
effect.
I
You
think
think
it's
it's
D. Your gut is telling you D.
My
Mine
gut
was
told
A,
me
but
D
now
instantly.
that it's a little darker on D, I do agree. So I think it's a D angle for me. Yeah, I'm locking in D.
All right, we're rocking in D. That was like my,
Right.
that was just the first like 1 second when I saw everything, that was what my brain said. So
I think you're right.
Let's just go with that. That looked the most
Okay.
familiar. It has to be for a reason.
Okay.
We're gonna get it right. I know it. We're gonna get it right.
Please. I hope we don't lose, man. Our mage cards.
No, we won.
Tell us
Like,
production.
we
What is
already
it?
know. I'm so confident.
Oh.
Zico and Venuki not getting the mage ones right.
No way.
Wait.
It was A.
It's A.
No.
Oh,
We should have
no.
trusted your
But
gut.
that one was just slightly lighter. Like that was those two were really close. A and D were really close.
No.
I'm counting that. I listen.
No.
That was really close.
It's like
Guys did
there's like a pixel difference or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, like what? That was like they look the same. Like that.
They did.
How do you guys expect us to know that? That's crazy. These Photoshop skills are out of control right now.
We should revolt. This isn't right. I demand
No, I'm not
justice
gonna cry
Is it-
about
for
it.
my mages.
Is it just the border that was different? Actually?
Right. I demand
No,
justice
I'm not gonna cry
Is it-
about
for
it.
my mages.
Is it just the border that was different? Actually,
Don't even know.
they're too good.
Honestly-
Production, you guys are too good.
It looks to me, I'm going to be honest with you, it looks like DNA swapped after they did it. Like, I feel like we got it right and then they changed the answer.
Wait, you're right.
Wait, like, because D
was
is
the
now
darker
lighter.
one.
Yeah.
What's going on? What, what is
I was
happening?
just zoomed in.
What's happening?
I feel like something sketchy is going on here. I still
Something's
feel like we
going
were
on.
right the first time.
I think we're being punked.
Whatever.
What is this? All right. Well, we're gonna go work that out and yeah, see what the real answer is. And in the meantime, we're gonna head to a break. And when we come back, it is the moment you all have been waiting for: the grand finals in North America. It is Welcome to the
Wait.
Jung versus To.
It was D. They swapped it. They swapped it. Production admitted it. They said it was a mistake. It was
They
D.
did?
Yes, we're back. We're back then. Oh, thank
my
God.
Goodness.
Oh my
Okay,
God, thank
okay.
God. All right,
I'm
we're
glad
back.
we
That's
sorted
crazy.
that before I was done throwing.
I'm going to be honest, even when I still felt like we were right. You know, even when they said we were wrong, I still felt like we were right.
Production
so
is
I'm glad.
gaslighting us, man. This game is
are.
brutal.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. I will not stand for this. Okay. Well, I'm glad we got that sorted. I think we owe an apology.
Two for two.
We are owed an apology. And
We
with
keep our mage
that,
cards.
I think I'm safe to throw to break now. It is the Grand Finals of North America. Welcome to the JUNG versus Team Liquid up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the North American Grand Finals for Cup number 2. It's welcome to the JUNG, hailing from the upper bracket, haven't dropped a series all weekend, and then Team Liquid, who have battled it out from the lower bracket. They've had some tough games behind them, Super Tees, but I feel like they're on a bit of a momentum swing with that.
Yeah, but welcome to the JUNG might just be an immovable object as far as that momentum is concerned. The last time they went head-to-head, it was an absolute slaughter in favor of welcome to the JUNG. But similarly, Echo battled out in that lower bracket all the way to the final and absolutely cleaned house. So it is perhaps that Liquid have some strategies here that are going to be a bit more effective. We just saw Sidu on the Resto Shaman, which would be a complete curveball if it ended up actually being what wins him this cup. But it's Sidu Resto Shaman.
Yeah, it certainly would be. So, I mean, we'll see in that blind pick what they do end up bringing out. And that series was a 3-0 that we saw last time these two teams played against each other. So we'll see if Team Liquid has something in store. They haven't really had much time to breathe, though, with the last time, with the last series that they played, just that little bit of a break. So hopefully they are prepared. But, I mean, welcome to the jungle, Ven. This is a team that has some legends in AWC. What is it about them that are making them so solid this early on? As them being a roster?
Well, I mean, you just take you have such a powerful base, right? Like the base of your roster is going to be Prev and Drake. I mean, they've been playing together for a very long time, winning tournament after tournament after tournament. Then, of course, you have Zhang coming in last season and really making a name for himself, not only on the Shaman, but on all the different healer roles and really stepping up to the plate. So that makes a lot of sense. Then you have Nick, one of the few players in the entire game to get rank 1 on literally everything in the entire game. I mean, you just have the makings for an amazing team.
Yeah, you certainly do. And if you saw predictions, seems like everyone thinks Welcome to the JUNG is going to win. We'll see if Team Liquid proves us wrong here in game number 1.
Oh, let's see here. Trill sneaking in, but he's not going to find a sap. It is the Feral Mage Paladin, and Sido is bringing in the Resto Shaman, an Outlaw Rogue, and an Affliction Warlock. Quite a curveball from Liquid here. Sam already at the pillar, trying to get out of this Blizzard, I think, in a second, but he's actually just choosing to cast it. Now he gates to center field, but he's still very low health. Finally getting stabilized here by Sido, who's actually playing the Farseer now, not the Totemic Shaman that we just saw in the previous series. So a little bit more single target healing, less area of effect focus, but it can be difficult if you are getting purged on your Earth Shield. So Nick, if he's able to time a couple of spell steals, you want to be timing it when the Earth Shield charges are low and preventing the refresh, because the Farseer gives you a big heal when you reset it. Nick is getting low here, Trill's on his back, but seems like he's recovered here. I love the positioning of Nick and Zhang, just opposite pillars, so that the Rogue has a tough time getting to both of them at the same time.
Yeah, really good job just focusing on mostly aggression here in this game. Trill's going to get polymorphed up, not the position you really want to be in. You get baited out as the Rogue, caught into a polymorph, caught into a Hammer of Justice. You cannot help your team, but a beautiful lightning lasso here from Sidu slows down Drake, but now he's on stun DR, so he's not going to be the greatest target to go after. Seems like Trill really just wants to train down Nick, just make it as difficult for Nick as possible to push in. There's going to be no types of polymorphs, but Sidu's really struggling. This is a lot of pressure onto Sam. Nick's just going to displace behind the pillar, alter time back, and he is looking good to make a push here. In terms of mana, relatively even between these two healers. We'll have to see who can go the distance if it does get that way, as both casters are playing relatively conservative. Nick not really making any plays to push in. Sam as well, portaling away. So it's a bit of a race for both these melee. It's like the casters are just poking each other, and both the melee are trying to set something up by being aggressive.
It seems like Trill's damage is not where it needs to be, I think, for this type of matchup in the late stages. They do catch Drake with a Lightning Lasso. Multiple Malefic Raptures casted into that, but just one heal, and Drake is back to full here. Now Sam on the back foot into the maim stun. Drake jumps over to bash Sidu to get a Cyclone. Is he going to find it? He gets the Cyclone. Sam ports, but he ports right back on top of the Feral Druid. Sidu is not comfy. He trinkets out of the Cyclone to try and work towards recovering Sam in the immediate future. Kidney shot from Trill. Finally some pressure onto Nick. Is it enough to push him over into the ice block? Zhang is struggling. He's still at 50%, but managing to come back into this, clawing his way back into the fight. Sam is low once again. Trill is trying to come back to save him. Cheap shots over onto Drake. Dots and Malefic Raptures casted out here. He's got the Phantom Singularity out as well, so he's maximizing his damage on a single target right now, but he's still just feeling the pain. Comet Storm comes down. He coils it, but Sidu's into crowd control. The Vortex pulls him back on his port, and Drake is right there. Zhang is right there, and somehow Sam is not dead yet. They need to get to the Spirit Link. They'd make it just in time, but it's just close call after close call for Liquid with no sign of reprieve in any sort of immediate future for them.
Yeah, they are just a punching bag in this match so far. Sam Iam's getting lower and lower. Sidu drops the healing tide totem, but it is such a close call. Looks like Sam will be able to survive here, but every time he pushes out, it's just an overwhelming amount of pressure from Nick and Drake. Nick finally getting a little bit low. Needs to be careful. Do not want to disrespect Liquid here. He's got 2 ice blocks. Just don't greet it. Full kidney shot now on a Zhang. He trinkets, pops the wings, and that's going to be enough for Nick to hopefully hold on. Sam Iam goes for a second Fell Hunter, looking for a Haunt, and they get the ice block. So that's a lot of cooldowns they forced simultaneously there against Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, no medallion on the Paladin, no medallion on the Feral. Now 1 ice block down. Perhaps they're not completely out of this. They still have a Hellstone and a Dark Pact. They're keeping up the pressure on the Mage. Sam Iam is faking kicks. But nice put into the Mame Stun. Drake looks for a clone. Sidu shuts down that clone immediately. Trill is getting caught, really pushed in right now. Sidu's trying to push forward to dispel him, get him out of that sheep instantaneously. But now he's rooted behind the pillar. He gets out of that with a Vanish. Goes for the kidney shot onto the Paladin. Trying to get back to the Mage, but eats a Frost Nova. Looking to make his way downtown here. Nick is looking to get a shifting power. He's got precog proc, it looks like, so he's going to get that free casted. But here comes a killing spree. Nick is still struggling. And now here comes the big push onto Sam. He put his port offensive here. He's got no way to escape. He might regret that. He's got his unending resolve coming in 4 more seconds. 3 more seconds. He's dark pacted. They've almost cut through that shield. Big Comet Storm finishes it off. He's probably going to have to Hellstone or unending resolve. They drop the Earthen Wall Totem. They're being greedy. Here comes 1 Hellstone. He fakes a kick, but he might get cloned now. They spell lock the clone. Nick could be in trouble. Can they get the second block? Sam Iam is critically low. Drake is tearing in right now, and Sam is just defiantly standing there, and Trill in the meantime actually gets the second block, and Liquid are still in this.
I honestly can't believe this is going so well. I mean, there's been close calls. Unending Resolve. No, Sam! He might just go down through the Unending Resolve just to bash on Sidu. Does he have the healing? He needs to do what he can. Ascendance comes in, and I think he might be able to keep him alive. The Shaman Healing gets empowered when you are low health, so Liquid, although they get low, it's not that scary. It's a little bit sketchy, but we'll have to wait and see. Nick and Zhang, they might push in here, get some CC on to Sidu. It's just Drake. He's in trouble. He pushes in. Survival Instincts lands. But look at Zhang. He still has so many cooldowns. Sam Iam gets interrupted. Hammer of Justice on Sidu. Is there a blinding light? Sam Iam could easily fall. Healing Tide Totem drops. Drake is there to just snipe it off instantaneously. But I think it's already done the healing. It's put in the work, and Sam Iam gets topped off.
No blocks for Trill. 2 bops, though. So Zhang's got to get ready here. He's got to be the saving playmaker. Drake gets caught behind the pillar, but Zhang is there. It doesn't matter that Zhang is there. He's dying through it. What is this damage coming out from Sam Iam and Sidu? That lasso Malefic Rapture spam almost finishes Drake off, and Liquid are refusing to go down without a fight here. Drake is now pushing in with confidence onto Sam Iam, building up those bleeds. Coil onto the healer. The first time we see the coil onto the healer, not the Feral Druid. He might regret that now. He doesn't have it to peel for himself. Drake is just pushing in now. He knows nothing can block him. He dodges the Thunderstorm knockback. Soul Rot, he's line of sighting it. Trill manages to get back to his team, but there's the full Mame Stun. Zhang is in position as well. Maybe they even just swap to the healer. Sidu has no mana in this position. It's big damage coming out from Nick right now with that flurry combo. And what can they really do? They got a grounding totem and a dark pact. They've got Spirit Link totem, but Sidu is in crowd control. 4 more seconds to his medallion. Can they survive? Sam Iam fakes an interrupt. They're going to need to use the Spirit Link. They're being so greedy! So greedy on the side of Liquid. Sidu is managing to scrape by without using it. I can't believe it. How is he not using it? They're so low! Spirit Link totem finally comes down for Sidu. He drops his Stone Bulwark. He's trying to bolster the defense of the team. They still might have a chance here. Drake is getting critically low. They're going for it. They're going for it. He's caught into the coil. Zhang has to bubble. Does he have the healing to get Drake back into this Ven?
It's looking like he does. Now Drake is going for it. Trill defiantly pushing forward. He gets caught into a Hammer of Justice, instantly dispelled. Sam Iam's low. Sidu is completely tapped on mana. They may have ran out of time. Sam Iam doing a really good job with his position. He portals away. The Unending Resolve is available, but there's just no mana left for Sidu. He just does not have any abilities he can press. Sam Iam gets interrupted, and now it's just a race to the finish. Nick and Drake, I think, will end it here. But that was very well fought by Liquid. This surprise pick, the Outlaw Rogue, the Resto Shaman, that didn't look too bad.
I just wonder if is Outlaw actually the play? I feel like he would have done so much more damage with Subtlety. Is he worried about dying? Is that what he's worried about? And that's why he went Outlaw? That's the only thing that makes sense.
Range?
It's definitely easier maybe to stick to a mage, but it just seemed like his overall damage was so much lower.
I think, yeah, the biggest thing is, like, when you're playing a Subtlety Rogue against a mage that just blinks, like, playing against a Blink Mage and a Holy Paladin, like, it seems like your goes are so limited. Whereas, like, with Outlaw, this is, like, the most we've seen Nick be pressured in these type of matchups. maybe Assassination could be better, but I don't really think so. Outlaw might be, the better specialization here, but I just don't know. It just seems like, I'm going to be honest. Even though Liquid made this pretty competitive, I feel like Sam, a few times, it was sketchy. Really sketchy, even to just get to this point. Like, he survived on very low health multiple times in the match.
What about, like, DK Warlock?
Yeah.
Is that just not an option?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would be that bad. Like,
It's
DK,
way more
you think
damage.
DK Warlock Resto Shaman?
I'm iffy on the Resto Shaman, but I'm just trying to think of options that Liquid
You didn't
have
think
that
the
they
Resto
haven't
Shaman
tried
looked
yet.
pretty good there? You didn't like it?
I just think its mana is worse. It just looks like if the game goes long like this with evenly matched teams, like JUNG is just going to always win on mana. Was the only problem really that I saw for it here. It could be good in this matchup specifically. I think I would like to see them try. We never really see. I feel like how often do we see Sam and Mez in the same game together?
Never.
They literally never queue together.
Yeah.
I would
Pretty
like
much,
to
yeah.
see them try it. The small map makes me think they're gonna either do the same thing or they're gonna do the DK Rogue thing.
I think most teams feel like you kind of need a Mortal Strike. Like, Mortal Strike is really, really important. And it's just too easy to
Yeah.
heal through the damage unless you have that.
That's fair. They've got no Feral Druid practice, right? I'm thinking like Feral Lock maybe could be good. We saw Waz's team pull that out. And it looked really strong considering we haven't seen
What are
it
the
at
odds
all
we
up to
see
this
Trill on
point.
Feral?
I don't know if Trill's played it at all. Not that he couldn't play it, but I haven't seen him on it, at least in recent times here. But we're going to Hook Point. Man, that was brutal to lose like that. It's like you fight so hard. You get 7 minutes into the game. You have so many close calls where it's like maybe you could kill Drake. You got both blocks, and then you run out of mana, and then you just pit her out. And it's like, yeah, Sam, can't heal you anymore. Sorry, dude. We're gonna
That's a worse way to lose, I swear.
go next here, and they're bringing in Mez, but they're sticking to the Outlaw Rogue. They really think the Outlaw Rogue is going to be the difference maker here in this.
Gotta see it to believe it. Outlaw Rogue, we saw Nixie have some success with it over in Europe, right? So we talked about it a few times today. Rogue is always that specialization where it's like, okay, everyone's playing sub. Okay, we figured out how to beat sub. Okay, now everyone's assassination. Oh, we figured out how to beat assassination. Okay, now we're going to be playing outlaw. So it seems like all the rogue specializations are at least somewhat viable right now, and it does give you at least some flexibility. But I'm going to be honest. I feel like the Frostmage Paladin Feral against Cleaves is very good. Like, I'm really afraid for Liquid in this one.
I swear we saw this already, except Trill was an outlaw. And it looked terrible. I'm pretty sure they just
got
get anything going,
destroyed.
and they got completely destroyed. Yeah, so they're trying this with Outlaw, and hoping that they don't get completely destroyed. I guess.
That's the hope, yeah. But
maybe he plays Totemic instead, because I think he was playing Farseer the last time, and Farseer's healing output is just so much lower. But Totemic is kind of bad if you're healing a lock who's porting out of your healing rain all the time. So maybe double melee with it could be okay. You still got the mage that's probably going to kite them out of it, though. So it's tough. I feel like Shaman healing output, if you're not Totemic, is just really low.
What if they just train Drake and try to just keep Drake in all the AoE healing? Like, keep Drake in all the AoE healing and then just kind of ignore Nick. Just, like, gouge him and kick him and stun him and stuff, and just go after Drake. And then... Because normally... This is just me cooking a little bit. Normally, like, there's a lot of Frostmage cleave, right? And a lot of bleed damage. But Isidu can kind of heal through that spread pressure with the Shaman. Maybe they can find their footing in this game.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about the predictions yet.
Yep. Predictions 4-1. I thought Liquid would be able to get a game, They've got a lot of different comps.
They might.
So I thought that they could get at least a game in this series. Maybe also Welcome to the JUNG would have a bad round at some point. And give them an opportunity to get a game, but as far as winning the whole thing, it just looks so dominant the last time. And this Outlaw Rogue makes me think that Liquid are really struggling on trying to figure something else that beats it, which is why I bet it so confidently in favor of Welcome to the JUNG. But we're just starting immediately, and Trill is across the map with that double grappling hook. A really excellent usage of that hero talent tree to guarantee that he gets a sap at the start, but even with that sap, no pressure.
Now, let's see what they decide to do. Trill on the Outlaw Rogue, a very interesting choice. Maybe going after the mage. The nice thing for Nick is he has a Blessing of Freedom, so he's going to have that freedom available to him, and Mez and Trill just running into the ring of fire. They're going to get cleaved down. A lot of incoming pressure. Sea-Doo so far has been able to heal through the damage. Nick is getting low. Surprising amounts of pressure here onto Nick. This is the Icy Veins. Anti-Magic Zone will immediately trade as, once again, they're just getting cleaved up. Sea-Doo just staying on top of his team, realizing if he could just stay in the Frostmage AoE out Mez, he trades his anti-magic shell onto Sea-Doo, and he is just so incredibly low on health. They might punish him. He could just go down in the opener here in less than 1 minute. What a close call. Healing Tide Totem drops, but Mez is still not topped off.
Yeah, Drake and Nick are just completely dwarfing the damage that Mez and Trill are doing at this point. They're really going to have to turn up the heat if they want to stay in this one right now. They are managing to connect to Nick. Can they force a block here? They need to get a block with this push. They're so far behind. Sea-Doo comes out of the stun. Trill has to trade evasion and cloak. Anti-magic shield for Mez. They've used all their personal defensive cooldowns, and now Mez has a tough choice. Does he keep pushing or does he stay with Sea-Doo? He's staying next to Sea-Doo for now, trying to move forward into the Earthen Wall Totem and connect some pressure onto Nick, but Zhang just seems to be healing through this effortlessly. He gets the Tears Deliverance off behind the pillar, snuck that through. Sea-Doo tried to move over to Sheer, but just a little bit too late. Searing Glare is going to hit Trill on his killing spree, denying all of that extra damage. Mez is marching forward. Big Ice Nova proc, cheap shots onto Zhang. They're trying to set something up, but I think Mez is still in trouble. He tosses an anti-magic shield on Sea-Doo to stop crowd control, but now he doesn't have it for himself to save himself.
Oh, Nick's low on health. He gets the double Dragon's Breath. Rake Stun is going to come in here for Drake. Double Blinding Sleep. Nick gets interrupted. He gets interrupted again. Beautiful job here by Liquid. They're all over Nick. They might get an Ice Block. That's going to be the Alter Time, just immediately trading that out, trying to reset some of his mobility, but doesn't want to use his blink before he gets stunned. There's the stun. He blinks out of line of sight, unfortunately taking a lot of damage, but at the same time, Trill and Mez are both getting cleaved down. Welcome to the Jung are just trying to really punish Trill here. A full Maim Stun comes in. Do they have the damage to take him down? Mez gets caught into the Snowdrift. Sea-Doo, though, surprisingly able to heal through the pressure, and an anti-magic zone will trade once again. This is actually not looking too bad for Liquid.
They're making it through with nothing at the moment. They're at least still alive, but the mana is going to become more and more of an issue between Sea-Doo and Zhang. Sea-Doo breaks out of that blinding light with the blizzard damage there. Good reposition. He catches Drake in a lightning lasso, wrapping around the corner, strangulate on the healer. That got Drake's trinket at least. They're trying to keep the pursuit up onto the mage, but Mez dips lower and lower. Here comes Zhang for some crowd control. He's trying to bait the grounding totem. I think he did, but he's not healing Nick while he's going for crowd control, and Nick is taking a beating at the moment. Zhang gets gripped into a double blinding sleet. He trinkets that immediately, but now Drake's in trouble. Nick's is in trouble, and suddenly Liquid have a shot.
This is a really surprising composition pick. The Outlaw Rogue, but a full Hammer of Justice lands. Sea-Doo might have to trade out the trinket. Mez is in trouble. Big Maim Stun comes in. And it's not even the trinket from Sea-Doo, but he does trade out the Link. So doesn't have the Link to trade out with his trinket in the future. Nick needs to hold on till Hypothermia does expire. Full blind on Zhang. He immediately uses the Divine Shield, but just does not have the throughput. Nick, you need to use the Ice Block. Can he do it? Oh, I don't know if he's still on Hypothermia, but he will go down. And Liquid with the Outlaw Rogue, DK, Resto Shaman. I mean, I was not expecting this. They put a point on the board and tie it up.
All right, they're going to keep this interesting in the finals. They're not going to get just absolutely clean swept here today. Drake was doing crazy damage. Some of that was obviously onto pets, with Nick now, dropping below Trill on overall damage with the scoreboard. A wild game too. It was looking really bad for Mez at the beginning of the game. It seemed like they'd used almost every single defensive cooldown and that they would just fall over at any moment, and they just kept going, just kept pushing. Managed to weather that storm, get to this point where they could critical mass on top of Nick, and I'm imagining that he's still on Hypothermia. He did block very recently to this point. He blinks at 1% in the room and then displaces back to try and juke Trill, but he kind of displaced right next to Mez, so it didn't. I guess if he would have done damage from range. I don't know if there was much more that he could have done there if he wasn't on Hypo.
I don't think that he was on Hypothermia.
Do we have a replay again? Did we target him
Did you
at
see
the
the
end of
timing on like when he used his first the ice block? Yeah, because I don't think he's actually on Hypo.
We target him when he dies, I think, right? Although it's like very last second. Oh, the bop got instantly purged also, so he's on forbearance. He can't be bopped. That was a really good instant purge, actually. It's a good thing we watched this back. So we follow him. Is he on Hypo? Where is it? I didn't see it. Did it just come off, maybe?
Yeah, we have to go back and see what time he actually used the ice block.
I don't think we have that. Do we have the technology
did
for that?
Zhang trade out anything there? Like
he bubbled and he bopped, but the bop just got instantly purged. So he bops
I think Drake bark skinned when Nick ice blocked. So
okay, yeah, he did. So it's been like 30 seconds. What's Hypo?
Yeah, 30? I think so.
So I think it's like 1 second off, if anything.
Yeah. Oh well. I mean, Liquid's gonna be happy with it.
My prediction's happy with it.
Do you think this is a composition that could go the distance? Like,
I don't want it to, but for my prediction, but it got them the one win that I wanted them to get in this series. So, Empyrean Domain, I think they're setting up for Feral Mage again. Or, I mean, would you play Lock Rogue into this? Like, should you need to play Lock Rogue into this?
what I would like to see is just Liquid confidently lock on the same thing. Because I could see Outlaw Rogue DK being decent into Warlocks too, no?
That's what I was saying. Like, more so for Welcome to the Zhang, if Liquid do lock that in again, is like, you switch to Rogue Lock, you keep playing Feral Mage.
I think they keep playing Feral Mage. Like, I think they should at least try it again, honestly. And
Seems
see
like
what happens. Like, you do have a lot of cleave. Okay. So, Liquid is going to play the exact same thing. A little bit of a specialty here with Trill and Mez playing Rogue DK. Sea-Doo, surprise pick on the Shaman. Not seeing a lot of Shaman, but Sea-Doo making it work here in the finals. And now welcome to the Jung. They are a team. Yeah, okay. I was going to say they're a team that, to me, they always have one comp prepared for a tournament and they just will never lock off it. Like, even when we go back to like the Drake Prev, Cerulean Brain days, they always just have one comp and they just play that composition through and through and through and are even willing to play it when they lose. So I think welcome to the Jung. I'd be very surprised if they switch off this composition for the remainder of the series. Based off what we've seen in the past.
I do remember a lot of rivalry last season in Dragonflight between Sea-Doo, Absterge, and Zhang, just constantly trading tweets with each other as to who was the best healer amongst them. And based off that previous series, Liquid trouncing the move. Now, you know, who's the better healer here between Liquid and Welcome to the Zhang? You know, a lot of reputation on the line with the kind of the new kid on the block. Zhang Bahai here on Welcome to the Zhang, and then Sea-Doo, obviously, the old guard, the legend. He's been here for, you know, a decade at least. It's longer than a decade. It's quite longer than a decade at that point for him. I mean, he's got kids now. He went from being a kid to having kids in the process of still competing in the AWC.
I used to play with him before I had gray in my beard, if that's any
Oh God, don't stop. You're making me feel old now. We need to let's not go into the graying of the beard here, okay? Game number 3, big map. Frostmage, Feral Druid, gonna be a lot more space for the mage to be able to escape with the freedoms. But if Sea-Doo's on point with these purges, man, like getting that bop off right at that exact second allowed his team to absolutely overwhelm Nick in that position. We got our predictions locked in. I don't know what our predictions are for chat. I can't see that at the moment, but if you guys are, you typically vote for Liquid, so I'm actually I kind of wonder if you guys are still voting for Liquid here in this Grand Finals for North America Cup number 2. This is an important cup for Liquid because there are big nerfs coming into both Death Knights and Warlocks, which are two compositions that they've been using a lot. So if they can get a first place finish here and secure a hefty amount of points, it's going to be very important for the rest of the season.
Yeah, let's see. Gates are open. Trill coming in on the Outlaw Rogue. A very surprising pick once again. And welcome to the Jung. I think they're just going to try to clean it up. Trill moves in, gets the sap early on here onto Zhang. It looks like he will just open up onto Nick. And I think Outlaw is particularly good at attacking mages that are playing Blink. So you basically just never stun them. You only attack. And if he does decide to use mobility to get away, then you stun him. But otherwise, Nick is just kind of getting punched a whole bunch in this game.
All right, let's see if they can stay on target here. Any magic zone for the Icy Veins. Fair trade. Grips Nick in. Double blind onto the DPS. And then the Rogue blind onto the healer. Gets the healer's trinket. Sea-Doo's pushing in. Looking like he wants to be able to support his team with grounding totems and wind shears. So he's going to be posting up at the nearest pillar and staying close to his team. Trill is marching in. Trying to connect. And he's dropping down that gust of wind totem so that he can kind of speed boost his melee cleave here onto the target, which is an interesting adaptation here. Kidney shot on the healer. No trinket. Shadow step over onto Nick, but Nick fakes his kick. And now he's got polymorphs. Trying to lock Trill in place. Goes for another polymorph. Slowing down the aggression. Sea-Doo repositions, but Zhang is there as well. Nice static field. Pulling Nick in. Zhang gets gripped into that static field as well. Stacking up for triple cleave with that Blade Flurry. And the killing spree comes through as well. They have decent damage on Nick. Honestly, I feel like Liquid is looking even better here in Game 3.
Yeah, this is not looking bad whatsoever. It seems like they're dealing with the pressure a lot better here. Mez gets caught into the stun, but it gets dispelled there. Or I think he uses Icebound Fortitude. So Icebound Fortitude is out of that one, bolstering his defense a little bit. Sea-Doo going for some big heals here. He's finally free from crowd control. And I think as long as Mez and Trill can weather the storm during the Icy Veins, I think they should be okay. Nick has that huge swing of damage coming up in about 20 seconds. And I think Mez is just going to have to make the trade with the zone when that happens. Sea-Doo still kind of struggling here as Mez is getting low. Anti-Magic Shell should be enough as they're still just all over Nick. He gets interrupted. Zhang right now into a cheap shot. Is there anything to follow it up? It doesn't look like it just yet.
Damage.
Nick needs to be very careful. Greater invisibility is going to trade. Here comes the Icy Veins. Nick has had enough, and he is trying to get something rolling for his team.
That Trickster Outlaw Rogue getting a lot of extra mobility with those hero channel trees is making it difficult for Nick to actually get away from him. He finally pins him in a blizzard, but that Mez just immediately grips him back to their side. Now, Mez needs to be cautious. This is the Icy Veins. He's going to drop the anti-magic zone. He drops it a bit low on health. Cedar manages to recover nonetheless. Trill intercepts Zhang here with a gouge, but he's still charging forward against Sidu. No grounding totem for a second. He drops it. He grounds the Hammer of Justice. Clutch grounding totem here from Sidu, representing that Resto Shaman. Nobody has been able to make it work so far in both EU and NA, but of course, if it was going to be somebody, it's going to be Sidu.
Yeah, definitely. Mez and Trill still on target. They are just unrelenting in their assault here onto Nick, but a full stun lands onto Mez. Sidu goes for a beautiful wind shear there. The double blinding sleet comes in. Mez doing what he can to get control of the game, and now just going after Nick. He still has both ice blocks. Needs to be very careful. Going to be using that Dark Iron Dwarf Racial to free some of those diseases and just give himself a little bit more damage, but he's in trouble. Lightning Lasso comes in. Beautiful counterspell there by Nick, getting the Lightning Lasso and putting his team ahead. Mez is finally starting to rot down. A full Hammer of Justice lands, but with no follow-up, I don't know if he's going to go down. I think Mez is going to be able to hold on here. Here comes the Healing Tide Totem of Sidu, and I think Liquid will stabilize.
Sidu's getting aggressive with his team, repositioning that Healing Tide to the enemy pillar. Kidney shot on the Paladin. Big cleave damage on Drake and Nick. They pop the mass barrier. They've already cut through that. Nick is retreating, trying to escape, dropping down the Blizzard on their path, rooting them up with procs, trying to keep his distance, but Mez is mounted up on that Riders of the Apocalypse Arcaris Charger, and they get this first ice block. Drake has to survival of the fittest, almost dies through it. He has to bop on top of it. And man, Liquid, in terms of aggression, their composition is looking a lot better in Game 3. Mana seems to be their main issue right now, but if they can just kill them, it's not going to be, but they're on a clock.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, Zhang has been burning through a lot of mana also, but still a little bit ahead. Full blind now onto Zhang. Nick is getting low at the same time, though. Trill's in trouble. Might have to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Here comes the anti-magic zone. Mez gets knocked out of it. Mez is in trouble. They are rotting down. Sidu has no healing. Spirit Link Totem drops down, and that is the last line of defense here for Sidu. That's his last major heal. Mez just trying to be as durable as possible with that Icebound Fortitude, but a full stun lands onto Trill. He's got Vanish coming up in just a few short seconds. Sidu doing a great job with these Lightning Lassos to deny Drake. He'll get the full kidney shot here onto Zhang, but he's got the Sacrifice. He's got a Blessing of Protection. Things are looking good for Welcome to the Jung.
Big Death Strike from Mez here. He goes for the Apocalypse, but he's so low on health. What can Sidu really do here? It's dicey for the side of Liquid. Despite their early momentum, he's caught into a Rake Stun. Ring of Fire is down. Big percentage-based damage. Here comes the Hammer of Justice. Sidu's finally free. He gets an Ascendance off. He's trying to clutch out a heal. He's got Ancestral Swiftness. He pops that to get a big heal on Mez, but they've immediately gone through it anyways. Here's the Abomination's Limb. I really feel like Mez needs to net a major cooldown with this, but he gets knocked to the side. The Kidney Shot Zhang behind. If they can stop him on this Tears Deliverance, perhaps that could be enough to win the game. He's sneaking behind the pillar. Nobody is stopping him. He's going to get that Tears Deliverance off. Sacrifice is up. Here comes a Comet Storm. Big hit onto Mez. The anti-magic shields. It might not be enough. Sidu's in a polymorph, and it's looking like Mez is going to go down as Nick ice blocks to finish him. And welcome to the Jung. Advance now 2-1 in the grand finals.
What are we thinking about this one? Because to me, this one looked a lot more convincing for Welcome to the Jung. I mean, Nick was able to just... Obviously, he has no ice blocks now, but he just traded out one aggressively here. There was moments in the match where Liquid had good pressure, but once again, it seems like if we do go the distance, the game goes on late. Sidu's just going to fall behind on mana, unfortunately. And I think if we just go back and forth, small map, big map, it will be Welcome to the Jung that does come out ahead. But I could easily see Liquid wanting to play this matchup once again on like a Dalaran Sewer, something like that. And that the smaller map might be enough for them to actually secure the win. But it seems like Liquid still wants to try to attempt here. I think probably just tap out at this point. I don't really see them getting the win. Drill's just going to stand still, goes for the forfeit. Sidu as well, just kind of sitting around. So that will be the end of the game. Welcome to the Jung will secure the win. But this one looked a lot better to me, and it could just be coming down to these maps.
All right, this could be a Game 7 finals potentially if that is the case. Although I think Welcome to the Jung still had a chance to win on small maps, so it's basically Liquid need to figure out a way to win a big map throughout this series, assuming that they can manage to claw together a win on small maps moving forward. Their offense early looked good. Main problem is just mana. Sidu also getting caught here. I have to see it again on the replay. Was there some way that he could have avoided that polymorph? Because I see his grounding and wind shear, and he wasn't on DBDR because he's in a blinding light at the end of the game. So did Sidu, was this just like they just completely missed it and Nick snuck through? Did he get a precog proc? because that's what won the game, was that polymorph. Nick is really low, and then he gets this polymorph out of nowhere. That blast wave was insane as well. Mez didn't get to connect at all with the Abomination's limb. And then right here, how does Nick get this? Does he just cast a sheep? He does.
Yes.
Oh, it's so, they just completely, everybody just missed that. And it lost the game that they missed that.
Yeah, the blinding light to follow it up. It's just an overwhelming amount of crowd control. And that's the thing, like, there is that capability. I've talked about this composition. It's like, as the Feral Mage Paladin, it used to be one of those compositions where, in order to win, you needed to find crowd control, right? Like, you had to find these extended crowd control chains with polys and cyclones. It's not really like that anymore. It's like, it's a cleave comp. You kind of just put out as much damage as possible, except you have the added bonus that if the enemy team ever messes up and you do happen to land CC, then you're going to win much quicker. And that's exactly what we saw here. It wasn't exactly a quick win, but eventually, I think that's probably the first polymorph Nick landed the whole game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I think so.
Sea-Doo, I think, at least, yeah. The only sheep of the game, and it won the game.
Exactly.
I mean, if you can take it, you can take it. Nick's really happy about that, because I'm pretty sure they all had kick. Mez had kick, Trill had kick, Sea-Doo had kick. He thought that maybe that he could line aside it, and then he was playing the ice flows and stepped forward like 1 inch is the only thing I can guess there. But they might have been actually in a decent spot if they had managed to avoid that polymorph. And then pushed forward. I mean, obviously, he may have gotten just blinded a few seconds later, but I don't think the blind would have been long enough to kill him in that instance. And yeah, like you said, we're going to small maps. So this is a series that could bounce back and forth. Oh, the JUNG are not going to change their comp unless something...
How many ferocious bites?
I don't know sometimes.
What is that?
Is that just like... Are they like shamans now and they get Wind Fury procs on their bites and they just like... proc,
Dude, you're the feral expert now. Like, you're the one playing feral.
I think there's talents that give you a chance to like reset and refill your combo points. I think it depends on if you crit possibly as well, so you can kind of just reload them pretty quickly. But I don't think I've ever been able to bite that many times. What am I doing wrong on Feral Druid? Look at that. It's literally all just bite. Like, he shredded once. How did he get like... What? I can't do the math on that. I mean, there obviously is a mechanic that resets the combo points when you expend them, maybe during Incarn or Tiger's Fury or something like that. Because yeah, otherwise that's not possible.
All right, same thing, same matchup. I think this might just be what we're seeing for the rest of this grand finals, not upper bracket finals. The rest of this grand finals between Welcome to the JUNG and Liquid might just come down to this particular matchup. Small maps probably going to favor Liquid. The larger maps definitely going to favor Welcome to the JUNG. But for me, it seems like Welcome to the JUNG can win on any map, and Liquid kind of needs the small maps, is my assessment.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Maybe Trill can try a different spec on a large map. But I guess he's worried about dying, because they kind of both died at the same time, I think, if my memory is serving me right, the last time they tried this Rogue Death Knight. And the Outlaw Rogue seems to be pretty durable. There's not many times or large extended moments where Trill is actually taking a lot of damage, which probably makes it easier for Sea-Doo because he can only have Earth Shield on one target. So I'm thinking the uptime for the Outlaw Rogue and the survivability is the main reason that they're doing this, which makes sense also historically. Outlaw Rogue was one of the best rogue specs for uptime on a mage, and then the Death Knight adding into that as well. And with Dalaran Series, it should be really good. They can clump them together, they can get them gripped in and then static field them, pin them down, AoE them a lot easier. Try and maybe put some pressure more towards the Paladin as well on a map like this, but name of the game mainly is just chasing the mage, making sure that he's not comfy to just do whatever he wants, and they just can't let any polymorph slip through. You can't let any sort of opportunity slip through like that, because the damage is so high that if it does, it's over.
Yeah, Sea-Doo just falls way too far behind, but it's surprising to me how durable Liquid is with this composition against this cleave setup, and maybe this is something we'll see more of. Like, Shaman seems like what it's good at is not healing. Like, it's not good at healing single target burst. Like, just a ton of burst on one target isn't what it excels at. But what it is pretty good at is healing, targets that are taking like moderately high damage. Tons of targets that are taking moderately high damage. I think that's something that Shaman actually is really good at, and Liquid's kind of playing around here.
All right, let's see if they can get it going here. They're already on Nick. Drake's going to jump over to Trill, but he's met with a cheap shot. Mez is trying to move towards the Paladin. He's getting a Tears Deliverance off, and actually, are they just training the Paladin? It looks like they are immediately pulling the trigger and just gunning down for Zhang. They already got his Medallion, they got his Divine Protection, but they're getting punished for this aggression. Mez peels him away with a double Blinding Sleep, gripping Zhang back into their clutches. He's trying to retreat on his Charger. Static Field comes down for Sidu, repositioning them, and now they're actually swapping off the Paladin, cleaving the Feral, and cleaving the Mage, it looks like at this time. But I think they want to reconvene on the Paladin. They get another stun, and this is all-out aggression from Liquid in game number 4.
They are all just dead. Zhang needs to find some heals quick. Drake is low, Nick is low, Zhang is low. At the same time, they get the Ice Block, they get the Bark Skin. That is absolutely massive. Liquid is on fire in the opening stages of this match. Bark Skin out of the way, full kidney shot here onto Drake. They're going after Zhang. Zhang! He has to use the Divine Shield as well. This pressure is unbelievable.
Oh, Mez is now kind of low here too, but he wants to stay aggressive. This is it, just gas pedal. This is the Liquid that we know and love. It's just running people over, man. This is crazy damage onto Nick. He can't escape. Lasso comes through. He counterspells it. Trill is out of the stun. He's going to connect in a very short amount of time. Mez is still trying to mount up towards his target as well. He's getting speed boosted here by Sidu's Totem as they're looking to reconnect. He repositions the Totem to speed boost them again. Gouge onto the Paladin. Getting uptime. Nick is trying to fake a kick here on a Polymorph. He fakes it. He's going for it. He gets it on the Rogue, but that's going to get dispelled immediately. Goes for another Polymorph. He's not able to find it. Sidu's got an anti-magic shield protecting him. Triple Blinding Sleet. What can they set up with this? Trill has evasion ready to go, but he got behind him and got a bash, but he gets a Cap Totem on the Feral. He knocks the Feral away. Mez is chasing after the Paladin. Full kidney shot. He's just going to Blessing Protection that immediately in line of sight the Shaman. I think that's a good trade. Blessing Protection when the Shaman isn't in range to purge it as opposed to his Medallion, but now they're just cleaving down Drake. They're cleaving down Nick, and Liquid are looking like a completely different beast in game 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this pressure just involving all 3 members of Welcome to the Jung. Can have Blessing of Freedom on everybody. They are going after Zhang. He gets caught into a stun. He trinkets out into a follow-up stun. This could be the end of the game, but he might be able to get away. Does he have a freedom? He needs to get out of this fight. He's just taking such an overwhelming amount of damage. Hammer of Justice lands with a stun on Trill, though. Sidu is forced to trade out the Spirit Link Totem to keep Trill alive, but Trill might have to vanish also. This is just a lot of damage. Sidu really struggling. Polymorph sneaks through. He has to trinket, but there's no follow-up. Trill could easily die. Another Polymorph lands. Trill just standing on top of Sidu in desperation. The full stun comes in. That Snowdrift from Nick might be able to win them the game, but somehow, some way, Trill's still alive, and all of a sudden, Welcome to the Jung could also be in trouble here. They get a little bit of damage, but Zhang tops them off. And now I think it's a race between Trill and Drake.
Yeah, last Blessing of Protection there. No Divine Shield, no Trinket. Next Kidney Shot on Zhang could win the game here if they're not prepared. Mez is just tearing into him. Trill is trying to make his way over, but he's being a bit careful. He's got evasion. He shouldn't be that cautious. He can just Trinket evasion here if he needs to, or even Vanish. He needs to stop the Polymorph. They land a kick on the Polymorph. The anti-magic shield it. Healing Tide is down. It's time to go for the win. Gouge onto the Paladin. Can they connect in time? Strangulate through. And it looks like Zhang is able to get out of that quite easily. Healing Tide is keeping the team stable. Nick tries to go for a knockback. It doesn't hit anyone too effectively here. Ancestral Swiftness right before the Dragon's Breath. Another kidney shot onto Zhang. Can they win here with this big cleave damage with that Defile? Nick gets out of it. Zhang gets out of it. They clutch another Polymorph onto Sidu. Calm Storm incoming onto Trill. They're focusing the Rogue heavily in this position, but Nick is getting destroyed. Trill is on target. That's going to be the second block. There's still no bubble for 40 seconds. They're going after the Paladin, and there's that Windrush Totem sprinting the team from Sidu, keeping them on top of the Paladin. Cheap Shot comes through. He trinkets it into a triple Blinding Sleep. There's a Static Field. He can't go anywhere. He's pinned in this Lightning Prison. They get a triple Dragon's Breath. They're trying to turn it around and get Zhang to a safe distance away, but he's having such a hard time. Mez is still all over him, 20 seconds away from that Divine Shield. Sidu is pushing in with the team as well to add a Wind Shear into the mix as well, but he's going to have to trinket that Polymorph. Zhang drops off to the side. He's casting some heals. Sidu can't get there. Nick is still low. Drake into the Kidney Shot. No trinket available. Divine Shield comes up in 10. I don't even know if it really matters. Nick with no blocks at this point in game number 4, and Liquid are looking to tie things up.
Yeah, we need to see an alter time here from Nick if he can, just to stay ahead of the damage. But Trill's in a stun. That could be the game. Huge damage here onto Trill. He's in desperation, holding in a 1%, but it is not enough. Sidu has the Ascendance up, but it's just not enough healing. And welcome to the Jung. I cannot believe that Zhang managed to survive. This was such a good game from Liquid. The start that they had was unbelievable. I mean, they were just getting cooldown after cooldown, but eventually they just didn't have any answers, and Welcome to the Jung was able to overwhelm them.
Oh my god, man. It looked like this was Liquid's game. I swear Trill ran out of the anti-magic zone. I swear. And I don't know if he was expecting like a link maybe or something. He wanted to get closer to Sidu, but it looked like he ran out of it in the final seconds. Mez isn't giving up here. I doubt that he can. I mean, it is Lord Mez, but like, you don't have Abomination Limb. You don't have You don't have anything. I guess he's got Abomination. No, there should be no way. Double stun, full sheep, no trinket. He's not even trinketing this. Really, Mez? Are we doing this, Mez? Is this where you pray they disconnect? Because I think that's the only way this is happening, Mez. As much as it would be really epic for it to happen right now, I'm really thinking that it's probably not. But I guess you want to battle it out. You need to get as many wins as you can in a series like this. As you know, the small map is really rough. Hopefully we caught the replay here, because I swear Trill was stunned and Mez pre-zoned it. It was like crazy zone from Mez because everyone got CC'd. And then Trill walked out of it. I swear, unless I'm seeing things. I really hope we have it on the replay.
We'll see, yeah.
Obviously, it's been a long day, but I want to see that moment. So this is this is where you're thinking Liquid are going to win, because they just got like every single cooldown. There's no medallions. I guess Bubble's coming up, so it's a bit rough there. But then right here, he pre-anti-magic zones, and Trill gets stunned, and he's inside of it. He's inside of it. He's inside of it, and then watch. He walks out of it. And I mean, maybe it didn't matter. Maybe it didn't matter. The Feral Druid probably just kills you, but like he has vanished now. So
yeah. I mean, what we'll see is the death log, right? Like,
yeah, was it a bite or was it
how much of that was magic, and how much is that just Drake ferocious bite, ferocious bite, ferocious bite? 8 times in a row, once again. But yeah, this is just the maim on Sea-Doo, the stun on Trill. Look at Trill; he's so close. He's got 2 seconds left on his vanish. He was trying to get the CDR on it so he could escape and survive there, but ultimately wasn't enough. As putting out a ton of pressure in this game, but yeah. Yeah. So
I don't think it mattered because
it's like the final moments were here. You got to learn how to ferocious bite like this. Like if we're gonna be playing this composition, like
I can't play Feral, man. I already got all the haste gear. I can't. There's no way to do it for me. It's over for me. My character's perma locked into Boomkin. Okay, like it. I can't. I don't have mastery here, bro. I can't do it. I can just play it for fun. I can dilly dally on it, but I'm not gonna get bites this big. Okay, will you play with me if my bites aren't this big?
No. So
feels bad.
It's okay. Fire Maid is getting some buffs soon. We can play some spicy chicken, but yeah, I'm really curious to see what happens here. Black or Cold, another small map. Liquid, I'm gonna be honest, they looked really good in that last game. It really just came down to those final moments where they did get overwhelmed in that final setup, just not having the trinkets. And that's the thing. It could be so. Just in desperation, you're trading out your trinkets, you're trading out all your stun breaks to just try to stay on target. You think you're going to win, and then he just barely escapes. And that next offensive setup, you just have nothing left. You threw everything you had at trying to take them down and race down Zhang. I really thought it was over when he was in that static field totem and he was just trying to run out of it and he just couldn't escape. I really thought that Liquid was going to be able to close it out there, but nope, not this time. Zhang recovers. Now Liquid, they're playing the same comp. There's just no way.
Yeah, I would doubt that unless it's some other cleave. The only thing maybe I could see is like different rogue spec. Like the rogue died anyway. He died as outlaw. Like it seemed like they looked at him even just for a few seconds in that last game, and it didn't seem that hard to kill him even as outlaw. So if that's the main reason they're playing outlaw over like subtlety or in this situation, it didn't seem like it was providing the value that you would really expect with it. I actually think Welcome to the Jung might end this faster if they go on rogue now. Having seen that result. So? It's possible. I mean, Liquid's team is really good, so maybe not, but it's match point. There's a lot of pressure. Now you're down 2, so you have to beat them on 2 large maps. Like, that's going to start stacking up in your head. You're also playing, like, the Resto Shaman comp, and you're playing the Outlaw comp, like, as far as meta is concerned. You're playing kind of like a tier below what Welcome to the Jung is playing. That's going to be stacking up against your mental. You got to come in, and you just played an insane game offensively. It felt like you were going to win again, and then you just lost, so... I can only imagine like the level of tilt or mental that could likely be building up as a result of that. So you got to go into another one and you got to battle out just as hard, but you come up short. That's it. You're coming in second, and then next week's changes come in, and I don't know how much use Mez is going to be on the Death Knight after that happens.
Yeah, that's definitely a conversation we need to have a little bit later on. But like some specs, their stocks are going down a little bit, and Death Knight is definitely one of them. So. We'll see what happens. I do want to highlight the Death Knight, though, in Mez. Like, one thing that he's doing really well in these games with this PvP talent. So there's a PvP talent called Spell Warden that allows him to use his anti-magic shell on allies. So a lot of the time, he's just putting it on Sea-Doo to avoid crowd control. So Sea-Doo can push in. He's immuning things like Hammer of Justice. Like, if they don't have an interrupt for Polymorph, they just put it on Sea-Doo to just make him immune to the Polymorph. And just keep an eye out for that, because these Spell Wardens from Mez have been really, really clutch on the Sea-Doo to just keep him in the match.
All right, let's see if they can hold it together here. Take us to a game number 6. Possibly. I would love a game 7 between these teams. The Sea-Doo's actually just caught in the room here with the Frost Nova. Trill still gets the sap, but Drake intercepts. Rake's done. He can't get anything going. Mez pops the Abomination's Limb. He's trying to ramp up for the team, but they are focusing Trill here in game number 5, and it could get dicey if they get 2-target cleave.
Yeah, definitely. Nick is taking quite a bit of damage here in the opener, but just remember how bad the opener was for Welcome to the Jung in the last one. Liquid definitely coming in with a very aggressive start. Once again, getting the stun lock here on Zhang. The Divine Protection should be enough. He has a lot of healing here, so I don't think Zhang is going to go down. He's kind of just tanking through this damage, healing through the pressure initially with his Avenging Wrath, and we'll see what they can do. Liquid really struggling to find pressure here. The double Blinding Sleep does come in, though. Nick getting a lot of pressure out with this Icy Veins. The full sap lands. Nicely done there by Trill. Is there going to be any follow-up on the sap? It doesn't look like it. Maybe they can get the Ice Block. It would be massive. Drake at the same time is rotting down. Liquid, this aggressive start is really working out for them.
Oh, they're pushing for that block. They're really close to it, but a big heal comes in. Denying it for now. Nice win share by Sea-Doo, but look at this damage, man. Trill is getting low. Mez is almost dead at this point, but Nick has to block. It's back and forth between these behemoths in the finals for North America. Ice block has subsided. Kidney shot onto Zhang. Everyone is dying. Zhang trinkets right away, but now there's a lasso. There's a gouge. Trill gets follow-up. Mez is chasing down Nick. He's on hypothermia here. And Liquid, they smell blood. They're pushing for it like sharks. Immediately looking to pounce on Nick, but he's got freedom. He's able to kite away quite effectively. Dragon's Breath, max range on Mez. He can't stop the polymorph. This could force a trinket, possibly a Spearlink Totem if they are not careful. Mez is critically low. It's match point. He triggered links, but he gets re-sheeped on his link, and he couldn't get inside. Insane sheep by Nick right there. They kill off the Spearlink Totem. That was a sick snipe, and now, Sea-Doo, what are you going to do, man? There's barely any cooldowns. Mez has Icebound Fortitude, and I don't know how he's still holding on to it at this point, but out of nowhere, Drake, they're swinging, dude, to try and take him down. It's not enough. Barkskin blocks it. Double Snowdrift stun. He's still not using Icebound Fortitude. Polymorph? If he gets a poly here, it might be game over. Doesn't get it. Sea-Doo's on the pillar. But Mez is still just dying, man. It's so much damage from Drake.
Yeah, Spell Warding's coming up in just a few short seconds here. They do have good cleave damage, but it's Mez that's getting incredibly low. The anti-magic shell does come in. A full cyclone from Drake. He gets shot to a cheap shot, though. Trill just trying to slow down the damage. A big snowdrift comes in. Mez trades out the anti-magic zone. He's doing what he can. The Hammer of Justice lands. Welcome to the Jung. They want this win. They want this second cup. The polymorph lands. Mez, I don't think he's going to get out of this one alive. And welcome to the Jung. They do it. They just adopt this composition that they lost to, and they even improved it by playing the Frost Mage, and they just clean sweep through North America in Cup number 2.
What was going on with Sea-Doo at the end of the day? It honestly distracted me from the moment. You'll see it in the replay. He's literally moving in crowd control. I don't know if he disconnected. It literally is the weirdest thing. Like, I want you to look at Sea-Doo at the end of the game here, because he looked really laggy, and he was jumping and moving while he was in Cyclone, jumping and moving while he was in Hodge and Sheep. It looked really strange, at least from what I was observing here towards those final moments. But hopefully it's here in the replay as well to see that. But look at this Spirit Link Totem snipe. Nick max ranges the kicks, gets the Sheep, and he knows Sea-Doo wants to trinket Link. So he times a resheep, he fakes the kick, gets the resheep, snipes the Link, Sea-Doo can't get in it. And that was so important, because that would be an extra 50% health from Sea-Doo going into Mez at that moment, which would have restabilized. Now watch Sea-Doo. He's moving in the clone. You see him? He's jumping and moving in the clone. What is that? What is that? And then he gets stunned, and the same thing happens. It
just could be just a visual bug. It seems like he's pressing his buttons between each go. Yeah.
Okay, that distracted me in that moment really heavily when I saw him moving like that. I was like, "What is going on?"
I wasn't even paying attention to that. I was just looking at Mez about to go down there. Icy Veins coming in, just insane damage here. But yeah, welcome to the Jung, looking absolutely deadly with this composition. But I will say, Liquid, they brought in a surprise I did not expect. If you told me they were going to play Resto Shaman Outlaw and Holy Decay, I would have never anticipated something like that, to be honest with you. So, and they made a lot of these games look really, really close. Although this was a 4-1, this was a relatively competitive series. And for Liquid, it's going to be back to the drawing board. But for Welcome to the Jung, I mean, they got a second place finish, tearing through the upper bracket up into the finals last week, and this weekend just not losing to a single team in North America, getting that win. I mean, they are definitely looking like the team to beat. They're looking like the biggest threat in North America so far.
I mean, we were expecting it, right? I feel like if anything, maybe it was a fluke. last week against the Power Toads. The Power Toads played a phenomenal series, but I feel like Welcome to the Jung, like we were anticipating them winning like cup to cup, that they would become like the Echo of North America basically, and I think this week they definitely asserted that level of dominance.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But I think for Liquid, like this is a victory in a way, based off what happened in Cup number 1. You know, not making it to Championship Sunday. I think they beat a lot of the stronger teams in North America this week. So Liquid is one of those teams where I'm just going to be honest. Liquid, a lot of the time, they have a slow start and they kind of just ramp up as the cups go on to get better and better. So I think Liquid still has a lot to learn here, but they're just such a creative team. They're willing to take chances. They're willing to play these different compositions. And I'm excited to see what they come up with for the next cup.
Yeah, me too. They're bringing out some new specs, new compositions for them, still finding ways to surprise us after being together as a roster for so long. So they were only able to get one game off of Welcome to the Jung, unfortunately, but I think the exciting thing to note for sure is we've got kind of a new king of the hill here in North America. They're the winners of Cup number 2, so they're going to walk away with a hefty amount of points. We'll get those updated as soon as possible, but I am so tremendously excited for this team and what they're capable of. It kind of seems like they are going to be able to step up to the plate for any team that challenges them. Here's a look at the standings. Welcome to the Jung in first place, very solidly. Power Toads, of course, the winner of week number 1 for second. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't do all that well this weekend, Super Tees, despite them still being in second.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe the Arcane Dream was just kind of like a shot in the dark. It managed to work for them one time. Because this tournament looked way more difficult for them. They just weren't able to get any sort of depth like they did in Cup number 1. But fortunately, because of their Cup number 1 win, they still actually hold strong in second place. F tier seems to be a really good contender at the moment for possibly top 3. I think they're like most improved team from Dragonflight now into the War Within for me personally.
Yeah, fully agree. They kind of had that one weekend where they came and shook things up last year in Dragonflight, and now here they are head-to-head with Team Liquid and The Move. They're ahead of The Move in terms of points, so things are looking pretty competitive right now, Ven, in terms of the standings, and that doesn't even count the teams that are under 4th place. We've still got some pretty strong teams from, like 4th place to 12th as well.
Yeah, I mean, lots of good teams in the region. No one's really out of it yet. Like, you could have a team like Unitas really step up in the last 2 cups and, make kind of a breakout run. At the end of it all, like, making top 3 is great, right? Like, that's amazing, but it's a lot more realistic that you make the top 8. Like, instead of making the top 3, you make it into the gauntlet, the top 8, and that's where you can really go for it. So it's not over if you don't make top 3, obviously. You have to make that a top 8, like I've mentioned, and I think there's a lot of teams in contention for that. But there's also a lot of teams in contention for that top 3. It's a very competitive region right now.
Yep, very competitive. And that's not the only region that is competitive. Of course, we did play those European games earlier today, and that was just as exciting to watch. We've got Echo up there very solidly in that first place position, Super Tees. But what are some other teams that maybe surprised you this weekend in that region?
Honestly, I think Bleached Bones. It felt like Echo really had their number. But Bleached Bones took that all the way to Game 5 and almost took it against them, which very few teams have been able to do. And I think Bleached Bones is likely going to get better and better now as time goes on. Drive Overload, they did really well. Nail-biting series in the upper bracket to knock Echo down in the first place. Or sorry, Phoenix Reborn had a nail-biting series 3-2 against Echo to knock them down to the lower side. But when they met in the grand finals, it just seemed like either Echo just solved them by that point to see them the second time around, or their steam just completely got taken out of their engines.
Yeah, certainly possible, and it's kind of the big question. It's always the question, at least for the last couple of expansions, like who's going to topple over Echo. We did see them falter just a little bit this weekend, and things were looking a little bit sketchy. They still took that dub, but I do wonder, week after week, then as these teams get more familiar with each other, they build that synergy like Echo has. If we start seeing them, drop a little bit in terms of standings.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, the biggest thing for me is between Cup number 1 and Cup number 2, there was basically no class changes. So teams got a little bit comfy, right? We're at a new expansion with the War Within. Teams are getting a little bit comfy, but there's some big changes coming. Like, there are big changes coming next week. I'm sure we'll cover that, but like, Fire mages are getting buffed, affliction warlocks are getting nerfed, decays are getting nerfed, like druids are getting some better mana regeneration. Like things could just completely change here, and these teams don't have that much time to adapt for Cup number 3. So I think whoever puts in the work, and figures out something that's really strong for Cup number 3 will probably be the team that pulls out ahead.
Yeah, I think so as well. Nobody is safe. So that's going to wrap it up here for Cup number 2. Congratulations once again to Echo, as well as welcome to the Jung. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you to the competitors also. And I cannot personally wait for Cup number 3 and to see how these teams build upon their success of this weekend and how those standings end up at the end of the first 4 Cups, heading into the finals of both regions. So with that, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be here next week on Friday, same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We're also on YouTube, and of course, follow us on Twitter at WoW Esports for all of those updates. So we will see you guys on Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you guys so much. Good night.